Hello, hello. We're live. I don't have any music going yet. Give me a moment. Um, is it the same anniversary music as last year? Did they change the anniversary music? I think it's the same. Uh, this is all the things we're doing. Welcome one, welcome all if you're tuning in. Glad to have you. Is it this one? I don't know if I can listen to this, to be honest. This might drive me nuts. Huh. This might drive me a bit too nuts. Let me make sure that my channel is actually streaming the way I want it to. Hello, hello. We have one viewer apparently. Shows that we are streaming. Woo, live stream time. Live stream time indeed. We should potentially start seeing some Sinnoh starters dropping within the next, in about a half hour. T-minus 30 minutes until Sinnoh starter info. It might be like 33 to 35 minutes because it does take some time for people to catch their Pokemon and post them. But yeah, about 30 minutes until they should be encounterable in the earliest time zone. Which is I'm probably gonna pronounce it wrong, but I know that the town is called like Kiririmati is like, or it's probably Kiririmas if I had to guess. Kiribati. That's where and I've pronounced that I've pronounced that place wrong every time. Hype session for the new starters. Indeed, indeed. No idea where my notification went. Crazy, crazy. Anyway, hello, welcome. We got 19 viewers already. This is kind of crazy. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done one of these live streams. Glad to have a day glad to be free on this day. I know I did it last year for the Hoenn starters. Yeah, it's quite the. Thank you, Bizzler, for the Tyrannitars. But yes, it is the day of the Sinnoh starters. Definitely. Now, we know that, you should have had champions pulled up with a Sinnoh starter team. I mean, they are in that game. I could be playing it in the meantime, but nah, sleep channels for sleep stuff. I do love my Pokemon champions. It's been a great hobby. But the channels are very distinct from each other. I don't have quite nearly the same viewer base over there. Needless to say, all the Sinnoh starters. Oh wait, yeah, the Sinnoh starters are in that game. They're all very mid. Yo, I hope they're better in Sleep than they are in Champions. Yo, I just hope Infernape isn't an ingredient mon. I want to have it on my team 24/7 since it was my first ever starter. Fair enough, fair enough. I guess I could do that even if it is an ingredient mon, but still. Piplup hype. Woohoo, any strong preferences outside of Empoleon Berry? I think everyone's kind of hoping for Empoleon Berry. That's like a pretty obvious one. Either Berry or Berry Burst. Personally, I'm actually leaning more towards just a Berry Pokemon, because I actually kind of think well, Berry Burst is more dedicated and, like, obvious of, like, oh, this is probably going to be very strong. I think it's more boring, because you can do more with an actual Berry Pokemon. You can theoretically give it a really fast frequency for its typing, and then also give it a main skill that does something unique, kind of like Swampert, where it's kind of like this pseudo... It's a good berry specialist, but it's also very good on cooking teams because of Tasty Chance. So, like, I'd like to see something like that, honestly, because I think that you can be more creative with an actual berry specialist than you can with a Berry Burst Pokemon. Is Steel the fifth most powerful berry? It's the second most powerful. It's dragon then steel. Very next, and here is my source for that. Dragon berries 35. Then there is no 34 strength berry. None of them are 34, and then steel berry is 33. So it is the second strongest berry after dragon. Dragon is a significant cut above the rest since there's a 2-point gap for some reason. Piplup is going to be tough to hunt if it's any good. I never go to Cyan or Snowdrop. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, Steel's a strong berry. So if it's a... But remember, strong berry does not mean strong berry specialist. It is a combination of strong berry and fast speed. I mean, look at Altaria. Altaria, first and only... At game launch, it was the only dragon in the entire game. Yet it was terrible because it was so slow. They've sped it up since then. They've given it buffs since then because it was that bad, despite having the strongest berry and being a berry specialist. So remember, it's not just strong berry that makes a good berry specialist. It is strong berry plus good speed. Flying is the best. No, flying is pretty bad. That's the worst. Tied with bug. Flying and bug are both tied for worst at 24. Yeah, there it is. Turtwig with oil. That would make... I don't know if that would make sense, but I for some reason foresee Turtwig being an ingredient specialist. For some reason, it just makes sense to me. I think my thought line is it has a tree on its back. Trees grow things. I don't know why, but that just like clicks in my head, and it just seems right. Although I do think that would mean that we'd have a lot of ground berry or ground ingredient specialists. What are the other ground types in the game? Ideally, okay, Torterra unsettled. Yeah, because it's not out yet. We want to look at full evolutions. I'm not as good with random as I once was. They changed so much. So we have bad skills skills specialist that focuses ingredients. Ingredient Mon. May as well forget he's in the game. Berry ingredients. So we kind of have like 3 Pokemon that are focusing ingredients. And then a Berrymon. A Pokemon that, like I said, may as well not even be in the game. So, like, honestly, for the typing overall, it may be more balanced if they give us a skills specialist that's not so ingredient focused, because this is the only skills specialist that's a ground type. And Sandslash, while it is a skills specialist, it's more of... it focuses ingredients. Were we thinking the new dish ingredients this anniversary? Would they be speculated? Oh, dishes and ingredient... that would be later on. They would have announced that if that was the case. So, they're not doing that for this. Unless they're really throwing us a curveball. In which case, we'd find out in, like, 25 minutes. Plot twist. The tree grows sausages. I don't even want to picture that in my head. I think tree grows, some people are saying they want an Oilmon out of Torterra. Okay. I don't want to see it be an Oilmon just because I want to see a different Oilmon later on, and that'd be Arboliva. I want to see Arboliva get added eventually, and that be like the queen of oil. If you don't know Gen 9 Pokemon, this is Arboliva. It's just olives. It's like, it fits too perfect. Banana tree, but sausages. Oh, I guess that is something they could do. But no, Torterra, it just seems like an ingredient mon, but I guess looking at like the type here, it probably makes more sense for it to be a skills mon. Finally got my husband to play. Piplup is what convinced him. Nice. It's great to hear, Mike Rogitsky. Piplup. I'm glad Piplup's bringing someone else to the game. Hoping he gets a great one and wants to continue playing after the event. Yeah. That'd be great. Now let's see. Fighting types. We have berry, skills, ingredients. So, Infernape could really go any which way. Because we have 2 pretty, like, definitely skills mons. 2 ingredient mons and 2 berry mons. I don't think it's going to be berry because we already have 2 berry specialists. I don't see them already giving us a 3rd fighting type berry. A sausage tree sounds great for real life. You know, fair enough. I would like to be able to just pick... I do like sausage, so, like, that would be nice. I like meats. Very tasty. We tried to find a Go++ for their $250. I imagine because they're out of production anymore. They're not. Hopefully soon they come up with another product for it. I think the reason why they canceled production of them and they're no longer like being made, my personal theory is that they're planning on doing something with the release of Gen 10 that's like a new thing to replace the Go++. But then again, that would be another year before Gen 10 is a thing, so I hope that's the case though, because them just ending it and that being like a limited time thing that nobody knew was limited time is just kind of dirty. So I'm glad I got one while it was still a thing, but I believe that they're $250. It is bean sausage, so technically possible even if the image is cursed. That's true. Can't have all three will be different specialties like the Hoenn starters. Hoenn starters weren't all three different, only Sceptile was. The other two were both berry. And Sceptile, it's a skill specialist, but it's like, it functions like a berry specialist. Like, that's a weird case. Anyway, hi, music a little loud. Oh, whoops, I'm sorry, let me crank that down a little bit. Thanks for telling me. Is that a little bit better? I'll crank it down here. Is that better? Let me know. No info for another 19 minutes. Oh, we're going back to Japan in October, and we'll search far and wide for one. That's a good idea. That'd be nice. It is good to get one. I've got mine over on the desk over here, because I'm planning on taking this stream longer than 10 o'clock. We'll see. My voice was kind of giving me some problems earlier today. Okay, good. Thank you. Glad the music's good. My voice was kind of giving me some problems earlier today, so we'll see how long my voice lasts. That may be what decides what ends this stream. I'm sure there'll be plenty of stuff to talk about, so plenty of numbers to crunch, plenty of numbers to run. Things might be a little bit slower because they changed up team analysis in Rain on X, and I have yet, because I've been on vacation, I haven't had proper time to like actually learn the new format on team analysis yet. So this might be a crash course, just trial by fire to learn the new format, how to read it, and everything, which is a good thing because I do want to make another video describing how to use this because I do think it is the most important function that Rain on X has for people who want to min-max the game. So, but now that they changed the look of it, my old guides are very outdated. It doesn't look anything like this in those old guides. Personally, I preferred the old way it looked, but oh well. I guess they want to change things. Sure like the video. Indeed, listen to Mike Rogitsky here. Like the stream. Here, I'll open the stream on my own. Personally, I prefer the old on my own computer and like it. There we go. Yay, I would also benefit from the new Rain on X. Yeah, I do want to make another video, like, talking about it. How to use this one. But, you know, I don't know it yet. So I don't feel comfortable making a video on it yet. Yeah, and I want to make more videos on Neroli's lab, because they've updated a lot since last time that I used it. This one I do know a bit better, because they've kept it mostly the same, and I've been using it for Sleepers. So, like, it's not... Like, I've actually learned it quite a bit. Especially their compare functionality. Like, I like what they have with the... You can select a team and compare it on that team. That's pretty cool. Something that really only Neroli's can do. Then there's another less famous Pokemon sleep tool called Jolty 1. I talked about it at one point, but it's crazy. There's a lot that goes into this one. I haven't quite fully learned it. It's been a while since I've even looked at it. You're still doing champions. Yes, I am. I'm already Master Ball rank for the new season. Now that I can play it on my phone. I play it between my work breaks. I haven't streamed it in some time just because I haven't really had the time at night to play it. I've had a lot of time during the day, like when I'm at, like I said, during my work breaks is when I'm mostly playing it, or when I'm out and about. Sometimes, yeah. But yes, I am still playing it. I talk a lot about champions in the Champions channel in the community Discord. I'm I'll be honest, I'm more active in the Champions chat because it keeps me so interested these days that I'm more active in the Champions chat of our Discord than I am in the Pokemon Sleep chat. Because it just has that much of my attention. So, yeah, still very much so playing it. I see Infernape having bulk up, but no idea about specialty. I could see that too. I'm just like, bulk up. No time at night, you too busy partying at the club. No, I just work 2 to 10, and usually when I get home, I'm too tired to stream. That's really it. I work till 10 p.m., so that's really the thing. When I get home, I'm usually like too tired to want to stream. And I want to play a couple games, but not stream. So I just play a couple games on my phone as I'm laying in bed. And it has been helpful to my sleep, because when I was streaming it, it was making me feel not as good. But yeah, I could see Infernape having bulk up, but that'd be a very powerful main skill to give it. Bulk up is easily... That is one that a lot of people have, like, talked about. But yeah, bulk up. Is it under extra drops? Or is it under just cooking? It's probably under cooking. Yeah, here it is. It's one of the most powerful main skills in the game. If not, yeah, probably just one of the most powerful, just because it gives you ingredients and boosts tasty chance. Anything with tasty chance is just crazy. But yeah, so drops in 14 minutes, trying to know what they can do so I know where to go tomorrow. I'm tired and want to go to bed already. Well, welcome, Brandon Rod. Glad that you're here. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll know in... So... They will first become visible in the earliest time zone in 13 minutes, if I've counted it out right. I think I'm right about that. Yeah. In Kiribati, GMT plus 14, the earliest time zone, it's currently 2:48. They should be able to appear at 3 p.m. in that time zone for anyone who is there. And then people can theoretically catch them and report what they have. So, but it's going to be a bit more after that before we actually figure out their rates. But we should figure out their initial specialty and base frequency almost right away. As far and main skill, specialty, ingredient list, and base frequency, those should all be figured out within like 5 minutes of 8 p.m. my time. 10:48 a.m. in Sydney right now. Yeah, there's a big difference between Sydney and Kiribati. I'm just going to Greengrass Expert and working on area bonus. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm probably gonna go to Cyan or Snowdrop. Probably Cyan. Well, no, I'm probably gonna go to Snowdrop. We'll see. I like Piplup. It's one of my favorite starters, not gonna lie. So I'd like to get a good Empoleon. But if it's bad, I'm not gonna bother. So it depends on what stats they give the starters, where I end up going. I also do love Torterra. And I forgot, where does Torterra spawn again? I know it's at, like... It's at top. I remember that being a funky one. I think it's at top in Lapis. 150 in Ireland right now. It's 749, well, 750 basically here in Wisconsin. If you didn't know, that's where I'm at. Let's see. Torterra is ground type. Do I just need to have these pages open, ready to spam refresh? Yeah, I don't care. I just want to know if I'm going to top, Greengrass Expert, or one of the islands that has... Well, 2 of them are somehow bad. My favorite starter of the 3 is Infernape, for sure. I hope he's good. This is probably going to get me, like, I don't know, slandered or something, but, like, I don't like any of the firefighting starters. They are, all 3 of them are probably my 3 least favorite starters in the entire, out of all the franchise. I'm not saying, like, they're just not my personal taste. I don't know. Infernape, Blaziken, and Emboar, I am not a fan of any of them. They're all very meh designs to me, but a lot of people love Infernape and Blaziken especially, and I just don't get it, but eh. Which flower bonus is best for his second week playing Hungrymon to try and just get more options to run on the team? So, Depends. And there are a lot of opinions about it. I think there's a case for pretty much any order, except for, I think, the one universal thing. Well, almost any order. I think the one universal thing, though, is that everybody should be planting the white seed last. There are very few situations where the white seed first is the optimal play, and I think those would pretty much be limited to if you are planning on using the candy boost on a legendary Pokemon that has XP gains down that you want to mint the nature before using it. That'd be one use case from the white seed first. But outside of that, it's like white seed last is like the one universal thing. I've seen most people want to plant either the yellow seed or I think that it's the blue seed. I need to look up what all the flowers do again. I need to find that infographic that Pocket Boy made. Yeah, here it is. There we go. So it's the blue seed, yeah. A lot of people like yellow or blue seed first just because they're fixed, and these are based off of how much Snorlax strength you get, how useful they are. They're going to scale with your Snorlax strength, so the first couple nights they're not going to be as valuable as later in the week. But also, like, if I could see, like, if you want candies, I think purple seed should always come after red seed. I think that's another pretty universal thing. Candies should generally be prioritized because Dream Shards, there are other ways to gain them. But candies, there aren't really that many other ways to gain them, so, yeah. Never any love for Snowdrop. I maxed the area bonus with rollover. I've gone there a couple times. I think I might go to Snowdrop just because I am a little bit behind on Dark, and I like the badges. If you look at the badges, the only ones that I'm missing are Dark and Ice types. For like maxing out number of encounters. So I'm like, I kind of want to go there just to finish those off. Waiting on the new drop, can't wait. And not very many people can wait. Whoa, Blaziken is the first of firefighting, therefore the best. Fernape has a nice design though. Like I said, I'm not a huge fan of any of the firefighting starters. Although, if I had to rank them within the 3 that are my least favorite of all the starters, it'd probably go... It'd probably actually go Emboar favorite, then Infernape, Blaziken. I really don't like Blaziken. I don't like his pants. That's the biggest thing. I don't like the pants. And as for Infernape, I don't know. He just looks too angry. Infernape got that Sung Wukong drip. I mean, a lot of people have different tastes. I personally am not a fan of any of the firefighting starters, but hopefully everyone gets the freebie mint this time around besides the flower one. Well, you will get the flower one. It's a question of will everyone get the freebie one as well. Empoleon greater than Infernape equal to Torterra. I can't decide though between the Hoenn starters. Hoenn starters, I think I like Sceptile the most of the 3. Definitely goes Sceptile, Swampert, Blaziken. Like, clear order for me. Never saw Blaziken show up in the Johto anime to whoop Ash's Charizard, right? Hard to hate if you saw that growing up. I mean, how would a fire fighting type beat a fire flying type? I mean, I guess they don't really care too much about the type chart in the anime. That's pretty well established. But no, I never watched the anime, to be honest. Third anime drop, I was here. Time for all 3 to be all specialists. If that happens, I don't know what I'll do. I'll eat something. I'll take a bite out of this pencil if they're all specialists. Also, I just realized I didn't have the pin on. I better put this on for the stream. The Tyranitar pin. For those that haven't seen it before. It's, I bought it some time ago for whenever I'm doing, like, special events. I put it on for a couple news videos. But I think this is definitely an event that calls for it. Okay. Make Zingzap. Oh yeah, that was the joke that I made a while back, was that I make real life Zingzap and drink it if I was that surprised. You know what? Okay, if it happens, if they're all specialists, I'll make real life Zing Zap and drink it on stream sometime. I don't have the stuff here right now to make Zing Zap, but I'll buy the ingredients and do it. 6 minutes till leaks. Yeah. My hopes is berry specialist for Piplup, berry burst for Torterra, maybe bulk up for Infernape. Got 2 berry fighting in ground already, and need to steal. I think everyone's just on the page of like Empoleon needs to be a berry mon. Here, I'll pre-prep them for whenever. We'll probably start seeing stuff shortly after not through Random X itself, just because it takes Random a little bit of time to input stuff. But likely we'll start seeing Twitter stuff beforehand. Infernape. Monkey. Okay, Blaziken beats Charizard in competitive LMAO. Move coverage and speed. I guess. It probably has rock moves, doesn't it? It has Fake Out also, which is big. I mean, it can beat it. You never know the set. But I bet in the anime, Infernape... Let me guess, it has like Rock Tomb or Rock Slide. Randomly. Coverage. Yeah, it has Rock Tomb. And Rock Slide. Does Ash make him use those moves? And it also has Stone Edge. Wow. Or not Ash, the other guy. Oh no, it's Blaziken. Blaziken, not Infernape. I was looking at the wrong guy. I know he has Rock Tomb, though. Or Rock Slide, because I've been hit with that in Champions a couple times. Does his opponent actually make him use Rock Slide, or do they only use fire moves going back and forth? That'd be my guess, knowing how the anime is. Also depends on the set. Infernape has amazing coverage. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the starters do. Because they're Game Freak's favorites. All the elemental punches too, I believe. Probably. No, I think every starter has good coverage for the most part, just because they're starters. It's kind of a starter privilege. Starters and normal types are like the two that just get so much coverage. Anime Infernape was a beast. All the Pokemon that are on Ash's team are a beast in the anime. Although, wait, does Ash have an Infernape? Or does he have something else? Yeah, he does have an Infernape. Okay. I've not followed along with the... I just got into Pokemon, like... Well, this game's 3 years old, right? I just got into Pokemon, like, as a serious fan 3 years ago. He just joined. Did I miss anything? Not yet. We got 1 minute until the starters are possible to encounter in the earliest time zone. And then after that, people will probably start... Like 5 minutes after that, people will probably start posting things on Twitter. So I'll be checking for updates. I'm sure somebody will find stuff fast, and like within 5 minutes or so. And then after that, we'll know more of their stats later on. Because that'll just give us like the initial stuff. I need to be checking the data mines, or data mine discussion chat in in the Pokemon Sleep Discord. You're doing well, DR. Hope you're doing well as well. I'm doing well. Dang, haven't been a fan since Gen 3. You're a beloved member of the community. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I didn't really... So, I played a little bit of Pokemon Go. Back when it was, like, first major blew up and everyone was playing Pokemon Go. I played it for a little bit, kind of fell off it for a while. Then there was, like, a little resurgence where I had some family members that were getting back into it. So I played more Pokemon Go with them for a little while. So I have some crazy stuff in Go specifically. And then I stopped playing for a while. Like, I wasn't a serious fan. I just played Pokemon Go on and off before then. But then I got into Pokemon Sleep. And with the launch of this game, played it since day one. And now I've been, like, actually in the game. Anyway, it is 8 o'clock my time, which means it is 3 o'clock in the earliest time zone There are probably a lot of people living in that time zone for sure, right? People are definitely not faking it, right? And we'll probably be getting updates on what they have, or their base stats, in the next, like, 5 minutes, if I had to guess. I hope Tortasmo equal. Look up the Infernape versus Electivire fight. He legit went Super Saiyan. That sounds awesome. Pokemon fan for 3 years? How can you even track that? 3 years is like almost, or just over an eighth of my life. You know frequency and inventory already. So now we mostly want to know ingredient. Wait, we already know frequency? We shouldn't know frequency yet. Frequency comes with the initial release. But yes, we know inventory. We need to know ingredient spread, type. Well, we know their typing. Their typing's already been announced. It was in the announcement. So we know their inventory and typing. We need to know their frequency, skills, specialty. That's probably what you were saying, meaning specialty. And yeah, ingredient drop rate will be over a few days. Probably won't be over a few days. It'll probably be over a couple hours. It usually just takes like an hour or two. They've really narrowed that down to a much faster science than it used to be. They just backwards calculate based off the formula. The RP formula. Sorry, mistaken on frequency. Yeah. But frequency will be fast. We'll know it almost right away because they'll just look at it, be like, okay, here's its frequency, and then you can just easily calculate it. The Pokemon Sleep Pilgrims that genuinely all live in Kiribati. There probably is like 1 or 2 people if we're on. I don't know. I don't think that many people live in that time zone in real life. Or like actually. But there are a lot of people that suddenly make a trip to Kiribati. And it's not even like the most populated area of that country too. It's like specifically one of the islands is in that time zone. Because they have their own time zone. Because I looked this up at one point. They have their own dedicated time zone because the country decided, hey, it's stupid that we're over the international date line and the rest of our country is on a different day. It makes things difficult to track. So we're just going to make our own time zone that makes that one earlier than the whole rest of the world so that we can be unified. Okay. I really hope Infernape doesn't outright replace Blaziken for fighting berries. I don't think that's going to be the case. There's 0 that play Pokemon Go or anything Pokemon. Oh, okay. So just nobody lives there that plays Pokemon stuff. Cool. Any updates? Spam refreshing starts now. Some people are like, just wait. VR fan group meetup in Kiribati for the next anniversary event. I'm not flying to Kiribati. It's not where I'm going. If I'm gonna have any sort of fan meetup, it'd be in 2027 in Chicago because they announced that the NAIC is gonna be held there for competitive, and I want to see that. So I've been trying to be like, okay, I'm planning on doing that, and I'd love to meet some fans if any fans are going to be there, but that'd be like the first time that I do any sort of fan meetup or something. If you flew there for new releases, could you classify it as a business expense? I think I actually could. The problem is right now I don't... my expenses are pretty low. And I did the math on it. American taxes. Crazy. But I was like... I didn't have enough business expenses to exceed the standard deduction, so it just wasn't worth it to claim any of my expenses to the channel. I did add that up, though, because I am a huge nerd. I had a spreadsheet tracking all of my Pokemon Sleep-related expenses. But I just took standard deduction in the end. Okay. Sounds super fun. Oh, for NAIC? Yeah. I'm hoping to go to it. It's super close. Well, not super close, but close enough that, like, I could reasonably drive to it. So, if anyone's at the 2027 NAIC, I'm planning on going to it, even if I'm not competing. I don't know if I'll be competing. We'll see. I've heard it's pretty difficult to get in with NAIC. I heard that, like, this last year, it was, like, entrances filled up in, like, minutes of them opening. Seen a YouTube video of someone that actually visited Kiribati and no one there plays Pokemon. Interesting. American taxes. You live in Kiribati now, bro. I'm not moving there. I don't even know what is there. I mean, it looks pretty from images. I will say that. It does look very pretty. Little tropical island. Not for me, though. I'd die in the heat. Okay. Is anyone sharing anything? Oh, yeah. Has anyone posted anything online yet? Has there anyone on Twitter to be like, look, I caught this, finally? We move Wisconsin to the international date line. Oh, if the international date line cut right through the U.S., that would... that would be wild. Okay, let's see. Longest 5 minutes. When will this happen? Well, the timing could be like... Oh, it is longer than 5 minutes at this point. I guess I underestimated how long it would take. We're just waiting for people to share. Let's see, has anyone posted a Turtwig? Has anyone posted any of them? Well, not move the date line, move Wisconsin? I think that would cause a lot more problems. So sad it isn't out yet. I'm so ready to go to bed. It's probably gonna be any time now. Oh! It looks like there's stats on, or some stuff on Empoleon. Or on Piplup. Let's see. Someone posted this ingredient list. Let me see. Evolution variants. It's probably on the Piplup page. Berries, extra helpful. So Ninetales. Alolan Ninetales. That's what they gave it. It's basically Alolan Ninetales, but Steel type. Okay. Yeah, so... Oh, and what's its... 4,500 seconds. Well, that's for Piplup, though. So Piplup 4,500 seconds. That would be terrible. Do they have Empoleon's frequency? That's the last thing that decides if it's viable. Is what is its frequency gonna be? What are other 4,500 second Pokemon evolve into? I wonder. Other 4,500 second Pokemon include Squirtle, Totodile. Okay, so like we expect maybe like Feraligatr. Blastoise speed, so 2,800. That'd be pretty good on a Steel-type Pokemon. If it turns out being 2,800, I think. I don't have the numbers directly on hand. But 2,800 frequency with Steel-type Berry, that would be pretty solid. Piplup Metal, literally. Let's go. Let's see the other two. Looking like Green Grass Expert, 2,800. Is it 2,800? Is it confirmed? That was me just coming up with, like, based off of other Pokemon in the game, what it looks like. Snowdrop Tundra with the big W, finally. Perfectly predicted Empoleon. Trico, also 40... You mean Turtwig? Is Turtwig... Are Turtwig stats out? Turtwig, what do you have for us, buddy? We know nothing on Turtwig. Wait, oh yeah, Turtwig. Okay. Are there any other information? Oh, Turtwig... Skills, I think? I don't know, this is in Japanese. Someone shared this image. I don't know Japanese, and I can't... Oh wait, blue. That's skills, right? This is some sort of energy, so it's either energizing cheer or energy for everyone. S. This is... It could be E4E, or it could be energizing cheer. There's a very big difference. I know this symbol's used for both. It's energy for everyone. Is that the case? A new E for Emon? I don't know Japanese. Oh, it is E for E. Okay, the person who... So, it is energy for everyone. New energy for everyone Pokemon. Okay, that's... I did not call that one. I did not call Turtwig energy for everyone. So now we have a ground type energy for everyone Pokemon. Skill energy for everyone. Yeah. Google AI mode. Oh yeah, I guess I could have done that. Okay. Energy for everyone. That's intriguing. A new healer. A new healer indeed. This is a big win for Top. Makes Top... I bet you they're trying to make it that every island has a dedicated energy for everyone Pokemon. Mushroom too. Yeah, it has Mushroom, Potato, Ginger. Yeah, use Google Translate. Fair enough. I did not use Google Translate. But a lot of people are saying it's energy for everyone. So, we now know what that one does. Now we're just waiting on this monkey. Are they gonna give us... good... Oh wait, whoops, that's an image. Okay. What does Chimchar do? It's looking like green grass expert. Passive mushrooms are always nice. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Especially if you stockpile them. They're high value. Higher value. That Mono Torterra. Oh, good luck hunting a Mono on a skill specialist. Okay. I mean, if it turns out, but yeah. Oh my, I was kind of joking about E for Turtwig. No one catching monkey. Apparently not. No one's reported the monkey yet. Piplup got reported first, followed by Turtwig. We're just waiting on somebody to share. Chimchar where? Where's Chimchar? Me with 3 fully invested E4 thanks! Hey! Expert mode coverage! That's about the trend Chimchar's ingredient. I mean, not necessarily. We've never had all 3 be different. It's possible. But last year, Hoenn starters, 2 were berry, 1 was skills, so... they really could go any which way. In the past, it was always all 3 were the same. So... let's see. I'm not seeing anything for Chimchar yet. Boo. Chimchar... Oh! It's in... They made Skeledirge again? Wait. Someone... Do one of you guys just purport... Oh, I wish the fire starters would stay fire instead of being fighting, assuming Tepig Final Evo is going to be fighting too. I mean, I think that's just they just don't want to overload us with fire-type Pokemon. That would make Entei too powerful, right? I'm kidding. Oh yeah, I forgot they had this infographic now. No, it sucks for Chimchar. Is that actually what it is? Chimchar got... end? Okay. So where are you going now? I mean... I don't know. I still need to figure out more of the stats, because, like, do they actually have the frequency on this thing yet? I want to see more of the stats. Monkey. It sounds like they did the monkey the dirtiest. Apple as A ingredient is rough, because Skeledirge is... If that is what it is... I'm not seeing the stats here yet. He's good. He's one of my favorite ones. Okay. I made it up. Thought it was obvious silliness. Oh, fair enough. Glad you made that up. No one's found it yet, though. Nobody has... How has nobody reported Fiery Herb Farmer? That would make sense. I don't think we have a... Well, I think Typhlosion makes Fiery Herbs, but it's also a Berrymon. Our best herb farmer right now is Dragonite. Rayon says skill. I made up the apple thing. Fair enough. If they did make it, that's crazy, so random. Oh, energy for everyone. Yeah, okay. Oh, Chimchar's skill. Apparently, it just got reported. Chimchar's a skill specialist. I don't know what type, though. People in the chat just said that, or in the Discord. That was Chew. I'd be like, this really do not like fire. It's a skills mon. What skill, though? What skill? Oh yeah, Growlithe does make herbs. It has herbs and coffee, apparently. What skill? This is the most important fact. Why? Berry Burst. Berry Burst main skill. Fighting type Berry Burst. They're giving us 2 Berry Burst Pokemon for Lapis? Okay. Once again, it does matter its skill rate and its frequency. Well, its frequency 4100 in base form. That is pretty or not. Nah, that's pretty. That's kind of a good omen. Yo, ooh, Well, someone called it. Lapis literally easiest island. Once again, it's not necessarily. I'm not gonna sound the alarm bells yet because we don't know its frequency. And we don't know its skill rate yet. They could still take them on like this with a skills mon with Berry Burst and make it bad. They haven't done that yet. And my guess is they won't. But not confirmed good yet, even if it is Berry Burst. 4100 frequency, he is Speedy Boy. I mean, that's not that fast. That's... 4100 is the speed of a Stuffle. Just faster than a Metapod. Well, just faster than Swablu. But then again, that's a 2-stage, so Skeledirge is just below it in speed. If we just assume 1 up, that would put it around an estimation of... Let's see, what's Skeledirge's frequency? Skeledirge is 2700. We assume like 1 tier up from there, but put around 2600, around the same frequency as Blaziken. Ish. Trico's speed at base? 2300, but also... Remember, Trico has a different berry, so... Or Trico's... No, never mind. Sorry. Sceptile's 2300. Trico is 4500. So I guess that's also not like perfect measurement, because that would actually point towards being faster. Actually, 4100 is pretty fast for a base 3-stage starter, but also that doesn't perfectly relate to things. Devs really like Lapis. It has to be faster. Not necessarily, because they could give it a higher skill trigger rate. They could make it focus more on the skill and less on the base frequency portion of it, like they did with Sceptile. Another Sceptile's Pokemon Sleep. Just higher proc rate. Sure though. Where does Fighting Berry rank? 27 points. So it's a bit weaker than Grassberry, which is 30. So given that, if it wanted to be the same as Sceptile in productivity, it would need to be 11% faster at base. Like, it would have to have 11% more productivity, basically. Or productivity of berries and skills combined. We are watching on my big 4K TV. Glad to be on the 4K TV. That's quite the honor. So, live YouTube recording. Blaziken found dead in a ditch. Once again, I'm not going to say it's dead in the ditch yet, because this is like... We don't know its trigger rate. I'm never going to get hyped about it before I actually see the raw numbers. Although they tend to not make... They like to make new things good. But they don't always. They gave us Sandslash. Okay, so live YouTube recording. Torchic is the only Berry Fighting S Hoenn starter I have. It sucks that I got Power Creep first. Once again, not guaranteed Power Creep yet. We don't know for sure. I'm going to... I mean, it could be. It absolutely could be. Probably is. The big probably, but... They could give it garbage trigger rates still. Devs, go back and give Blaziken a cool skill. That's the big problem with Blaziken. It was never bad. It's an alright mon. It's just not exciting. It's so lame. like this whole design is like... Charge Energy S on a Berrymon is just so lame. I don't know. It's boring. But crazy sand slash stray. Check out Empoleon. Oh, we have frequency now on Empoleon. That's good. I can actually start running some numbers then. 3,200. Okay, that's pretty slow. That's pretty gosh dang slow. That doesn't actually bode well for it, in my opinion. Because Alolan Ninetales... Now, granted, Alolan Ninetales does have a weaker berry, but only by 1 point, because it's 32 versus 33. Alolan Ninetales is 2,900, which is significantly faster than that. I actually am worried that might not be good for Empoleon. Let's see. I'm gonna run at level 70. Berry Finding S. So, like, it's probably gonna be worse than Steelix for sure, right? Steelix, its main competitor, is 3,000. And what was it? 3,200? I think that's, like, oof. Yeah, Steelix is gonna be better for Steel-type berries. But also, Empoleon theoretically can proc on itself, get more Steel Berries that way. If we compare it to another Pokemon of the same, like, style, like the Alolan Ninetales. Oof, don't want helping bonus on there. This is not bad. Yeah. Actually, this is kind of mid. Empoleon, they kind of slashed it with the frequency. This is definitely mid, in my mind. They made it way slower than it needed to be. Okay, alright, Mudkip's still the best starter release. If you haven't, on an invested Blaziken, it isn't instantly useless, even... Yeah, that's also true. Mudkip's still the best starter release. Blaziken def the most sauceless of the three, even Swampert has tasty chance. 0 aura. It's gonna be whichever Berry Burst starter you find first, then Meganium and or Blaziken SP. Maybe. Isn't Blaziken useless now? Okay, we can't make conclusions until we have the stats, people. Similar to Sepal, Power Creeping Meg. Alright, Steelix is 20 plus Pip. That's also true. Well, it's 16 for Onix. Also doesn't mean you have to try and hunt for Steelix. Also infinitely cheaper than Steelix. Very good point. But also, another competitor I'd have is Raichu. And Raichu isn't that far off from Steelix productivity. So, that's a real... Unless you make the expert mode argument, but... specialty berries. If we make this instead of skill rate, we want it to show berry... Well, we'll show its total strength. At level 70, just because why not? Final Evo. Like... Wait, what was that saying? Oh. We'll assume Berry Finding S as well, because that makes a big difference. Yeah, Raichu... Wait, what? Oh, I didn't... I have them sorted by ID. That's funny. Okay, total strength. That's what we want to sort them by. So yeah, Raichu and Steelix are up here. Empoleon's right around in the Butterfree Houndoom range. Butterfree Houndoom range. And that's with the calculation in this game. Like... The calculation in Rain on X, I can go into this quite a bit. It really, really favors Alolan Ninetales and Empoleon. Especially if I were to do something like max out their main skill. Because it assumes that its skill is always proccing on itself. Which is why, like, Alolan Ninetales always comes up as, like, insane when you make these calculations. Although it looks like they might have balanced that a little bit more. Because it's no longer popping up as, like, the top mon. Select all berries. Yeah, it's no longer doing that anymore. That's funky. Okay, okay, we're just gonna do base, because that's more realistic for a Berrymon. Yeah, it's right around Butterfree Banette range. It's Sleeper's legal, guys. It's Sleeper's legal. Wait a minute, it's Sleeper's legal. The most sauce. They give Empoleon a crazy proc rate. That's true. If it's got a crazy, crazy skill proc rate, that could redeem it. That absolutely could redeem it. Make it like a pseudo dual specialist. That could actually redeem it quite a bit. Isn't accurate. It still has a 20% ingredient rate, which is the placeholder. Ah, okay. Let's Okay, wait, I didn't think about that. 20% ingredient rate. Let's just take that out of the calculation. And go for this. Where is it? You can see that I'm navigating the new... Always full. Okay. I think I need to refresh the page now for that, though, which means I might need to reconfigure everything for that specific change to take hold. Okay, Berry Mons, Berry Fighting S. We only want to see final evolutions. Sorted by total strength. If we take ingredients out of it, then, okay, maybe it's not necessarily Sleeper's legal. We'll have to see when its ingredient rate settles. What is the rule for Sleeper's legal? It has to be below the 50th percentile. So, like, specifically when I do... If I have this set up for infinite inventory and always max energy, is the way that I always say. And then... all berries. Oh, I have to refresh the page for this to take hold, though. Specifically, the inventory changes don't auto-update, I've noticed in the past. So, Final Evo, berries, Berry Finding S, select all berries. So if it's above the 50th percentile, there are currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times 1, 2, 3, 4. 7 times 4, 28, plus 2, there's 30. So the bottom 15 mons are legal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, up to Banette. That's not quite the case, though, because Halloween Hat Pikachu only counts as one entrance, which means to be the bottom 15, so it actually goes up to Dodrio. So Empoleon's comfortably Sleeper's legal, because these two would only be... Yeah, because Dodrio would be the 15th. I round up for allowing Pokemon. So it's probably going to be Sleeper's legal, with how slow they made it. What was Empoleon's ingredients? That's a very good question. Its ingredients are... egg, leek, honey. That's an interesting mix of ingredients, but... Okay. Yo, that's crazy. Sleeper's legal. Actually, wait a minute. I have a hunt for my second account now. Wait a minute. This is actually huge for the sleepers. I have access... Before this, Okay, I guess I was able to hunt Banette. I had Banette and Halloween Hat Pikachu for the sleepers. Now I have another Pokemon I can hunt for Old Gold Power Plant berry coverage. Oh, man. Torterra is going to be very good for top expert. Catching a good one in the box. Yeah, that would be kind of nice. Steelix breathes a sigh of relief. Wait, Pokemon already out? Yeah, they're out. We have some base stats. We don't have all the numbers yet. But we know what they do. We're still waiting on a lot of information. What's Infernape's frequency? Because that can make a big difference. Is that out yet? No, it's not. They made Empoleon very mid. I hate to say it, but it's mid. Unless they give it a bonkers skill trigger rate. That's the only way they could recover it. If it's got just the most bonkers skill trigger rate in the world, then that could recover it. But then it'd be a Berrymon that really heavily focuses on its main skill. So now we're waiting to know... These last two are going to be a bit more... It's going to take a while before we fully know them. Just because they have more factors that play into whether or not they're going to be good. Like, Berrymons is primarily just frequency that decides. But Skillsmons, their skill trigger rate and frequency are both very vital to their viability. Okay, honestly, if they have Empoleon be a berry specialist, I'll be more than happy. Well, I'll let you know, it is a berry specialist. It's just a very mid-berry specialist. What's its main skill? Its main skill is extra helpful, so it's a Steel-type Alolan Ninetales, basically. Or Bonkers ingredient rate. You don't really want crazy ingredient rates on Berrymons, because then they're not actually producing the berries. Then you run into the whole slacking problem. Just becomes kind of like slacking. So you don't really want to see a high ingredient rate, because higher ingredient rate eats into the berries, which especially with steel-type berries, that would be huge. The leeks are not going to be producing more strength than what steel berries can do, so that would honestly be more of a drawback. The leeks it's producing are just going to be supplemental. Nothing crazy. Such a typical Pokemon move that the firefighting types are stepping on each other's toes. You know, I didn't even think about that. They're kind of trying to do the same thing. Blaziken just produces fighting berries. Infernape produces fighting berries. That's really it. Do you know their skill already? Yeah, they're all already public. Infernape is... It doesn't show here, but it's a Berry Burst skills mon. If I refresh this, it'll probably update. No, it doesn't, but that's what it is. I think it shows it on the Chimchar page. Torterra, energy for everyone, ground type. So, skip Piplup. I mean... Probably. It depends on your account. Depends on your account, and also, like I said, does kind of still depend upon its skill trigger rate. That is a way they could save this. I'm just not seeing that being the case. As of right now, we have Alolan Ninetales as the best framework for what a berry specialist with the skill is. Now, I will say, extra helpful on a steel-type berry specialist is fundamentally actually, like, really, really good. Oh, wow. Unsettled. Oh, yeah, these are still just filler placeholder numbers. 2.5% and, yeah. So, ignore the numbers here, because this is... There's literally nothing to this. They just added a random number. But Alolan Ninetales pretty powerful because of its access to Extra Helpful S as a main skill. Since the skill is actually stronger on a berry specialist than on a skill specialist, because it always has a chance to proc on itself. On a skill specialist, that's a bad thing, because they don't get that much out from the main skill. But if a berry specialist procs and it hits itself, that's almost what it wants. That's almost the best case scenario for it. So, it fundamentally is a better main skill on a berry specialist than a skill specialist. But, so if they give it some crazy... If it triggers its main skill around the same time as, like, actual skill specialists, then this still could be very good. I'd be surprised if they do that. They seem to be very conservative with Alolan Ninetales, specifically. So I'd be surprised if they did that with Empoleon. Let's see. Main skill productivity. Let's see. Charts. We want... There. So if we look at the... We're just going to only include the... Well, we'll leave those other ones in. You see here, Alolan Ninetales procs less than a Growlithe. Like, that's unevolved. So... I mean, we'll see. These ratings are not correct yet, because it's still using the filler data, but it's going to need to be a crazy high skill trigger rate for this to be considered a decent mon, in my opinion. Saving my biscuits then, thanks for the info. Pretty cool that Torterra is not Arcanine in any capacity for once. Arcanine? Oh, like terrible, okay. I see. Arcanine crap. That's what I'm gonna say. What do I do if I have Sceptile, Blaziken, 3 Healers, and a Steelix? Enjoy the event. Have fun. I mean, you can hunt some Pokemon. I mean, personally, I'd say it's not the worst thing to catch Torterra in that circumstance. Because we don't know how the other islands are going to look as far as expert mode goes. And if it ends up being fixed, I could see the case for having a healer for every island, which I think is kind of what they're trying to do. Because we have a electric type, so OGPP's covered. We have ground now, so top's covered. Cyan's always had the fairies. Snowdrop. Does Snowdrop have a healer? I don't think it does yet. Lapis has Gardevoir, Olgo Power Plant, Pawmot, and Amber Canyon has Shuckle. So, Snowdrop is the only island missing a healer now. So, I don't care about Thordizzy. He's my favorite Pokemon. I'm using him. I love him. I mean, he might be good. We don't know. The only one that now that we know is probably not that great is Empoleon. Snowdrop Tundra kinda has Chansey. I guess it does have Blissey. It's just Amber Canyon does have Shuckle. So, remember, Shuckle. Wait, is Torterra confirmed E4E? I don't see its skill. It's not updated. Go check, if you check its Prevo. If you check Turtwig, it shows it. They just haven't technically confirmed it on Torterra. So, I can't imagine this would be a thing they'd skill change, though, between the base evolution and the final. They just haven't posted it on Torterra yet, because it technically hasn't been confirmed, because nobody's taken a screenshot of Torterra and submitted it yet. That's why you're not seeing it like that. But Turtwig has it, so we can reasonably assume that Torterra is going to have it. We just don't know for sure yet. Snowdrop Tundra has Umbreon. I guess Umbreon does exist. That is a thing. But it's also, like, literally the worst healer possible. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, anytime. So, if I had to rank them in viability, I don't know. It's too difficult to say right now. But healer, I mean, if it's decent as a healer, then, like, any healer is going to be viable. Like, instantly. Energy for everyone is just that powerful. The better question is, will you need it? Most people who already have healers probably won't need it, necessarily. But it's probably going to be the most viable of the three. Most likely. Infernape could go either way. We have to wait and see those rates. Empoleon, is mid. Probably. Like, 95% chance Empoleon's just mid. I have no coverage for OGPP, but I have 3 months for Lapis and Energy for everyone, so I'll probably go for all of them equally. Fair enough. Makes sense. Blazing is triple speed in BFS, so less Infernape Sceptile levels are good. Only passively hunt for it. Makes sense. Let's imagine it is on the same lane as Pawmont. What would be the best sub-skills? Well, best sub-skills are going to be the same for every healer. So, technically, I will have to run numbers later on BFS index for these other two. And I will need to update the infographic. I'll probably post that later tonight. Because I've been wanting to update it for a while. Well, actually, when you guys did update it for me. That's right. Who was that? Cow Tools, a member of the Discord. I haven't posted them publicly yet. They've just been in the Discord. Well, I guess that is public, but I haven't posted them, like, across multiple Pokemon Sleep platforms. Because I was waiting on the Sinnoh starters. Let's... Torterra. I mean, run Torterra as a cute meme mon already. TBH. Already got a busted Gardevoir, and Empoleon's probably an absolute catch. And that's simply due to Steelix being expensive to catch and maintain. I mean, I'm probably not gonna bother with Empoleon. Seeing its numbers, I'm just not convinced by it. Unless it procs the skill a lot. I think that I'd be better off just running a different berry at that point. Most likely, like, any week there's going to be 3 berries you could run. I'm fine with Steel not being one that I can ever have a berry specialist for. You don't need perfect coverage on everything. Even if you just have, like, 10 of the 18 types, most weeks you're going to have a berry specialist. So, I'm fine with Steel being one I don't have the coverage for, if this is the best option that isn't Steelix. Like I said, less extra helpful turns out to be cracked on it. We own... you know Turtwig's ingredients? Turtwig's ingredients are coffee... Oh, no, it's mushroom, potato, ginger. Infernape was the one with coffee, I believe. Had coffee and herbs, I know. But Turtwig, mushroom, potato, ginger. I don't know what you can do with that, specifically. We do have this infographic. Is there anything with, like, ginger and mushroom? Mushroom and potato are in Scald Chunky Salad. Which, I'll be honest, I kind of forgot was added to the game. Anything with mushroom and ginger? Mushroom and ginger, I don't know. Okay, Infernape 2400 seconds. That's... that doesn't bode too well. That's slower than Sceptile, and it's got a weaker berry. Ooh. If that is the case, if it is 2400 seconds, that is rough. I mean, skill trigger rate could be cracked, though. That's the other thing. Skill trigger rate. If they give it a crazy high skill trigger rate, it doesn't matter. It just means that it's not going to be a Sceptile situation of hunt for berry, finding S first, skill trigger second. It might be more flipped the other way, if it's more focused on skills. But if it's 2400 seconds, that's not amazing. Because that's slower than Sceptile, while also having a significantly weaker berry. Do we know their ingredients yet? We know Turtwig's ingredients are these. Empoleon's ingredients are... I think it was egg, leek, honey. Yeah. Infernape is herb, ginger, coffee. There you go. Zingzap, coffee, ginger. Oh, yeah, that's true. Mushroom and gingers and Zingzap. How did I forget about Zingzap? I use it all the time. How did Empoleon compare to a low Ninetales and extra helpful triggers on itself sometimes, so those extra berries? Yeah, it does, and that's why I'm saying it's still not completely dead. Because we do need to know its skill trigger rate is the last unsettled data that could theoretically save it. It's just, it's a Berrymon. I can't imagine them giving it such a crazy skill trigger rate that it's going to really rescue it from just being mid. Sceptile is 2300 seconds, yeah. Neroli's Restorative Tea. That's also true. Makes it the same as Braviary. Oh, oh yeah, I guess... Okay, Braviary's not bad, and it's 2400 seconds. Maybe I just Sceptile skewing my perspective. Because, okay, it's better than Braviary's berries, so maybe that's not actually that bad, but... How fast is 2000-hour badge Monferno? It's not gonna be faster. I doubt that would be the case. I'll check it, but... What is Monferno's frequency? 3100. I think it speeds it up by like 14% or something. I think it's 7%. 2883. I think. Or 2666. It's gonna be slower. You're getting one guide. That's disappointment on the penguin. I mean, it could be alright. Be happy. You won't have to make Zingzap. Yeah! They're not all specialists, guys. You have recommendations for flower usage? The route that I'm probably going seeing these starters is probably going to be blue. Blue, red, purple, yellow, white is probably going to be my route. I'm not going to be too crazy about hunting any of these, to be honest. Well, maybe Chimchar. We'll have to see its skill trigger rate on Chimchar. Or not Chimchar, Infernape. Because I don't have a good Fighting Berry specialist, so maybe I'll do... Like, put the yellow one earlier if you're more interested in hunting Pokemon, but I think I'm definitely going to do blue first. Surprised it did E3 on a starter. I'm not that surprised by it. Just because, like I said, I think they want to get E3 at every island. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see an Ice, Dark, or Normal energy for everyone within the next year. Just because I think they're prepping us for expert modes. And, like, I think this is a clue that we all should be, like, readying for expert modes by getting an energy for everyone everywhere. Go to OGPP to avoid the boosted spawns of these new starters. I mean... It depends on what you need. Like, if you don't need a ground-type Ephraimon, that doesn't interest you, then go for it. Like, I don't know. I really want to see how they'll screw up Conjurer Superior next year. Don't ruin Snick. Joke's on you, they skipped to Gen 6 and then go out of order. They've gone out of order before. First anniversary, they gave us Paldean starters. Realistically, I expect next year we're probably going to get the Gen 10 starters. Because they're going to play off the Gen 10 hype. And that's what's released in 2027. So that's what I'm expecting for 2027, is not to get Gen 5, but for them to skip to Gen 10. Because I think that's why we got Gen 9 first, because it was the newest generation, and they wanted to play on new generation hype. Okay, anyway. Empoleon having leaks seems good, at least. I mean, it's useful. That's some value. But, I don't know. It's probably not going to produce much. It's kind of on the slower side. its ingredient list only has 1 and 2. That's not that many leeks. And I'm guessing its ingredient rate is going to be mid at best as a berry specialist. Because if the ingredient rate is too high, that'll make it worse. So, if it produces a sizable amount of leeks, then it's not making enough berries, which is really what it wants to do. And at that point, you just want it to be like, you just want a Quaquaval or Farfetch'd. Vigoroth. Oh yeah, Vigoroth does, yeah. 2400 seconds, that's fast. If she said unevolved. Yeah, okay. When you realize we're getting another firefighting type next year, Gen 10 would be a nice change. That's my thoughts, is I think we're getting Gen 10 ones next year. Winds and Waves release date has not been confirmed yet. Winds and Waves, they just said 2027. So, I mean, it could be 2028. We don't know what, if Winds and Waves is released later in the year, then maybe, but they didn't say July, or they didn't say a year, or time of year. They just said 2027. My theory is what that means is they want to release it early 2027, but they don't want to say early 2027 because they want to give themselves buffer in case it's taking longer than they expect. That's my thoughts. And they're giving themselves that flexibility. I play the game for a good version of each one. I'll probably start with Turtwig. I'm probably, you know what, I'll probably hunt Turtwig, because I do see value in having an E for every island. They usually do November, no? Maybe. I think that's a common time for releases. But, like I said, it's not confirmed yet, so I wouldn't count on it. Any info on Empoleon's skill rate? No. Anything on... Well, we have Infernape frequency. We're probably going to have to wait a little while before we start seeing skill trigger rates. Which are really going to be the things that decide these Pokemon's viability. All of them. That's going to be the last nail in the coffin for their viability, is what are their frequency, or their skill trigger rates. My personal guess would be usually mid-late November. Maybe. If that's the case, if it comes out mid-late November, then 2028 will probably get the Gen 10 starters in sleep. But I'm guessing whatever is the earliest they can have the Gen 10 starters to sleep because the games are already out, the next anniversary will get Gen 10 starters. I feel like it's almost guaranteed. Who will you be hunting? Mostly either I mean, I really don't know yet. Depends on these guys' skill trigger rates. Once we know those factors, then I'll be able to tell you, but Turtwig is top and Greengrass only. Oh, and Lapis. Isn't Fernape, or where's Chimchar spawn? Sleep Styles at top Amber Canyon. Top seems pretty promising to me right now, because I'm not that interested in Empoleon. I got plenty of berry coverage for Old Gold Power Plant. So it being as mid as it is, while also I have a phenomenal Raichu squad, I'm probably gonna be ignoring Empoleon. So, which is a shame, because he's probably my favorite. Well, I don't know. I like Torterra a lot, too. But I'm not a fan for Fernape. Okay, and we're fighting berries. Oh, gosh. Hey, mate, I commented on one of your videos. I was wondering if you could do a video for team analysis. Oh, yeah, I did see your comment. I didn't respond to it yet, but, I do intend... I was already, before I saw that comment, that I do intend to make a video on the new Rayon X layout. It's just, I need to learn it myself. You'll already see that I'm clicking through things a lot slower than I do nowadays, because they changed a lot. And, like, I know production comparison pretty well. But outside of production comparison, especially, like, team analysis, they really changed things in here. So, I want to teach it to myself first before I make a video to try and teach other people. Top Hall will be best for Turtwig and Chimchar. Yeah. That's most likely my best... That's my most likely place right now. Is top, I'd say. But I might not be interested in Infernape at all, depending upon, you know, its production. Well, if X Promote is coming, they need to adjust the starter level by 15% to reward our commitment to playing. Seems I'm trying to figure out if I can M20 Canyon for the second week. Yeah, I mean, that's a good goal if you have Pokemon to do it, but didn't they remove certain tools for free accounts? I have no clue what is and is not premium. The only way I would know that is by the little symbols, because I always operate on a premium account. Lapis for Turtwig Trico, though? Well, Trico's not boosted. So, if you're going there for Trico, you might be disappointed, because you're probably going to see a lot more of these guys. You'll probably see more of this. Mention you'll want to do the mid-year tier list soon. When do you think you'll stream it? That'll probably be soon. You'll probably see an announcement about it within the next week. To be honest, I intend on... My hope is to do it next Tuesday night. Or even, like, evening. I don't know, though. We'll see. Not guaranteed yet. Tentatively, I'm planning it next Tuesday night. Wait, next Tuesday? No, this upcoming Tuesday, probably. It might be in 2 days, honestly. Actually, that would be a really fast turnaround. I don't know. We'll see. It might actually be next Monday night. No, not Monday night. I'd be too tired. I have to think about my schedule. I'm planning it to be within the next couple weeks, so stay tuned for that. Maybe it'll be next Saturday. I don't know. Stay tuned for it, though. I want to give it a little bit of time to see the meta settle after we learn about Infernape and I run more numbers on these three. Any info on skill trigger rates? No. Nothing there. This guy? People are probably working harder on these guys' skill trigger rates because they're actually skill specialists. Do it in 2 days because I work. I could do it this Tuesday. I don't have... I have a day off next Tuesday, this upcoming Tuesday, so I could do it coming Tuesday. I'm completely free. I have nothing planned that day. It's just, I don't know, it might be too soon of a turnaround to really know how these guys are going to be. I guess I'm going back to top, but no pressure. Been watching you exclusively for sleep. Thanks for putting up this info, friend. Anytime, anytime. I'm not surprised you're watching me exclusively for sleep, because that's literally my whole channel. At least this channel. I do have a second channel for Champions content, but this is... Yeah, if you're on this channel, it's for sleep, because that's all I do. Well, I do more than sleep in real life. It's just, I'm saying Pokemon sleep is what this channel's for. I started up because there wasn't enough sleep content, I felt. And I was like, I want more sleep content out there. I want more sleep content to consume. Like, maybe instead of consuming it, I can just make it for other people that are like me. So, yeah. Wait, is it an official that Empoleon is in fact Berry Specialist and that Infernape is Berry Burst? Yes. Those are both official. However, Empoleon's frequency, they kind of gutted it. It's not bad. It's just like mid. It's like a Butterfree. It's technically Sleeper's legal, depending upon its ingredient and skill trigger rates, but it's probably going to end up being Sleeper's legal. If that gives you any idea of how mid they made it with its frequency. 3200's on the slower side. That's the same frequency as Umbreon, Crustle, Mawile. Just to get, it's the same frequency as a Vigoroth before Ribbons, to give you an idea. So, yeah, that frequency crazy. Yeah, more Pokemon sleepers, the better. As much as I don't like seeing one of my favorite starters be very mid in this game, for most people, I am very happy to know that my secondary account can use it. And it'll probably be one of the best Pokemon on the secondary account, because it's like right near the middle, where it's like barely Sleepers legal. I was not expecting to get a new Sleepers legal Pokemon tonight. I'm gonna be honest, I thought they'd love their starters a bit more. I am shocked. I am absolutely shocked that they made it mid as they did. Also, we have an incoming meme. I I just saw this on the side and was like, I have to. Uh, Fernape is my favorite of the three, so I'm hoping it's decent. Yeah. Agreed. I've been struggling the past 2 years. I got into sleep to help me, and your channel has been a part of my daily ritual. Thank you for your channel. Anytime. Glad to have you as a viewer. I love the game. I'll be honest, my passion for it has slowed down a little bit, but not like in a bad way. And I kind of thought about making like a channel update video at some point because, like, I just don't have the same like fire, as much of a fire for it as I once did. I still love the game, but I'm not checking it as often as I once did. I'm not as like gung-ho about making videos for it, and like lately I've been so focused on like champions and work and even taking care of family members that like I just haven't had as much time for the channel. But I still put in what I try to. I still try to get those daily videos out to you guys almost all the time, and I enjoy doing that. And I still enjoy the channel, but I always said that I'm not going to make a video if I don't want to. So, yeah. And I still want to. So as long as I'm making videos, that should be a good sign. I'm not burnt out. It's just I'm not as crazy as I once was. Anyway, Extra pull on Berrymont is pretty good, though. Yes, it is. Very good. So it is expected that Infernape is the best, like Sceptile. We don't know yet. We need to know skill trigger rate. Frequency is mediocre. A little bit better than Braviary. It's the same frequency as Braviary, but Braviary's got a weaker berry, so it's better than Braviary. Nihilate OGPB Demon incoming. Maybe one day. She from my not fully evolved account. Torterra probably goes kind of crazy. Energy for everyone on that account, and currently double trigger Curlia will be the only passable healer. Well, we'll see. I hope Grodel serves you well. We got our Berry Steel Specialist, but at what cost? Insert Infernape's paw. Same though, I'm not nearly as involved with the game as... Yeah. Halloween has potential one day. Yeah, it really... like, this is gonna be... I hope it has a good trigger rate, because that'd be actually really... I will say, if they give it a phenomenal trigger rate, that would actually make it a really interesting Pokemon. Because I've always said that I love the idea of extra helpful on a berry specialist. I've fully invested my Alolan Ninetales with main skill seeds because I think it is so powerful. But the trigger rate on Alolan Ninetales is just like atrocious. And honestly, unless it's on like a full team of berry specialists, it's probably actually not that great of an investment of main skill seeds. But I think it's cool. If this thing has a really high skill trigger rate, then having that like blend of getting extra helpful to maybe a bit more meta might actually be very interesting to see. I'd like to see it be cool in that way. Anyway, do the passion thing, Joe. I feel like the apex is when you get your first few level 60 mons and you get a massive power spike. Yeah, probably. I think it's just, yeah, I'm at a point in the game that it's a lot more chill. A lot more laid back. I don't need to worry about min-maxing as much. I've mastered 20 to every island except for Greengrass Expert. So that's really the only long-term goal I'm working towards. So, like, it's like, I want to progress my account. I want to catch new things. I still am on fire for the game in that way. But it's like, my goals, what are they? Like, Master 20, Greengrass Expert is like the only long-term goal. Other than that, it's like, make all these little things. Get the badges. Get the... It's just enjoy the game. And that's what I'm doing. But that doesn't require me to check the app all the time. That doesn't require me to make meals consistently. It doesn't require me to sit down and plan out for hours how I'm going to go about Master 20ing an island. Although when I do get around to trying to do it for Greengrass Expert, that's going to be a hassle. I don't even want to think about that. But I'm glad you're able to put time aside for us. Hopefully you see that there is a community behind you, but it's your favorite starter from these three. My favorite starter? Honestly, okay, in the past I would always say Empoleon. I love its typing in the base games. Water, Steel is such a cool typing. It's the only Pokemon to have that. But as far as design goes, I think Torterra is my favorite design. But like Empoleon is just cool because it is so unique in its typing. But I do not like Infernape. I do not like him. I was talking about this earlier. I don't like any of the firefighting starters. They're my 3 least favorite starters of the entire franchise. Are the 3 firefighting guys. Recently, it feels like the game has just been giving us different Pokemon doing similar things. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Empoleon looks like a skilled Pokemon, so hopefully higher trigger rate. You know, that would be cool. I do want to see it have a chance of viability. If it has a high... Whoa, wait. Whoa, wait a minute. Is this real? It might actually... Did they actually get... Okay, wait, we might have some numbers. 16.5%? Hold up. That's like an actual estimate. Now, granted, it's estimate because they could... What? Okay, maybe they did do the like... So for comparison, Alolan Ninetales is 2.8%. If this initial estimate is correct, then we might have something here. That would be insane. I'm guessing this is just initial math weirdness. There's no... That would be... That'd be higher than Arcanine, wouldn't it? Like... Or what's Gallade skill trigger rates? Hold up. This is... I don't think this is real. I genuinely don't think it's real. That's an insane trigger rate if it is real. It's a big... Nothing ever happened. Something happened to you. No one... It's like an Undertaker out of the cup. It's what your minimum trigger rate would be. What is slacking rate? I can check. I'm gonna guess this is just... Slacking is like a third of that. 16% is... I'm just gonna say it now, that is not real. If that is real, then this is absurd. Where is... They have it as a very specific... Always true. It would never double trigger. That's correct. It would not double bank skills because it is not a skills specialist. Even so, you'd have to be checking the app often to fully take advantage of that. But that is like categorically insane. Because if I'm right, it's faster. Or no, it's slow. It is bonkers slow. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm seeing some corrections online. Let me refresh the page. This might be more real. Okay, I think they had it swapped with the ingredient rate. I think they made a typo. This is way more reasonable, though. That was like a jump scare. My goodness, I saw 16.7. I was like, what the? Okay. It was, hope they're factoring out the 1.5x. Okay, I just refreshed to it. It says 3.8. Yeah, it's 3.8 now. 3.8. 3.8 is kind of high. That's higher than Ninetales. But Ninetales is also faster, so that does... a little bit. Meanwhile, it looks like they have an initial estimate for Infernape as well at 3.3%. Oh, this is fully settled. Okay, we can actually run full comparisons now for Infernape. Okay, that's good to know. Let's do this. We can finally run full comparisons. We have all the info on Infernape now. Come on, Raynon. Do your thing. Oh man, at that point, making Empoleon very special would just be a balancing choice rather than an accurate estimation of what the mon is. Yeah, I mean, similar to Sceptile. Okay, I'm gonna make a Berry Finding S build Infernape first. Yeah, we're gonna do a Berry Finding S build with maxed out skill level, and then a balanced build, so skill trigger. Because Berry Burst Pokemon are weird. Oh wait, these are still showing 20. This hasn't updated yet. Gosh darn it. Ah, production comparison hasn't updated yet. And these are wrong. Okay, well, we'll have it prepped for whenever it is ready. And then we'll just make a full skill build. Oh, oops. Darn it. I pressed the wrong buttons. Okay. Based on this, it looks like skill build is a little bit meh. We're just gonna say, like, we're gonna say Lapis. And then we're gonna throw in one that's actually a Sceptile, because that's the best comparison for the same island. Well, we'll see when the numbers actually like settle in the production comparison. But 2.8 versus 3.3. Well, this is still assuming 2.0 because it hasn't updated yet. So it's got a much higher trigger rate than what we're seeing here. But also, yeah, 3.3 is... Oh, I don't think that's great. So what's Sceptile? Sceptile's faster with a 3.0. Yeah, this is going to be kind of... Okay. Infinite, nothing ever happens, crowd stays winning. No frequency for Torterra yet is interesting. Torterra E4E Groudon is coming. That'd be cool. I would like to see... Actually, that could be a very cool thing for next year. A Groudon Kyogre event. They could... Maybe it could be our first passive effects. Whenever they're on the field, it could be raining or extra sunny. And that could have some, like, passive bonus. Aside from their main skill. That'd be cool. Fire-type berries increased by 10% strength or something, because 50% would be broken. And that's what it is in the base games, but still. Or water berries. Anyway, no Torterra frequency yet. That is interesting. No one's evolved their Torterra yet, I guess. No one's evolved it to report. Is Empoleon settled yet? No, it's still estimate numbers. Have they updated production comparison with the correct numbers yet? No, they're probably working on all the other stuff before they update production comparison. Yo, weather. Weather would be cool. I approve of that. Although then poor Tyranitar. Would they have to buff Tyranitar to make it set Sandstorm? V-Raptor Visionary. I'm just imagining a sandstorm now across the screen. What's funny is if they made it boost rock berries, Tyranitar wouldn't benefit. He would just set the weather, and that'd be it. Groudon and Kyogre's passive effect is that you'll randomly hear them fighting from your phone speaker while you're sleeping. Snowdrop gets shafted again. Ooh. Okay. It definitely looks like some of the comparisons that I'm seeing are very mid on Blaziken. I think, or not Blaziken, Infernape. I think I'm seeing some people showing that it's working in team analysis. Is Infernape coming up correctly in team analysis? Because if so, then we can maybe compare in here. Let's see. Oh, I don't know how to read this new team analysis yet. Details. Is it the right trigger rate? Skill stats. Is it guessing this correctly? Or is this using the numbers of 2%? I don't know if this is using 2% or if it's using the actual number. I'm gonna guess it's using the 2%, because that would put it significantly behind Sceptile, like significantly behind it, so... Tyranitar is the OG. Hope you don't plan to quit. I don't plan to quit anytime soon. Anytime soon. Weather singing with IRL weather would be peak. That'd be interesting, but I'd feel bad, like, because that's gonna be dependent on climate, right? So, like, if it was weather, like, if it's raining real life, and that caused all fire berries to be weaker, then if you lived in, like, Seattle, then it's like, well, might as well never go for fire Pokemon. Like, that's the only problem with weather syncing with real life weather. It'd be cool and neat, but it would make things very interesting for, like, certain climates. Sad that Kyogre couldn't stack with Suicune. Yeah. Details tab is mostly the same as the old team analysis. Details tab? Like... Oh, okay, I see. Oh, yeah, you're saying details tab in the new team analysis. Okay. Kyogre power creeping Suicune would be tragic, or Thunder Sun Raikou. Yeah. Forces of nature. Next to the score, it has the percent in the bottom right corner. Oh, okay. Then I'll check it out again. Okay. Next to the score... Oh, yeah, it says 2.8. So this is still wrong. This is also wrong. Let's not use this. Okay. Hey, now, we get plenty of sun here in PNW. Okay. Maybe it's always sunny in Philadelphia. And then you can't use water types because it's always sunny. Think we'll ever get Mewtwo? And if so, what do you think its ability would be? I don't know. I think we will eventually get Mewtwo just because it is such a fan favorite. They're going to want to do that fan service eventually. We already have Mew. So it just feels like a decent step. I just don't know when, because I think they're going to want to heat off the psychic types for some time. Let's see. Is Empoleon's trigger rate settled? I still love the initial, like, what, 16.7? That was so funny. Do we have anything about Torterra's frequency yet? No, nothing on Torterra. No one's evolving their Turtwigs. I need to close some of these tabs. I got so many tabs open. You guys can't see that, but it's a mess. We'll exit out of that tab. We don't need this tab. Or this tab. Or this tab. We don't need that anymore. Or this. We already talked about that. We'll leave that up. This meme's enough. Okay. I've cleaned with some of my tabs. Okay. Flying to another country to get it to hail for unique spawns. Fair enough. Okay. I think Mewtwo was teased in data mines. Oh, yeah, that's right. There was something that alluded to Mewtwo in one of the data mines. It was like they accidentally left a little bit of Japanese language in the code, in the English code, that then... Yeah, there seems like there's some... That's a bit of spoilers, though. But it seems like it might be the case. I do remember that now that you mentioned it. Flying to another... Oh, I was expecting the anniversary monster to be stronger to BH. I was too. I mean, Torterra could be still broken. Theoretically, we could get a new best energy for everyone Pokemon. It could power creep Gardevoir. That's something that's been standing since January of 24, though, I want to say. So, I'd be surprised if they... Oh, we have frequency. 2,900 seconds. That is also pretty slow, I think. Yeah, it's the same speed as... That's the same frequency as Wigglytuff. So, I'm going to pull up Wigglytuff for comparison, because it is also an energy for everyone skill specialist. So, if its trigger rate comes out being comparable to that of a Wigglytuff, then we can already kind of get an idea of how much it's going to trigger based off of that. So, I'm expecting to not see this too different than, like, 4%. It shows 2% right now, but that's just filler data. Okay. We have enough Mega Pokemon in the game. They need to bring the Mega Stones. I don't know how I feel about Megas in Sleep. It'd be it'd be difficult to balance, and like people would want to see cool stuff out of it. And honestly, with how chill the game is, I don't know if they'd really fit the vibe. But I'm the most middle of the ground person when it comes to Megas in Sleep. I've seen a lot of people say I never want to see them. They don't fit the vibes. Please don't add Megas. And I've seen other people be like, we need Megas tomorrow. I'm like, if they add them, I'll figure out what they do. I'll figure out how to optimize them. If they don't, I'm content with that also. Yeah. Too many Pokemon Sleep tabs open? Sounds about right for you, to be honest, other than the lack of spreadsheets. There are no spreadsheets right now. I do plan on pulling up, whenever we do get the full information for them, though, which we do know Infernape's information. I can calculate its Berry Finding S index now. Where is that spreadsheet? Is it this one? Yes, it is. Let's update the spreadsheet here. I'm just gonna add it on the bottom for now. We're gonna make it on this copy for now. Infernape, because we have its full information. It is... Wait, where did I deleted that tab. Whoops. Don't know when I deleted that one. Okay. 10.6. Alright, it's... 2400, so let's put that in. Fighting type. 10.6 and... That's a pretty low ingredient rate. Did you do skill specialist? 8.69. That's right around Latios level. Latios and Togedemaru level are comparable, if you want to get an idea of like roughly where that ranks. So it would greatly appreciate Berry Fighting S. So it's probably still going to be something that we want Berry Fighting S on in general, even if it's trigger rate. Yeah, especially with its trigger rate being comparable to that of Sceptiles. Have they updated this yet? Ah, they did. There we go. Okay. And does this follow up away? Yeah, it does. Berry Fighting S build is still the best build, but it's so Berry Fighting S build is the best build for it from what I'm seeing here. Skill build, meh. And yeah, I think this is gonna be kind of like, let's add additional teammates like Gardevoir. We'll add one fighting type mon, so I don't know, like we'll add another Infernape. And a Sceptile. And, like, something else that just has well, wouldn't have favorite berry, we'll say. We'll go with Latios. I don't know. When comparing them like this... Yeah, Sceptile's still significantly better than it. And how is it compared to Blaziken? Because that's the other comparison people are asking about. Even Torterra is faster than Empoleon, yeah. Expected Torterra would be... Shoot a cannon and evolve my Eevee to Glaceon in a snowboarding trick. That's cool. In the snow on top of a mountain. That is really cool. As fast as what I expected Torterra to be. Did they fix Empoleon trigger rate? They did, but it's still unsettled, so I'm not using that info yet until it gets settled to make sure that it's correct. Another Berry Fighting S Berry Burst Hunt. Seems a little underwhelming comparing him to Sceptile. Yeah, it might be better to compare him to, like... It might be better to compare him to, say... what's... Braviary. That's his name. Yeah, but even the... Oof. This is not looking good for Blaziken stocks. Yeah, I think Blaziken's kind of... Yeah. Okay. My Blaziken hunt is done. I'm not going to try for Blaziken anymore after this, because, like, looking here, a completely sub-skillless Infernape outproduces a Berry Fighting S Blaziken. So that's, like, meh. Now let's compare it to Braviary. Just because I do like to see the Braviary comparison, since it's a much more balanced take on Berry Burst. It's going to look bad at first, but I have to add... Flying Berry. Oh, I just realized we have Psychic Berry favorite. I'm going to turn that off, actually. Okay, this does make Blaziken look a little bit better, but still not great. It's better than Braviary, so it's like... It's solid. It's not bad. It's definitely the new best Fighting Berry specialist, so if you want Fighting Berry coverage specifically... It's probably your best bet. It's more of a mid-road between, like, the approaches of Sceptile and Blaziken. Or, yeah, Sceptile and, Sceptile and Braviary, that's what I'm thinking. If we do it skill trigger instead. Okay, it comes out weaker, that's what I kind of expected. There we go. Okay. Underwhelming bro, little Blaziken is done. Boil that chick. What does Blaziken look like with a full inventory? That might make him a little bit better. Well, we'll make the comparison fair. We'll give it health speed M. Okay. So, so we want it to be the same. Roughly the same. Needs to be sneaky snacking. Needs to... This is a rough comparison. I'm not even trying for Blaziken anymore. I don't like the Mon particularly. It's got a boring main skill, and this new monkey crushes it. So, this is more passive. That's a benefit I can say. If you just want to, if you don't check the app a whole lot, then Blaziken's a better approach. I know I said I don't check the app a whole lot, but I do check it enough that inventory is not a huge problem. Or like double stocking skills. You can see Berry Burst only procs like 3 times a day, and it's not a big deal. Or checking the app a ton is not going to be a huge deal. But yeah, I don't know. I'm done with the chicken hunt. I'm not a huge fan of Blaziken as a design, so and if I want what it can offer, Infernape's give me better options. So Infernape's probably my primary hunt here because it's the one that I feel. Oh, but do I need a fighting type berry specialist? No, I don't. That's the bigger thing. I also don't really need what it can offer. But I don't really need a ground type energy for everyone Pokemon, so I don't know. I'm probably gonna hunt these two. Maybe I'll just go to Greengrass and try to get all their sleep styles within 1 week or 2 weeks. Okay. These 1,700 candies gotta go somewhere. Cramomatic. For fire type candies, because it'll be Torchic candy. So it'd be fire type. What else can you use fire type candies for? How do you calc sneaky snacking on Rain on X in production comparison? There's a couple ways. You can either set them to default to have... If you're in their personal settings down here, it says inventory mode. You click always full. And then it assumes a full inventory. Thankfully, my Blaziken continues to outperform BFS, Help Speed, and Infernape. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you have Berry Fighting S Help bonus, it's still a good combo. It's still gonna be a good Mon. I have a fully invested Berry Fighting S Help bonus. Akin or Arbok. That's the name of it. Even though that is a terrible Pokemon in this game, the sub skills carry it. Cramorant. Wait, what? Who's mentioning Cramorant? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, Cramomatic, yeah. Okay. Entei for fire-type candies. Chimchar candy. Oh, yeah, it can become Chimchar candy. How's the E for E comparison looking like? We cannot say, because... Torterra, Oh, wait, it's settled. 4.8. Okay, so it's better than Wigglytuff. Poor Wigglytuff. I've got to say... Oh, wait. Never mind. They buffed Wigglytuff's frequency, so it's slower than Wigglytuff. Okay. It's probably going to be around Wigglytuff, if I had to guess. I need to fix that on my infographic, because that's not updated. I still have it as 2,900 on my infographic. That's good to note. We can do E for E comparisons now. With... Have they updated it in this app, though? Come on. Autosave on. Before I turn that off. It's still unsettled in the comparison. Okay, we'll have to wait for that to update, but... if we want a rough comparison just based off of numbers, I'll crunch some numbers here, so... Okay, 8, 6... Okay. So there's... 86400 is how many seconds there are in a day. Wigglytuff's frequency is 2750. Torterra's frequency is 2900. Torterra's skill trigger rate is 4.8. Wigglytuff's skill trigger rate is 4.0. So, if we take this over this, then that gives us how many helps per day on average, and then multiply by the percentage. Now, these aren't actual numbers for what their productivity are, but it should give us a rough approximation for how often it procs. So, if we want to know, it'll probably be this over this. It'll be about 13% better than Wigglytuff, just based off of that approximation. What about Gardevoir? What are Gardevoir's rates? I can approximate it as well. It's 4.2 and 2400. So they gave it a really high skill trigger rate. If we do the same exact calculation, 1.512. So it'll be a little bit worse than Gardevoir. A little bit significantly better than Wigglytuff. What about Pawmot? This is a terrible way to access these pages, I've got to say. We can confirm these later, but 3.9% with a frequency of 2400. Same number of seconds in the day. 1.404. So it's gonna be a little bit better than Pawmot, probably. Just like slightly better. So basically in Pawmot range. It's around the Pawmot. Guard still stays on top for E3 procs, most likely. Yeah, actually, yeah. With that confirmed amount, Guard's still gonna be the best. We're gonna simplify this down, make it look a little bit nicer. I made it worse. Okay, there we go. So it's gonna be about Pawmot range, a little bit better than Pawmot. How do these Sinnoh stars affect the sleepers? Well, Empoleon, or not Empoleon, Torterra banned, E4E not allowed. That's a hard rule. Infernape banned, because I also banned Berry Burst, so those two make zero impact. Empoleon's legal! Hey everyone, hey Nova, glad to have you here. Glad to see you. Sinnoh isn't looking too hot, kind of situational. I mean, if you're new to the game, Torterra is huge. I will say that. Because it is available as early as Greengrass. It's available as early as Top. To have a... I will say this. To have a healer... Actually, wait a minute. Torterra is huge for new players. Because now we have a really good... Like an actually good healer available as early as Top. Before, the earliest healer available was... like, well, okay. Greengrass, Pawmi does exist. Yes. But... I will say, big but here, it's pretty rare because the Greengrass spawn pool is so watered down. So to have an island where Torterra can spawn, that's not Greengrass, Top as early as... That's amazing for new players. I think Torterra is going to be a top tier hunt, because before I kind of said, maybe wait, but now I'm just going to say, like, the previous advice of, like, hanging out at Cyan for ages, hunt Wigglytuff, like... I don't know, a 13% boost over it. And there's a lot of other good things at top 2 that I'd say are worth it going there for. So having a pretty top tier healer early game, that's pretty crazy. What's the verdict on the starters? New ones. Good ones, but not meta breaking like anything. Yeah, nothing's meta breaking. Use a good Torterra triggered about the same amount of time as Guard. Yeah, E3 is huge for new players, fair enough. Wiggly found dead in the Bronx. How does Grotle compare to Torterra? Does the skill ribbon close the gap? I haven't even looked at the middle evolutions. Oh, darn it! I keep doing that on accident. Okay, this is what I need. It's significantly slower, 3700 frequency, which is like a Slowbro's range, with like... a worse trigger rate, I think, because it's 4.8, right? Yeah, I don't think that's going to be... I don't remember how the ribbons work, to be honest. I don't remember what the exact percentages are. Ribbons, Pokemon Sleep. I think it's 7%, if I'm right. If they can evolve one more time. Oh, frequency shortened by 12%. Okay. So... 3256, so it's slower. It's gonna be slightly slower. It's almost the same, but it has a worse trigger rate, so not worth keeping unevolved. It's comparable though with a maxed out ribbon. Very comparable for the maxed out ribbon. With a slightly lower trigger rate. It'll trigger probably about... Oh, whoops, I did the wrong number. Darn it, I did the wrong... Wait, no, that is correct. Yeah. It'll trigger about 94% the rate of a fully evolved Torterra. That's actually, like, really close. So, for those... Whoever had the unevolved Pokemon, this is huge for you. Probably. Grotl's gonna be pretty solid as an E for E option. Anyway, is Empoleon Sleeper's Eagle? Do we revisit the ranking after the skill trigger rate was updated? Well, trigger rate isn't fully settled. But we can take a look. I can go back to the Pokedex. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh just to make sure that the berry setting is correct. Specialty... So it needs to be bottom 15. When doing all berries favored. Nope, that's the wrong thing. Okay, here it is. Select all berries. There we go. And we want only fully evolved. Okay, so we gotta count the bottom 15. Wait, where is he? Whoa! What spiked him so much? Oh, wait a minute. I know what spiked him. Skill triggers. Okay, he might be... Wait, that made him significantly better. Was his skill trigger rate that high? Maybe his skill actually has some sauce to it. Although, remember, this thing significantly favors... This is not necessarily an accurate reflection of how much strength he's going to add to the team, because it, like, gives, like, the best possible scenario to specifically extra helpful. So these Pokemon usually do... Wait, Xatu? I do not remember Xatu being that good. What is up here? Do I have some sort of weird event bonus? Have I been underrating Xatu? Or is there something with energy? Well, no, it shows energy maxed. Huh. Maybe I've been underrating Xatu a little bit. Also, all these Pokemon not that far apart. Tyrantrum to Xatu, or to Blaziken. There's not really a huge gap in them. Only about, like, 2,000. And then, like, the next one is, like, 2,000 up from there. So, like, there's a bigger gap from here to here, from Blaziken to Raichu, than there is from Tyrantrum to Blaziken. Top Dream is almost there. Ninetales, Typhlosion, Swampert. Just need a Tyrantrum. I have a Tyrantrum, so for veterans it's more situational. Yeah. Originally wanted to go to Greengrass, not to All-Stars, but now just thinking going to top. Is Piplup not good? It is... I mean... It's showing in Raynon as around the same as the Ninetales Alola, which I think Alola Ninetales is very powerful. But I wonder if they change the way that they handle extra helpful S in their calculations. Torterra might be better than Guard. Its expected skill count is just behind Guard, but its rate is higher. Skill trigger might boost... Will speed down and boost Guard's faster speed. That's not how the math is gonna work. Oh, wait a minute. It might, though, with Pity Procs. Pity Procs make a very minimal impact, though. Generally speaking, though, it's a % increase. Because, like, okay, you increase Guard's 36% skill trigger rate. The commutative property. You're dealing with, so, you're dealing with, if you multiply this number by 36, bonus 36%, it's going to end up increasing this last number by 36%. Because it's still just another factor included in there. So, the speed isn't going to... Where that number is placed in the formula isn't going to change anything. It's... However, it can because of Pity Procs, technically. But we're not going to see it in a 0.8% difference. There's not going to be a huge impact by pity procs. Technically, skill trigger M is going to help Torterra more. Yeah, because it's not going to be pity procking as much. Good explanation. Yeah, yeah. Okay. How does Torterra rank on the BFS list? I have not actually plugged it in yet. Now that we have its full information, I guess we can do that. Torterra. What are your stats? So 15.6%, 2,900. And we need ground typing. Skills Mom. 7.29. That is... that's decent. I mean... That's around, like... That's around, like, the range of, like, Dedenne. Ribombi. Where, like, it's considerable. It's nice to have, but it's not... It's gonna... You want to favor its specialty more. Better or worse than Gardevoir? A bit worse, probably. Mushrooms are good. Yeah, that's true. Okay. So... Empoleon, are its stats fully settled yet? No, they are not. I want to do a production comparison just to see... Is Empoleon... Have they updated the estimate in here? Oh my gosh, I need it. I'm turning off autosave. Usually that fixes that issue. Okay, Berry Finding S, Help Speed M. I'm just gonna make this comparison. With that, a Steelix, a Raichu. Also, we're gonna be fair and actually give them max skill seed investment if we're gonna do this. A Raichu, because that's its real competitor. If we're honest. And then, just because I want to see, we're going to compare to an Alolan Ninetales. Because it's like the most comparable Pokemon if it wasn't for typing being different. So, I mean, its showing is better, but like I said, this is also an overestimation in extra helpful. I guess it is decent, actually, though. I'll have to run some team comparisons to really know my thoughts on it, but it is worse for berries. But its skill is... Its main skill is doing the heavy lifting here. And if you're running it on a team of other non-Empoleons, that's gonna ruin it. Like, I don't think you can actually... I don't think the calculator accounts for this. No, it doesn't. So, I'd have to run team comparisons to really, truly know... I guess I could start doing that. Okay. It's not as bad as I thought. BFS on E4E cooks your overnight double proc chance a decent amount. It does. Yes, that is true. It's got a decent inventory size, though. Choosing your skill procs. Yeah, yeah. What did I miss? I mean... Empoleon seems... It's being hard carried by its skill, but I think that's... I think the calculator is going to greatly overestimate Empoleon. Just because it's going to... Like, it already does that with Alolan Ninetales bad enough. But this is going to be even more compounded because it procs more than Ninetales does. If these numbers are correct. So, over for Sleeper's Legality. Yeah, because the And that's only because the calculator overvalues extra helpful on Berrymons. Because of the way the calculation handles it. If the calculation handled it fairly, I bet this would be... It probably would be Sleeper's Legal. It'd be down in the Butterfree range, probably. But the way that I've set up the rules, I always rate it by this specific comparison. So, at base, yeah. Also, something to note... Wait a minute. Something to note, the Alolan Ninetales... Oh wait, I gave them both maxed out main skill level, that's why that's... If we're being more realistic, this is probably going to be at level 2, which means it's actually going to be weaker, but Piplup will be good for new players who can get it at Sign and then evolve it later when they get to OGPP. I mean, yes, but so will Raichu, and it's more common. Although, wait, Pichu, Is Pichu... Pichu isn't at any of the earlier islands anymore, I want to say. I think they removed Pikachu from the spawn pool of Cyan, I thought. So maybe Piplup's the new, like... I don't know. Anyway, can't just divide the extra helpful strength by 5. Never mind, the other berries would contribute. Yeah, that's the big problem with it. Like, you can see here, it's getting 15,000 strength from that. That's, like, half of what its base berries. And because that's different, you could theoretically divide it by 5. And then, like, assume that only one of it... I don't know. I don't even know how you... The only way you could really figure it out is to do a team analysis. Which I can do. Empoleon fully settled. Okay, is it the stats that we saw before? We saw 3.8, 16.7. It's 3.8, 16.8. Okay, they had the ingredient rate slightly wrong. That's kind of funny. But, team analysis. Is it updating here yet? I want to see... I'm interested to see the Empoleon comparisons on, like, actual teams. Oh, it's going to be an overview to delete. Okay. Empoleon. I want to see, did they update it in here yet? 4.0. That's, yeah, 16.7. That, it was 16.8. It's not, it's close enough. The skill tree rate's what matters. That 0.1% gonna break Empoleon. Yeah, so different. So what are we hunting? Infernape seems to be the better of the bunch. I think Torterra seems to be the best of the three, but that's in a vacuum, assuming like you're just looking at brand new account today, you don't have any of them, which is the best to hunt. Probably Torterra, because energy for everyone, massive. If you already have energy for everyone, though, you probably don't need it ASAP, in which case Empoleon might be kind of good. Well, I don't know. I need to run comparisons. Give me a minute. Seems like Infernape took over Blaziken. Yes. I think the chicken's kind of dead now. They kind of killed... with this monkey, they really... This monkey murdered Blaziken for hunts, I'd say. Although, it's still a useful mon. It's not a bad mon. Blaziken's not bad. If you have a good one, keep using it. Don't trash your investments. An already invested Blaziken is better than an Infernape you may never have. I will say that. He's just the best as a standalone mon, but we all have help from bonus E for Easebound. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, if you assume you don't have energy for everyone already, it's the new mon, the best new of the three. But most people probably don't need what it can offer. You can also compare Empoleon to Berry Finding as Jolteon max main skill. I think, yeah, I can take a look at that. I'd be happy to. So I'm just going to throw together like a random team. We're going to assume... Let's assume we're at... Old Gold. That's actually a great comparison because of... I'm going to assume maxed out main skill level because we're kind of interested to see the skill at play here. And I'm just going to throw together a team that I would make, like with Pokemon in my box. Assuming we're not really caring too much about meal. And just go with, like, Raichu, I don't know. Raichu. Maybe another... We'll say Ampharos for one of them. And then a... Pawmot. Although this is a very generous... This is a very generous assumption for Empoleon because it's going to benefit more by having other Pokemon on the team that have favored berry. So this is a pretty generous assumption for it. If we look at the overview, 678,000 per day. Let's duplicate this team and swap it out for a Jolteon, like suggested, with the same stats. Oh, wait. Level 70. I forgot about that. That's very important. 641. So, 678. The Jolteon probably wants more skill focus, though. Since it's more focused on, you know, the skill. Actually weakens it. Wow. Okay. Did not expect that. What if instead we go full skill focus on the Jolteon? That weakens it even more. Wow, okay. So Jolteon, not great for this comparison. But the real question Raichu. And Berry Fander's help speed. 675. 678. So, I mean, it's actually showing a little bit better on Empoleon. So the skill does give it something. That little bit that's adding via skill value is actually adding up. But this is also, like I said, assuming a full team of favored Berrymons. This is like the ideal situation for Empoleon. To be honest, the only one I'm interested in is Piplup. I don't like to compare them across berry types. I get that they're at the same island, but it's not like you only need one berry finder. I get the case. I've heard that before, but it's like... I still think the comparison is fair. Especially when you have something like Raichu that is just... Well, in my experience, it's been very easy to level, but maybe it's harder these days. They did get rid of Pikachu from the spawn pool at Cyan, if I remember correctly. But it's a pretty common Pokemon when it is around. Pichu spawns quite a bit. And people tend to send the candy a decent amount. But anyway. Okay, a chimp in the hand is better than a bird with a bush. Or a bird like in the bush, as the saying goes. Okay, yeah. If you already have the Pokemon, don't bother hunting. Like, you already have what you... Yeah. Infernape is DOA, in my opinion, since Sceptile already exists. I mean... If you're new to hunting stuff, probably, but I don't know. There is something to say about fighting berry coverage. There is value in having berry coverage for every berry type because of Green Grass Expert Mode's existence. Berry specialists especially, it matters a lot that they have favored berry at Green Grass Expert, more so than the other specialties. So maybe long term, if you want full berry coverage everywhere, then maybe, but I don't know. Anyway, Paul still might go. Raikou. Fair enough. Raikou is awesome. Anyway, I'm gonna make a bit more of a fairer comparison. Let's assume you're doing more of an ingredient strategy, and these last couple Pokemon are more like off-type Pokemon because they're not necessarily gonna be all matching berry type. I'm just gonna do 2 Sceptiles. Granted, these are pretty insane Sceptiles, but just to get an idea, this actually may be a little bit more still in favor of the other guy, but we're just going to change this over to an Empoleon and see how does it compare. 724 versus 717. So, Empoleon... If you're willing to put the main skill seed investment into it, it doesn't look that bad, to be honest. Maybe I was a bit too mean to it at the start. It's interesting. How does it compare if it's a Steelix? 724. Interestingly, about pretty much the same. So, if you're looking to invest its main skill up... okay, Steelix is a little bit better if I fully max out its main skill. Yeah, Pichu's essentially an OGPP exclusive now, only Green Grass otherwise crazy. I think Blaziken is great for free-to-play since it needs 0 main skill seeds. Also fair, that's true. Can you see a Mimikyu comparison? I can. Mimikyu's a bit different, though. 717 versus the 724, but that's also if it's more... Mimikyu's a weird one, because it's not right in the realm where... Like, skill tree... Okay, actually, it looks like it's better with more of a berry focus. When it has favored berry, it's better for more berry focus, it looks like. I mean, this bodes well for Empoleon if you're willing to put the main skill seeds into it and run more berry-focused teams. I think that's going to be my conclusion. Is that it's pretty solid if you have a more berry-focused team If you're focusing more cooking, though, it's probably not the best. Let's assume... I want to take a look. I want to do one last comparison. Let's assume, like, fully off-type. Like, you're really just focusing cooking. Although, if this is the case, then... What? Oh, I almost tried to type in psychic. We're going to change this to a Guard of War. Okay. 594 versus... Wait, no, that's not the team I wanted to hit. 594 versus, if I change this to a Raichu, 591. Huh. So it looks like it's just got stuff. What if we, I'm interested to see, because maybe this is actually, like, real solid. What if we get rid of the berry? Like I said, you wouldn't ever run Sceptiles like this, but I'm just interested to see, because right now it's looking like it's actually decent on all teams, if you're willing to invest the main skill seeds. Versus the Raichu. 527. 526. You know, I will say this, the main skill adds enough value that it does take him over, and actually being a solid Pokemon. Huh. Interesting. I guess I undervalued the main skill a little bit. I think it really is carried by the fact that the main skill goes up to level 7. It's kind of a big difference. It's actually not half bad. Yeah, I'll say we're sorry to Empoleon. But I will say, I was saying it depends on its trigger rate. It could be a very interesting Pokemon there. Is it a good E-free healer? I'd say yes, based off the numbers, initial numbers that I was running. It looked like it's going to be better than Pawmot. Slightly better than Pawmot. For E for E-Procs. In fact, I can probably already check out... If I go to this page, and I sort by just energy for everyone. Yeah, it's the second best healer in the game now. It beats out Pawmot by a decent amount. Or a little bit more. Pawmot was already really solid, so... Also, I realized... Oh, yeah, that's right. They brought up Wigglytuff with the frequency shortening, that now it's, like, comparable to Pawmot. I forgot about that. Poor Sylveon down here. With 2,000 hours slept... Poor Sylveon, it's like the same as a 2,000 hour slept Kirlia. Also, it looks like Grodel's around the same amount, for the dude who was asking earlier. I'm driving and can't look at stats at the moment. Oh, yeah, so Torterra's a solid energy for everyone, I'd say. Honestly, I'm trying to get a cracked out berry specialist for each type. With that in mind, I'm sure most people will delay investing in Infernape, but the berry typing really doesn't make it feel DOA, I feel. Oh, I see what you're saying. You were talking about the Infernape comment earlier. I think it's like... I mean, it's a good Mon. It's not as exciting as Sceptile was last year. But it's not, like... it's still good. I'd say it's good, but yeah. Looks like the devs lean really hard towards main skills then. 2 skill Mons and a berry specialist that also benefits from maxing its main skill. Yeah! Yeah, that's the thing, is like, I don't think I'd suggest running the Empoleon without maxing the main skill, because that seems to be where a lot of its productivity is coming from. I mean, I guess this is with comparisons of Sceptiles, but like, if we were to go to, say, this team, all of the purple is Empoleon's skill. So, if we were to take... I'm going to take 201, 585, subtract it from... Oh, why do you see that? See, this was so much easier before. Details. I want to see what this number is, just the purple here. Yeah, did they get rid of being able to see that? You just see 20.95 berries. I want to see this berry strength. Oh well, whatever. I guess I can just add the... It's not showing me the ingredient strength either. Okay, there we go. That's where it is. 41. Wait, no. 10306. Ugh, what am I doing? Plus 176421. 186727. So that's overall. But now, if we look at this breakdown, what's this little bar here? 5% of this is Empoleon's skill. So that's an extra 33,000. So that plus the number I had before, 186,727. Sorry, this is all off-screen. 220,000. So Empoleon is basically producing. It says 201,000. Remember, some of its strength is a spread across the other Pokemon here in this tiny little purple bar, because that's all what Empoleon's skill is. That's coming to 220,000, which makes it the strongest Pokemon here. That makes sense though, because I gave it 5 extra levels on everything else. But how much of that is coming from the main skill? 33,915 divided by 220,642. It looks like it gets 15% of its value from the strength, from the main skill, roughly. So, click the bottom tab. Oh yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, yeah. You. Oh, that's where you can see it. Okay. Main skill, indirect skill. Ah, I see. So, yeah. Oh, 36,898. Okay. Roughly 15% of its strength comes from the main skill, which is a decent amount. Love to see Chimchar on the Raptor Index. It's around Latios Toge, yeah. If you look at the index, it's gonna be around here. It's gonna be in this block. It was like 8.6. Wait, no, that's... No, 8.69 was Infernape, yeah. And then... what was... that's where... So Infernape's gonna be up in this range. And then Torterra's gonna be in this big block. 7.0 to 7.49. A little bit near the lower end of it. So really helpful, but not absolutely necessary. Thanks, yeah. Definitely not surprised they made all three reliant on maxing out their skill. Yeah, this does eat main skill seeds, doesn't it? Even the berry specialist really likes the main skill. Because, yeah, it's going to want to have a maxed out main skill to be great. Then again, I will say, all the comparisons I was showing earlier also had the Raichu having its main skill maxed. So, but that was just to keep the comparison fair. So, if I don't max out the Raichu's main skill versus not maxing out the Torterra's main skill, how does that compare? I need to check that, because that's going to be a more realistic use case. Let's lift the summary. 666,000 versus 656,000. Wait a minute, it's actually showing up better for the Torterra, or for the Empoleon. So maybe I'm just being unfair to it. Maybe it's actually just like... Because, yeah, you wouldn't necessarily want to invest the Raichu's main skill up. Now, what about the more blended team? Like this one. 698 versus 712. Empoleon's showing up better. What about the team that's should be the worst for it? And the main skill. 584 versus 571. Empoleon's still doing better. So when you account for its main skill, it seems 518 versus 508. So it looks like it's just better than Raichu. In like every possible team that I built for it. Even up against other Pokemon that... Now, once again, ingredient-focused teams aren't going to have as high of level Pokemon. But, like, all these comparisons are showing towards, like, yeah, it's solid when you account for its main skill's productivity. It pushes it over other berry specialists. Wait a minute, they did a reversal from last year. Last year was Berrymons with Sceptile as the exception as a Skillmon. Today, the Skillmons with Empoleon as a Berrymon exception. Yeah, they did. And last year, Sceptile was a Skillsmon disguised as a Berrymon. I wouldn't say Empoleon's a Berrymon, or a Skillsmon disguised as a Berrymon. I wouldn't say it's the inverse of Sceptile, because you still don't want to focus on the skill for Empoleon. It doesn't proc it that much. But it procs it enough that it makes a big difference. Yeah, we keep forgetting the 16 pip on issue, plus the cost of the item to evolve Onix into Steelix. I mean, I was comparing to Raichu. The comparison to to Steelix should be worse. If we compare it to Steelix, 524 versus 518. That's not that much worse, though. That's really not that much worse. Although I will say, wait a minute, there's something else that I'm not accounting for with these ones. Raichu is going to have worse synergy with Sceptile. I did not think about that when I was plugging these guys in. That changes things. But also, these ones don't proc the skill. But, well, they do have skill trigger on. Needless to say, it's probably about the same as a Raichu. It's probably going to net about the same as a Raichu, which is a solid mon. So, maybe I was being a bit harsh on it earlier, and they did make the skill proc enough. The skill just is that strong on berry specialists. I just got back. How is the monkey? The monkey is decent. It's destroying Blaziken. If you haven't already invested a Blaziken, I'd say just hunt the monkey this week. Hunt Infernape. It does the job significantly better. It's a berry burst skill specialist, and also if you're premium. Free to play, Blaziken's better because you don't have to invest the main skill seeds. But there's a big enough difference that, like, yeah, you're going to probably want to focus more for Infernape over Blaziken. Ingredient focus teams can also be really good to have extra helpful on, though, considering their high density strength. That's true. That could be really solid. Onix Steelix is a pain to find to begin with. Yes. I will never recommend Steelix Hunt to anybody. Even before, when it was the only Steelberry option, I never recommended it. I would honestly say, just don't bother with Steel-type berry coverage. Because here's the thing that I feel like a lot of people don't talk about. You don't need coverage for every berry. That's my take. That'd be nice, but, like, theoretically, you only need 16 berries to be covered, and you'll never be without a berry specialist. Because there will always be 3 berries. So there can always be 2 berry types that you never bother to hunt a berry specialist for. Because you'll theoretically never need them. Ever. Now, realistically, if you only have 15 berries, what are the odds that on any given week you roll the 3 exact berries you do not have? Pretty slim. So you probably don't even need 16 berry types to be covered. You probably need more like, to almost always get the berries you want, probably like 12 or 13. And at that point, that's still a lot. But realistically, like, I've already got Electric, Dragon, Flying, Psychic. I've got a lot of them covered already, to be honest. I don't have Steel. I have Dragon, Rock. Don't really have a good bug type. Psychic, Flying, Ground, Poison. I don't have a good fighting type. Ice, Grass, Electric. Water I'm still kind of missing. I have a good fire. I have 10 of the berries covered already. They're not all invested, but I've already got 10 types covered pretty solidly. Have you compared extra helpful with Empoleon versus others like Arcanine? I have not yet. I can, though. Well, I can take a look. That's a pretty easy one if I just go into main skill production. Main skill, extra helpful. It's like a Growlithe. A Growlithe with no ribbon. It's outproduced by Growlithe, but that's no surprising. So, it's not great for the skill. I wouldn't catch it for the skill, but the unique combination of its skill plus its berry type, like, I already talked about how strong it was on Alolan Ninetales. Empoleon procs the skill more with a stronger berry when it hits itself. So, is it worth using without maxing main skill? Based on the comparisons that I saw earlier, I think so. I'll make more comparisons for sure, and run them, and let you know in my actual like video. Well, this is just a live stream of like first impressions and everything, but as of right now, it looks like it's pretty solid to run as a Berrymon. It's going to get more value if you put main skill seeds into it, but that's the case with every specialty in the game. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, it all depends on what you catch. Maybe I do hunt the penguin. I went crazy for Raichu, but also Raichu's kind of been... It was one of the best berry specialists at launch. Nowadays, it's still good, don't get me wrong. But it's a far cry from what it used to be, in comparison to the power-crept world we live in. I remember at launch it was just the best. Other than maybe like it was the 3 Gen 2 starters and Raichu were like the best Berrymons in the entire game. It wasn't even close. Nowadays, if I do my sleepers comparison, it's like, I don't know, it's not, it's very different. Very, very different. Like, there's Salamence, Steelix. I guess only a few Pokemon have Power Crept them, to be honest. Primarily just these two. Well, then there's also Sceptile, which isn't even shown in this comparison. But Empoleon, pretty high up there. It's around the same level as, like, Blaziken level when accounting for the main skill. I think they probably just balanced the way the calculation handles extra helpful here. Because this does not... I remember it used to put them, like, way at the top of the charts before. Let's see, if we give it skill trigger M. If we give it skill trigger skills. Yeah, it doesn't favor them as much as what it once did. I think they've kind of fixed that, it looks like. I know I've shown before that it puts them way through the roof. Maxing out main skill, yeah, it actually dropped them. You get a new sleeper for berries? I do not think so. Well, there's an easy way to tell. Give me a moment, I'll let you know. If I go base here, and I get rid of these 2 sub-skills, it is not in the bottom 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. But, actually I do get a new sleeper! Cantonian Ninetales is now Sleepers Legal, everybody! What's the music we've been listening to? Is this the cooking song? No, this is the anniversary event music. You'll hear it tomorrow morning when you go to the... I believe so. I guess I haven't heard it confirmed that we have the anniversary music again, but this is the anniversary music that they've used for the first and second anniversaries. I assume they're going to use the same track, because they did it the last 2 years. But yes, we do get a new sleeper for Sleep Sleepers. Cantonian Ninetales. I would not have expected that one. I remember when Cantonian Ninetales was added to the game. For those that do not know, Cantonian Ninetales was added as event prep for Entei, because Entei was coming. They had a Fire-type week, and Ninetales was the new addition. Kiribati resident here. Oh boy. Oh, it's the same. Gotcha. Okay, it is the same. Someone in Kiribati told us. Time differences are funny. It's already 11:10 where I'm at. 3rd anniversary event already underway. Oh yeah, makes sense. I mean, it's 10:10 for me, but 10:10 p.m. the night before not not 11:10 a.m. Reporting from the trip Japan. Okay, cool. So yes, this is the event music for the anniversary. I got a shiny Ninetales from the Entei event way back, and it had BFS. Nice. That's really solid. My brother-in-law, he plays the game. I talk about it with him quite a bit. He has a Cantonian Ninetales that's shiny that gets Berry Fighting S at... I think it gets it at 80. And he was like... He's been using it because he was like, one day it'll be viable. He's like, it's a shiny, and he's dedicated to it. And I'm like, dude, that's more power to you. And before it used to be 100, I was like, it'll be years before you ever see that. It'll probably still be years, even being at level 80. But been using it ever since. Nice. Oh god. Yeah, he's committed to it. But yes, the sleepers now have access to Cantonian Ninetales. That's interesting. I already did have access to Marowak, but this gives me access to a viable... It gives me access to a better Pokemon for top. Because let's be honest, Marowak, it's at the level that it's so bad that I don't even really consider it for sleepers. It's sad how bad they made Marowak. Potential money. What about doing a monthly review for the best Pokemons to have hunt? Well, I do plan on doing my tier list maybe already this upcoming Tuesday. I'll communicate more about that when I know more. But that's a possibility. Otherwise, maybe next week. As for update on best Pokemon to hunt have... Oh, Jassy, thanks for joining the memberships. I forgot that I had those notifications turned on today. Thanks for joining. Welcome to the Larvitar rank. Okay, last week I caught level 10 Berry Fighting S Torchic with health bonus at 80. Totally using it. I mean, fair enough. Anything going for Eradicate, Arbok, and Marrow because they aren't as bad as Slacking. Hold up, I can make it look like that's not the case. Look at guys, Slacking is better. That would be amazing. Yeah, I mean, okay. I think about it this way. I actually have an invested Arbok, and it treats me kind of well. But my Arbok's also insane. Hello guys, we're going for tomorrow's 30-year event. After looking at the numbers and comparing a bit more about Empoleon, I think, I don't know. I really don't know. I think I'm just gonna go somewhere where all three spawn, to be honest. I think this might be kind of crazy of me, but let me... change Slacking to all type. If they change Slacking to all type, it'd be pretty busted. Oh, also, they have the anniversary campaign. Do this if you want free stuff. You get, hey. What do you get from it if you use the hashtag? Do you just get sleep points? Oh, the number of posts and reposts that include the event hashtag reaches 1 million during the event. Exchange points for additional... Oh, that's right! You get, like, points for items. That's what it was. I remember this from the other year. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Honestly, call me crazy. I might just go to Greengrass. Like, base Greengrass. Not even Greengrass Expert. And my reasoning behind thinking that, they all seem decent. And this is an event where they're spawning, and I've been thinking about my long-term goals a bit more. Yes, this would significantly cut back the amount of research XP that I get from the event, But also, going to Greengrass ensures an easy time to push crazy amounts of strength where everything can spawn quickly. Thereby, I can try to encounter the maxed out sleep styles easier, like the rarer sleep styles. Because I've been thinking about it more, and it's pretty difficult to encounter those like 4-star and 3-star sleep styles of the final evolutions unless you can get them during their event week. And if I do it if I do it early on when they're first being put event, like the event is boosting them. Although wait, week 1 they're only boosting the base forms. So never mind. Week 1, I think week 1 I go Greengrass Expert. I think I go Greengrass Expert for week 1 because I can hunt them, they're in their base form, they're boosted in their base form, it's more likely that I'll encounter more of just the guys that I want to actually catch, which is their base form. And then week 2, I can go to regular Greengrass to hunt the rarer sleep styles. Because that's going to be really, really difficult on Greengrass Expert. That's my thoughts. I think that's my plan, because I think I'm pretty interested in all 3 equally. After now actually seeing the numbers on Empoleon and the fact that its main skill kind of saves it. Would you hunt a Turtwig even when you have a healer already? I'm planning on hunting it, catching it while it's boosted at least. It's not going to be like a primary hunt. Even once the event is over, I'm still probably just going to like... It's a very C-tier hunt for me, because I already have 3 really solid healers that each serve their own purpose. Actually, no, I have 3 healers that each kind of serve their own purpose. So, I don't need it immediately, but having it as an option for like an eventual potential top hollow expert mode, I don't think that's the worst idea. So, I'm probably going to catch it while it's around, but it's probably going to be my lowest priority of the 3, because I still don't have a fighting type berry specialist. I obviously don't have steel type. So, I'm going to hunt the other 2 more. Turtwig's probably going to be my lowest priority. But I think that's my plan. I think week 1 I'm going to Greengrass Expert. Week 2, Greengrass. I think my plan is Snowdrop week 1 for Piplup, and if I get it, head to Greengrass week 2. Fair enough. Or Top week 2. Going to regular Greengrass second week makes it so you lose a lot of... That's true. There is a lot of research XP and Dream Shards from Festive Flower bonuses. I did not consider that. Because let's see. What's the... Map sleep styles. I'm gonna need to debate things. Week 1, I think I'm pretty set on Greengrass Expert, though. Does Greengrass even have the rarer sleep styles? Oh wait, it doesn't have 3 stars. I forgot about that. It doesn't even have 3 stars. That ruins that entirely. I would have figured this out eventually. I'd have a whole week to process it. Definitely go work on the X thing. I already maxed out the first day. Nice, nice. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, maybe I just go Greengrass Expert. Hope to get all through. Push a lot. I need to push Strength, because that's going to be crazy. Because yeah, Greengrass regular doesn't have 3-star styles. I forgot about that entirely. It's been ages since I went to Greengrass. I'm going to be honest. I don't know the last time that I went there. But let's see. Wait, why is it... Okay, there we go. They all loaded in. Because let's see, where do they... 4-star doesn't appear till 5 million Snorlax strength? 5 million? Can I get there? I can probably get there, especially if I was to prep or roll the right berries. I know I can get there. I mastered 20 at Amber Canyon. So, like, I definitely can do it. It's just a matter of... I need to get lucky. Let's see if I assume the worst possible scenario. If I have no on-type berry specialists. Everything's off-type. Then this is probably my best bet. Well, actually, wait. Sceptile's probably going to be better for me. And Alola Ninetales. Also, I need to update Sceptile in my system. No, I clicked the wrong button. Gosh darn it. But yes, go do the X thing if you have it. This guy is now level 70, though. And so is this guy. That's going to make a big difference. Especially compared to level 61. Okay, I guess my Raichu is my best other Pokemon, probably. My next best generalist. So, if I have... But there are event bonuses week 2. Hold up. It'll be... Strength gains from dishes multiplied. I didn't do any event prep for, like, ingredient bag. I'll be honest, I've been kind of out of it. I talked about it the other day, or earlier in the stream. I haven't been as on fire for that, and because of that, it's led to less event prep. Green Grasses doesn't have 3-star. It has a couple 3-star styles, but they're few and far between. Generally speaking, they're not. The 3-star styles aren't going to be there. Like, if I take a look at these guys, Sleep Style, Green Grass, it only has the 1 and 2-star. Wait, does Torterra not have a 4-star style? Torterra doesn't have a 4-star? That's crazy to me. But yeah, you can see it doesn't have the 3-star. So, which is really what matters here. So, I'm not going to go to Green Grass week 2 because I want to try and hunt those 3-star styles. Where do the 3 stars... It's still at 4.7 mil. I need to get lucky then and get some sort of favorite berry. Like, if I get Psychic. 7.4. 4.9 million. Okay, I guess I just need one good berry. Turn that off. There's an event bonus that's boosting cooking by 1. That's not going to do much for this team. But it brings up to 5 mil. By end of event. 5.1 mil is what I would need to get potentially see one of the 4-star styles. Torterra, a big turtle. I mean, that's true. But so is Tyranitar's a big Godzilla. And there's a 4-star Tyranitar. But I guess they don't have a 3-star Tyrantrum. So, I guess they're following that precedent. There's 4-star Blissey. Ninetales has massive tails. And it still has a sleep style atop Snorlax's belly. We have a top belly slacking, for crying out loud. That's the one that got memed on for a while, because it was like, what? It looks so ridiculous in game when you can see the 4-star slacking. But yeah, I hope I just roll good expert mode berries. I guess I can be making some kind of meal. It's going to be better than this. Like, if I roll Electric Berry here, well, then I can run Pawmont instead. And focus more Electric-type Pokemon. I can probably get to that amount of strength. It's just, I'm not going to get it so soon. And that's the real problem with it. But casting my net wider across all 3 does mean that I have more chances to encounter them. Although, this is an overall wider spawn pool, so that'll make it more difficult in that way. But, I don't know. I guess it makes sense to not have the massive ones in floaters like Drifblim have 4-star. Yeah, floating Pokemon don't have 4-star styles. And neither do Steelix, Onix, and Dugtrio. Dugtrio, very importantly, does not have a 4-star style. That would be terrifying. Yeah, but how would Torterra even get on Snorlax? I don't know. How does Clodsire get up on him? I don't know. How does Grotle get up on him? Grotle has a 4-star style. It's just Torterra. Slacking's 287 pounds. Snorlax is 1,014 pounds. Reasonable in that way. Torterra is 684. True. Alien. Lol. Alien? Wait, did I talk about an alien? Though I'm sure some Torterra have larger trees on their body. What's the... Do we have any other heavier Pokemon that, like... I can't... One day, I want to see them add the, like, Lunala Solgaleo line. I want to see Cosmog. And I want to see Cosmoem top belly. Wouldn't that be funny? Is there a 4-star Aggron style? Wait. Does Aggron have a 4-star? Yes, Aggron has a 4-star style. If we're talking weight, Aggron weighs 793 pounds. He's got a 4-star style. Oh, 4-star Dog Trio. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, sorry. Yeah, that would be Alien. But yeah, no, there's a 4-star Aggron. Is Mega Aggron? He does way more. Just give us 4-star Mega Aggron. So yeah, I don't know. Can't wait until they add Munchlax to the game. If they ever do add Munchlax, it's gonna be an interesting addition. I don't know if they ever will add it. It'd probably be like its own thing, doing its own unique special thing. But Aggron looks like he can climb on a Snorlax. I guess that's true. How much does the Titan weigh? Oh my goodness! Okay, here's a question. Wait, is there a top belly Titan? Maybe there's not a top belly Titan. I guess I didn't check if that was the case. I don't think there is, actually, come to think of it. Yeah, there's no top belly Titan. That explains why. Doug Trio 4-star would be funny on Halloween. Maybe he's the daykeeper Munchlax. That makes sense. There's some ideas for Munchlax, but man, I didn't realize the Titan was so heavy. Why is he 1,500 pounds? Late to the party, but my quick look at Randonex. Turtwig is comparable to Ralts. Chimchar better than Torchic and comparable to Steptile. Piplup is comparable to Steelix and is a better hunt. Piplup's gonna be... It's complicated. Piplup's complicated, but overall I'd say you're generally correct. That's a big boy. Yes, he is. Titan is huge. How does this ice whale... It's only way more than a rock and steel Mechagodzilla. Pokemon weights confuse me sometimes. But yeah, no, you're basically right. I'd say in general, apparently the Titan's heavier than Snorlax. That's true, apparently. But yeah, Casual R, I'd say you're generally correct there if you want to oversimplify it. Turtwig, or Torterra, very similar to Gardevoir, a little bit worse. It's between Gardevoir and Pawmot for productivity of procs on Energy for Everyone. Chimchar, or Blaziken, or not Blaziken. Infernape, it's not really that comparable to Sceptile. It's a little worse than Sceptile. But smokes Blaziken out of the water unless you're free to play and can't afford the main skill seeds. And as for Empoleon, it is a Steel Berry specialist that's very mid if you're to just look at its berry productivity. But if you try to build teams with it and try to account for its main skill, the main skill tips it over the edge that it's actually pretty decent. Pretty solid. Don't dig too deep. When you start looking into Pokemon Dex entries, you get weirder and longer. Oh, I've looked into it before. I've watched the entire, 4-hour series of, every single instance of war crimes committed in the Pokedex by Pokemon. There was some guy that made a video like that. Every Pokemon that's convicted of a war crime, or guilty of a war crime. And I watched that entire, It's 2 separate videos. Funny content, in my mind. But anyway. Think we'll ever get Megas? Maybe. I could see a case for either getting Megas or not. But also, yes, I've seen the whole Wailord's a blimp thing. Oh, okay, then you know. Yes, yes, I've dug into the Pokemon decks before. I just didn't know how heavy Titan was. That really shocked me. 700 kilos. He's a big boy. Roger, Roger. Yep, yep. So yeah, I'd say they're all solid. I think they're all balanced with the current game. None of these are game breaking. Torterra is a nice introduction for new players. Empoleon is like just fine. Why does the Titan spend so much money on Pokemon Sleep? Because he is a whale. He's not just a whale. He's a Terra whale. Does that Terra mean like 1,000? Because so, man, he's really got to spend a lot of money. I hope the game lasts long enough for every mon. That would take a really long time. Actually, at the rate they're currently introducing new Pokemon to Sleep, I genuinely think that is impossible. Because I think new generations will come out, adding more Pokemon. Yeah, land will, that's true. I genuinely think that they will release new generations that will add more Pokemon to the decks faster than they could add Pokemon to the decks of Pokemon Sleep. Unless they start dropping way more Pokemon per year. But yeah. For me, Empoleon just makes my Mimikyu better because Steel Berry's strong. Yes, and Mimikyu will... They will work with each other, especially if I don't know if your Mimikyu has Berry Finding S, but if it does, Empoleon would benefit the Mimikyu. But also, like, Empoleon proccing on the Mimikyu wouldn't be the worst thing even if it doesn't have Berry Finding S, because it still has Favorite Berry at least. For OGPB. Yeah, yeah. I get what you're saying. Yeah, and Steel Berry is very good. So, especially if you can put it on a team where you can take advantage of that extra helpful really well. If you could get, like, a Pawmot, Empoleon, Mimikyu if you have one. Well, like you just said, you have one, so Mimikyu, and then, like, I don't know, 2 Raichus. I don't think Sleep ever could or should try to add all the Pokemon. Yeah, the only way they could do that realistically would be to, like, give us just, like, 6 more areas. Like, they'd have to add more areas to prevent the spawn pools from getting so watered down. Speaking of Gen 9, will we ever get an Iolape? That's the question everybody's had since the game launched. Because at game launch, we didn't have any Gen 9 Pokemon at all. And they just assumed, a lot of people just assumed that was intentional and we weren't going to get Gen 9 Pokemon. And then they suddenly dropped the Gen 9 starters on us for the first anniversary. And it's like, well, now that Paldean Pokemon are around, will we ever get it? But other cross-generational evolutions have been added, or were in the game at launch, or were added to the game later on, like Steelix or Weavile. But Annihilape is the only instance of a Pokemon that we have that was in the game at launch, that had a cross-generational Evo, that wasn't already in the game, so I don't know if they're ever going to add it. I really wonder what they'll do after all the expert modes to keep the game going. Double expert? Well, they could add more islands, or areas, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, I agree. And then Palmy Line, too. Yep, Palmy. Empoleon and Mawile. They work pretty well together. Steel type. Both with strong berries, and ideally with strong ingredient procs as well. Empoleon's interesting. It's like a... It's very powerful on its own. It's kind of mid for its own productivity. I bet you if we looked at the Pokedex and turned off and made it Sneaky Snack, it'd be very bad. Well, not very bad. Mid compared to everything else. Let's just turn on Berry Sneaky Snacking and see how things compare after doing that. Fully evolved specialty berries. If my computer would load. There we go. So this is Sneaky Snacking numbers. All favored berries. Yeah, it's a bit more mid, honestly, when you do this. When you have it set to Sneaky Snack, it's right around the range of Banette, basically. A little bit better than Banette. And Cantonian Ninetales. But its main skill catapults it a lot better. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Because this didn't... Did I have... Oh, I forgot. Energy. Where's the energy? There we go. Always max energy. Does that change anything? Probably not. No, it doesn't. Okay. Many water Pokemon cannot be on land unless they release an exclusive island for that. I mean, theoretically they could be. I mean, we have a beach. They could get beached. They could just float. There are ways they could go about it, but they also could add an exclusive island as well. I would love if they slowed down the rate of new Pokemon releases mainline someday too. Cope. I don't know. I think every generation there's going to be at least 70. At this rate that we're getting, I mean, how many Pokemon have we gotten in the last year? Let's see. If we take from last year as the example release date, there that is. Release date. So, if we just go from last year's anniversary event, we've gone from these guys, so let's not count them. We've gotten well, I'll count these guys as 2. 1, 2, 3. I'm counting Gourgeist as 1, though. 3, 4. Skip that guy. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 releases per year. If we round that up to 25, that's roughly 75 Pokemon we can add, or they can add to the game over the course of every 3 years. I guess there's a bigger gap than just 3 years between Gen 10. I don't know. They might catch up slowly, very slowly over time, but it's gonna be a while. Hey, look who turned off Discord notifications for. Oh yeah, I did. Give me a minute. Nice. Okay. I just got here. What are we doing the next 2 weeks? Oh, wait. Give me a moment. Okay. Never getting E for E fire type for Entei. Yeah, it might be less likely now that we have Torterra. Want to share something funky I thought of yesterday? For week 2, I can use base Latios, and Latios give the bonus Sleepy XP. 300 can go up to 384. Yes, but unless you're using base Latios and Latios, I wouldn't recommend it. It's generally better to just run something else that you actually want the XP on, because they also are getting the XP. If you're using them, though, absolutely great idea. But it's like 14% split across... Because if you're not using the Pokemon that has Sleepy XP, then it's 14% split across 4 Pokemon. Getting an additional 56 experience, or 15%, 56% bonus. It's like 56% XP. Also, it looks like we have a visitor. Or, not yes, visitor, if it's loading. If Discord would load. Oh, hello. I hear myself twice. I need to change my... I can get the stream settings. For lol, let's make Gen 11 like 2031 and keep Pokemon Sleep going till 2070-ish. We'll make it one day. To having the full decks. Okay. Welcome, welcome. I need to set up inputs.
Set up whatever you need to, assuming I can be heard.
You can be heard, and now you can be seen. Although, yeah, you can be seen even. Although you're really small. What?
Yeah.
Here,
I'm small compared to you. It's fine.
We're both pretty small in the grand scheme of things. Okay.
It's true.
Here, I can even put you in the top right corner of the screen. Or now you're bigger than me on screen. There we go.
Guys, hijacked. Welcome to... I'm just kidding.
How's the alert box? I'm figuring out things. Okay. I'm trying
to find a way to look at the chat.
You might just have to be a little bit... Well, you can just mute maybe? I don't know. Or mute me for you and then just be on the stream. Okay, let's see. Yo, that's Ben Brown. It is Ben Brown. Here, I've Ben Brown. Go check out his channel if you haven't seen it before. Okay. Video capture. I'm trying to get my sources set up. Browsers or window capture. That's how I had it before. Okay. We want this one. And we want to put it to the back of everything. That did not work. There we go.
Sorry, I made his life complicated because he said call me and I was like, why don't I video call? Here we are.
How audible is Ben, everybody? Like, talk again, I want to see. Talk.
Talk again. You want to see.
I'm going to turn you up a little bit.
Yeah, I can also sit a little closer to my mic.
You'll be fine.
It's coming through the one I think it is.
What is this Rotom foolery? Someone just asked.
The best kind. The collaboration station.
Yep, collabs. Okay. I'll just turn the music... I have a different solution. I'm going to turn the music down. And
I'll just do the background music. You can just keep talking and I'll just...
and then I'll turn the stream audio up for audio output. That should work. Okay. Blast up Ben's volume. Okay. I just blasted up that volume for music.
Yeah, Barry burst my volume, man.
Barry burst. Go Infernape on this. Okay. Talk.
Infernape me.
Oh, I might have made you too loud. Okay, talk again.
Again.
Okay, you should be good now, I think.
Alright.
The levels look a bit more balanced? Yeah. Complain if there are problems.
Yeah, people, just complain. We're good at that as a community.
The greatest YouTube live stream of all time. Okay. Yes, we are good at complaining. What do you think about the new Mons?
Alright, well, before I get into the new Mons, I need to come and challenge Velociraptor on one of his biases. Welcome to Biases with Ivan Brown, where we challenge Velociraptor on things that he says that are just not true. Alright, you ready? Today's bias is... Pikachu candy is not as common as you think.
I said it wasn't that common later on after they made the changes and everything.
Oh, okay.
I said that multiple times.
I listened to a lot of the live stream. I listened to a lot of it, but I missed some of it, I'm sure. But
I said especially after they got rid of it at Cyan.
Yeah.
That was a big
for it. Well, I think part of your previous bias, and I'd say because you've said that this is a common candy for a long time, and to be fair, they did change it recently. But I think because you've spent a lot of time at Old Gold Power Plant, and that used to be like your place, you just got a lot more of it. And,
I also think being a day one player,
I've never been able to get tons of it.
Also, my stream,
I've raised one Raichu.
My account is, my computer is like frozen. I hope the stream's still going. I'm gonna check the stream health on my. If you're
it looks like it's frozen on mine. I'll just call you, dude. But it's good to see you all.
I might have to reboot the stream. No, it's completely frozen. Oh wait, did my computer? Is it working again? Everyone's saying Ben's camera's frozen. It's not Ben's camera. It's the entire stream. Things seem to be loading a bit better though. I think my entire computer was frozen. Like nothing was moving. I wonder if
well, you're still moving on my screen.
I'm still moving on.
I'm frozen on.
I'm frozen on my screen too. Well, you're frozen because you were frozen on my screen, and it's literally capturing your screen. I literally, as of right now, to myself, look like I'm frozen. I may have to just restart the stream because, well, let me check how my computer's performance is doing. Maybe struggling. YouTube money.
Listen, we're all trying to get YouTube money for better equipment. Okay. All right, let me hang this up and just try to do the voice call thing and don't stress about it. See if it kicks in your bits.
Oh man, we love technology. Okay, I'm just gonna go back to this screen. It's still frozen from my perspective. It looks
you don't
fine
need to be able to
on
see
my
anything.
camera.
You can trust us.
It's streaming right. It doesn't look right on my end, but I'm just gonna keep going with it. I still have access.
Can you still see chat?
I can still see chat. It's just my output looks completely frozen, but I can see on my phone that the output's still fine. So, but I can still see chat's being updated and everything. So, oh, it's that Ben guy. Yes, it is.
Oh, that Ben guy, as opposed to the other Ben guy.
Yeah, no, I think there are two major biases with that. One, I spent a lot of time at OGPP. Two, and I think this is actually the bigger one, day one player bias, because I got so much in the early game because everybody was sending it as candy very early on, because people looked at the numbers and were like, this is the best Pokemon in the game at early game, and it was just everywhere. But also they removed it from Cyan now as well.
I've always wondered how in the world have you raised multiple Raichu, because I've always been like having just enough candy for the one. So
well, I've got,
and that's what clued me into. It must be because he was at OGPP for like that's where he lived for like a year.
Fair enough.
However long.
I did spend quite a bit of time there. Okay.
So yeah, on that note, I do think Empoleon is kind of like, I mean, honestly, and Torchic still can be good for that. Oh, catch it earlier, use it for its typing as you're in the early game, and then swap it when you evolve it in the later area. But anyway.
Oh yeah, because you theoretically could keep it as a Prinplup. I guess I didn't really think much about Prinplup. I'd be interested to see.
No one does. No one thinks about the first evolution of any of the starters.
Well, it doesn't even need to be the middle evolution is still water type. You can make it a middle evolution. How does that compare to...
Good.
Yeah. Yes, we need Backrooms Pokemon Daycare. Okay, let's see. Berry Fanning S. If we just get Berry Fanning, because we're assuming like early game, you probably wouldn't even have this most likely if you're looking at early game, but compared to... The thing is, early game, like, charge strength Pokemon are just so dominant. What about crocodile
That's true.
equal level?
I had a video scripted before you did yours where you said that to say don't hunt a healer first, and I was like, oh well, he's right, because I was gonna tell that to everyone too.
Yeah.
And I still haven't recorded it, so.
How are the Golducks? Rizla asks.
The Golducks are fine. I only have one invested, so it's doing great. I ran it all last week. Actually, I was running it this week too. I'm at expert mode. But also, in case anyone's wondering, there is no more information on the data mine stuff than what I already shared in that other video, so sorry. I wish I'm not as fancy as those other guys. I think that they have accounts where they download the info and track the downloads and stuff, and I'm just not as fancy as Rainix to get cool data.
Fair enough.
But
also, I ran the comparison. Primplup versus Crocodile. They're pretty much the same for base berry productivity. Obviously, they have different main skills, and it's hard to evaluate Empoleon's main skill. That's something that I've learned over the course of just this stream, even.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I would say hunt both.
But realistically,
always be. I mean, when we say hunt, it means something different in the early game than it does now.
It means
in the early game, it's catch whatever's hungry, is my opinion.
Still, though, just they're both outproduced by a level 1 Golduck at level 25 with berry fighting. That's Golduck with no sub skills. So
listen, when you compare them to the best Pokemon in the game, they're gonna come up short. Okay.
Okay, fine. I'll compare it to Ampharos. It's still probably gonna have the same sort of results.
Burn! It's okay. I have one of those too.
Maybe even Pseudo Wudo. Just charge strength. Go for charge strength mods early game. They're busted in the early game, hands down.
But part of the reality is you kind of have to look at all of these new Pokemon through that new player lens, right? Because I mean, especially Torterra, right? It's like, well, I definitely don't need to go hunt the second best E for E healer because I have a guard that's plenty invested. Mine's level 70 already. I got another skill trigger boost there. So, like, I definitely don't need to pause everything to go get that. But a new player could probably really benefit from having a healer earlier, using it at Taupe Hollow, you know, all of those things. So,
well, that's what I said was like, yeah, Wigglytuff said Cyan, or Igglybuff Wigglytuff, but it's, I mean, it's about the same productivity as Palmy. I forgot that, like, they buffed it pretty recently. So, like, when I was talking earlier about it, I was, like, kind of just, like, ignoring it. But, like, it gives a couple, like, decent options early game that, now that Wigglytuff's been buffed, now that Torterra exists at top, and Palmy's at Snowdrop, we really have viable healer options at every island except for, like, Amber Canyon, which a new player isn't really... And, well, yeah, because they just removed Shuckle from Amber Canyon in that last update.
Yeah, what the heck?
Bonkers to me. Why'd they move Shuckle from Amber? But that's a whole different discussion.
Honestly, I think they took away too much from every area. Like, but
from every area, you think?
I liked how it was. I liked the old Pokemon Sleep. I'm an old fart who likes the old ways. I'm just kidding.
I think there needed to be some trimming. It was getting pretty watered down. And it was only going to get worse with more Pokemon being added.
Well, and I mean, part of it is, for the hunts that I'm on, I was looking at, like, well, what's the area where I can have the best chance of hitting a bunch of these things? Now I feel like with like a couple of, or well, with basically every hunt, it's like, well, I basically have to just choose 1 or 2 Pokemon to hunt at a time. And that doesn't feel great.
I think the problem was, though, like, area exclusives especially suffered from the way it was before. I know that there were a lot of people that were like, I've been hunting Vikaful for months because Old Gold Power Plant was so watered down. And I think they especially realized that with Amber Canyon. it was pretty difficult to hunt the Amber Canyon exclusives. So I think that's why they cut things back, but I'm fine with the new island layout with some reverts. Someone just said. I like watered down. Hey, someone agrees with you. They liked it watered down. Ben
I'm
Brown.
not like so unhappy that I'm gonna quit, but
Someone said Ben Brown is a real life Pokemon trainer. He trained his AI.
that's all AI is after all. It's just Pokemon.
Learning.
It's all just digital stuff.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, that's all we're playing with is digital pocket monsters.
Yep.
And now we actually keep them in our pockets.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Although the original Game Boy, I still shoved it into my pockets as a kid, so.
Hey, here's a nerdy fact about me. Before I got a phone, and I was in like middle school, because my parents didn't let me get a phone for a while. I literally kept a calculator in my pocket all the time, every day. If that gives you
very nerdy.
any idea how nerdy I was.
I never did that, but I always thought it was funny that our teachers would say, like, you have to learn how to do this. You're not going to have a calculator with you. And now, literally, I have a calculator at my beck and call on my phone.
Yeah.
Like, within seconds.
I have it on my wrist. My watch has a function that I can just pull the calculator. I don't even need to whip it out of my pocket. It's literally just right there.
All right.
Yeah.
So I haven't. Let me give my official takes, I guess, on these new mons because I've been kind of like circling it. My takes are: if you need an energy for everyone Pokemon, hunt Torterra. What a great hunt. If you need a Steel Berry Specialist, go hunt Empoleon. My takes are too obvious. Like, obviously, Steelix is better, but it's going to be a pain to hunt, so hunt Empoleon. And you know that I am on the side of, well, I'd like to have berry coverage for every type. In part because of Greengrass Expert, but also in part of we just don't know what the future holds for other expert modes or future areas. And maybe the next area will be steel fighting ground. And then we'll go, wow, we should have been hunting all of these, right? Like,
my thoughts are always work with what we know for sure, though. And what we know for sure right now is like what the current situation is.
Agreed.
And like, we can. I will never say berry coverage is a bad thing, ever. I do think that like especially if you're a later game player, and you're just looking for something to do, it's not a bad idea. I was hunting Blaziken before this, because I had the same thoughts. Like, I didn't really need it right now, but berry coverage is never bad. I just don't think it's a priority.
Caught the worst Torchic ever today.
Oof.
And I'm not joking. You want to hear this? This is going to make you cry.
Modest.
Okay, so it's mild.
Oh, mild. Okay.
So, ingredient finding up, energy recovery down. Then energy recovery bonus, the gold skill guaranteed.
Yeah.
And then everything else is blue. Skill level up S, ingredient finder M, skill trigger M, with helping speed M at level what used to be called 100 in the olden days. Level 80.
Yeah.
But like literally, I think one of the worst torture rolls ever, and it's a sign. Pivot. Get out of this hunt. Go get a Chimchurri.
Go get a monkey. Revert to monkey.
But my reality is, if Torchic shows up, I'm gonna try to catch a Torchic. If Chimchar shows up, I'm gonna try to catch Chimchar. I have a Primeape candidate and tons of Mankey candy with like a couple of candy boosts could probably take it to level 70 with berry fighting as helping bonus and speed of help something, I think the nature. So like I have a Fighting Berry candidate. The advantage to Chimchar is like you could have a Fighting Berry Pokemon in the next 2 weeks a lot easier than you're gonna find a great Torchic candidate or Blaziken candidate to invest in, or even Primeape for that matter. It's basically, let's fast forward the berry hunt for a bunch of players for fighting berries, and if you look at it from that berry burst perspective, this is your new player premium Lapis Pokemon.
Yeah,
is kind of one way to look at it.
Yeah, I can see that. I'm planning on hunting the monkey. I think it's, and obviously like Chimchar though, or not Chimchar, Torchic, decent mon. Like I still stand by everything that I said about Blaziken a year ago. It's a good mon. It's just not exciting. That still is the case. If you have a good Blaziken, don't necessarily hunt Chimchar because it's better. Like, you're talking... If we think about this from the perspective of... Let's say you don't have a water berry specialist or something. Well, when you have water-favored berries, and let's assume you don't have any other favored berries, then realistically getting a water berry specialist, even if it's worse, is going to at least boost your productivity by 50% every time you have water berries. Meanwhile, going from having a Blaziken to having a Chimchar or Infernape, you're gonna have to go for like the same expenditure for that, like how much it's gonna cost to complete that hunt. But it's probably only gonna improve your productivity of fighting berries by whatever the difference between the species is, which is like probably like 20% maximum. Like, even if I just to put an estimate out there.
Yeah.
So it's still generally more worth it to hunt things that you don't already have than to hunt things that you do have, but just upgrades. Even if the ones you have are bad.
Agreed. Yeah, and ultimately, I mean, that's the comparison that I went to Rainanex to do. Like, as soon as the number started settling, is I just pulled up the box, and I know that the or like some parts of the tool update before or after others. But basically, just set it to Lapis, and I'm sharing this as a here's how the pros do it, guys. But do whatever you want. Anyway, I set my box, and I like set, all right, if Primeape's level 70, by just making everything level 70, and I turned off helping bonus stacks to just, give it that little bit of a buff, because otherwise it doesn't come in that great. But even then, it's like, okay, well, at least for Lapis, my Ganium still comes in higher than my Primeape, and so it's going to be a lot easier. Like a Blaziken with just Berry Finding S helping bonus beats out Primeape as a better investment, and then Infernape with skill trigger M and helping speed M alone also just beats that out, right? So like none of them come close to Sceptile. Maybe I'll just keep hunting those. But I mean, I don't know. I'm hunting for coverage, so I'll be still catching Torchics and Chimchars, and whichever one I get first that's really great will deprioritize the other one on my list for a later date. That's kind of my mindset.
My mindset,
because then I'll need to go. Oh, go ahead.
Generally speaking, I'd say like if I want to invest something, I usually just think like. And I actually put a comparison on screen just as Kenny were talking. I was throwing this together. I'm a big multitasker. But anyway, I think like, okay, I have my generalist options. If I throw them in the calculator, how much does it say they produce when they don't have Favor Berry versus this Pokemon at like level 50? Because I don't really want to be taking things past, like, yes, you can level things past 50, but it's pretty difficult to like use something temporarily if it's just like
Yeah.
if it's difficult to level something past level 50 if you only intend to use it for one like niche situation. And that's why I'm like, I usually look at like level 50 for things that are like, oh, for this specific berry coverage, versus like coverage everywhere. So I'm like, okay, if I just throw Infernape in, I probably don't want to even consider one that doesn't have at least berry fighting as help speed M, just because my generalists can kind of outproduce it at that same level. So like, because they're not level 70, that makes it more difficult to justify. Weirdly enough, the higher level cap makes it that it's harder for me to invest things because my generalists now perform better.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I caught a decent Latios that is basically going to be my best generalist forever now.
Yeah.
Once it's all the way leveled up, and so that specifically becomes like the benchmark of like, well, if I'm going to invest in something for a situation, like favorite fighting berry, then it's got to be decently better than Latios at level 70, because it's going to take that long to get any of the Pokemon up to that level, right? So
yeah, it takes a long time to level Pokemon, especially legendaries, but that's a whole different discussion.
Well, and especially for players who've been playing a long time, it's like you probably already have several level 60, some level 65. Players are starting to get some things up to level 70, and it's like, well, let's talk about how good does Pokemon really have to look for me to like start from scratch, especially if it's going to be fulfilling a role that I've already filled.
Well, it's like what I was saying with like Torterra. I'm like, I'll catch them when they're around. I don't think it's a bad thing to be catching if you already have E for E. It's just like, do I prioritize it? No. I don't need it by any means at my stage of the game. Or I'm assuming you thought the same thing. But I'm like, but I can see value in top energy for everyone coverage, especially because we don't know how future expert modes are going to play out. There's a possibility that maybe they'll make the punishment for being off-type at non-Greengrass Islands more punishing.
Yeah.
Like, we really do not know.
It's crossed my mind, but then we get into the stuff we don't know category, right?
Well, that's where I'm like...
It's hard to judge.
Mm-hmm. It is hard to judge, but if you're further along and don't have much else to do, and the Turtwig shows up, even if you don't need it, it might be a good idea to toss it a biscuit just to have the options. Like, I wish if I had gone back in time, when I was starting to play the game, well, maybe not so much for me, but I know some people who've complained because they're like, I wish I knew at the start of the game just to catch Gulpins. Because, like, they're not at the later game islands, and a lot of people are like, I want to swallow it now, but I have to go back to the early game islands if I want to hunt it, because it's not available later game. That's why I mentioned it in my one video. I was like, if it's there, and there's nothing else that you need there that's, like, hungry or something, just catch it, because if you do catch a good one, you'll thank yourself later on. And I'm like, that's something that I kind of wish I knew to some extent, but it's a very low priority hunt, because you have probably years before you'll ever need it.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what I think about with Turtwig for late game players right now.
Well, in the challenge, so I'm actually in the exact scenario right now where Palmot really comes in handy. So I'm at expert mode. I have the skill boost, and I have electric as... okay, I say now. Last week I was in this scenario. But I have a pretty good Palmot, skill trigger M. It's brave nature. It's got helping speed at 50, and it's got another skill trigger at 70. So like decent Palmot, right? I've always held off on investing the main skill seeds though, because it's like, well, other than the scenario at expert mode where I have the electric berry and the skill boost, and it averages 7 triggers a day, which is like crazy. in any other scenario, even at max main skill level, it's worse than guard. Like, so I'm always gonna be choosing guard, like in every scenario except for that 1 week that just happened, and I just survived it, and I ran guard the whole week. So like, it's hard for me to justify. And I mean, and you're talking to a guy who has a Wigglytuff all the way invested, who has 2 guards at max main skill level because I invested one too early. Like, it's just gonna be hard to justify. And I mean, on that note, like, we talk about searching for a great Pokemon. Like, none of my healers have helping bonus. My 2 best ones have Berry Finding S, which is still adds the extra strength and is great, but I can really take my time hunting for a Torterra and never feel like I have to settle, which is nice.
Yeah.
But also, I'm not going to go rush into catching it in the next 2 weeks. So
something funny that I just learned I can do. Have I ever told you about my Wigglytuff? This is very off topic, but have I ever told you about my Wigglytuff? Very early on,
no.
I refused to put main skill seeds into it, because especially at the time I was free to play. And it has skill level up M at 75, which is now 70. And I was using it at skill level 5, and because I misinterpreted like the announcement they made when they announced skill level 7 for Charge Strength M. I thought that it read in a way that all skills were eventually going to get a skill level 7. That wasn't really a correct reading of that announcement. But anyway, I was like, I'm just going to take it to skill level 5 and leave it there. I've left it there the entire time because I haven't needed it. I got Gardevoir and invested that fully. Well, now I'm like, I have the candies and the Dream Shards that I could literally right now take it to level 70 and get that free main skill seed that I held off from investing way back.
Hey.
Finally get to skill
Look at
level
you.
6 without any... Granted, it would only get 1 skill level because I did take it to 5 at least. But I don't think I'm going to do that because I don't need it. But it would cost like 1,000,000 shards. It's level 56. But I have 1,700 candies. Funny stories.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it. That sounds like a great Christmas candidate.
Honestly, I don't even think I would because
Christmas
I don't need more candies for it. Like the shards are the heavier expense there because I already have enough candies for it, so I wouldn't candy boost it.
So, I mean, 1,700. Is that enough? I feel like
it is. I just checked it.
Like...
I literally was sitting here.
Oh, okay, well,
yeah.
I trust you.
Yeah, I clicked and held it, and it gets all the way to 60, and has like 50 candies remaining.
Okay.
So yeah, that's something I could do. I'm not going to, but I could do it. Does anyone have a TLDR for the new starters? They're all decent. If you need what they offer, go hunt them. If you don't need what they offer, they're easy to sit out on. I think that's the best TLDR.
Well, and then the TLDR of what they actually do.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
If they need that stuff.
Empoleon's a Steelberry specialist. It's decent. Infernape is a Berry Burst Pokemon with Fighting-type berries. Nothing game-breaking. Sceptile is way better, but, like, Infernape is of different typing. So if you need Fighting Berry coverage, then go for it. Torterra, Energy for Everyone, Ground-type. Bigger thing is Energy for Everyone, though. If you need an Energy for Everyone healer, great option. It's not the best. None of them are the best at what they do. Infernape's technically the best Fighting Berry specialist. And Empoleon, while it's not better than the Steelix, it's cheaper. Significantly cheaper. So, in some capacity, they're all great.
Well, and you're probably going to catch a great Empoleon before you catch a great Steelix candidate.
Yes, exactly.
And that's really what it comes down to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The best ability is availability in this game sometimes.
Oh, that was a great quote.
I
Turn
saw
that
someone
into a
else.
T-shirt.
I saw somebody post that in the Discord. I was like, I'm stealing that.
Anything that you post in the Discord becomes my property.
Actually,
That's
it
why I
wasn't
never
my
post
Discord. It
things.
was the Pokemon Sleep Discord.
Fine. Anything I see on the internet, if AI can read it, it becomes mine. I made this. You know that little meme with the guy who like takes the I don't even know what it is, alien looking thing.
Yeah.
I made this. The best ability is availability. Yeah, I'm looking at my like an Empoleon with BFS and helping bonus comes in below Latios for me with both at level 70. I mean, I don't know. Latios is probably weighted to consider as if everything is dragon in the same way that Crest is overweighted, so it's probably technically worse. But definitely not like I'm definitely gonna choose Mimikyu and Raichu over Empoleon if it's for the power plant.
Oh yeah. I'm not gonna be able to out produce my Raichu at Old Gold Power Plant. If I'm looking for steel berries, it's just for having more berry coverage, kind of like we were talking about, which I think is I think berry coverage should be a very late game goal. Think about island coverage first. I think that's the way it should be talked about. Yeah. Prioritize island coverage.
Agreed.
Then once you have island coverage made for all 6 islands, then start thinking about berry coverage. But also ingredient coverage, I think, is also a higher priority than even berry coverage. So,
and I'll do you one better for people who care. Area coverage.
yeah. I'm still calling them islands. They're islands in my heart, even if the naming isn't technically right.
I mean, when you look at the map, it
does say area.
They look like islands. They're surrounded by. Well, they're okay. So make my point. Sure, I'll make your point. They're surrounded by water. They didn't have to put water on the map. They could have just done some other thing. I don't know. They could have put clouds. Because we're dreaming. It's Pokemon Sleep, people. It's what's under the water.
Yep, exactly.
That's what we all want to know. What's in the water? One day they'll release a water area, and you'll go to Cyan Beach, and then you'll swipe up, and then it'll be like, oh, now you're under Cyan Beach.
And then you can encounter Tentacruel.
And then you play Magikarp Jump.
Maybe that's how we encounter all the water Pokemon. Right. Also, somebody in the chat asked, how much does Berry Finding S hurt Gardevoir? Berry Finding S on Skill Specialist is complicated. Generally speaking, I'd actually consider it to be a positive trait on Gardevoir, even though it does hurt its triggers a little bit. It only hurts
not
its
if you're running a Golduck, because you check the game every hour or so.
Well, it only hurts
so
your
it's not a
productivity
problem.
nighttime, really. Like, it doesn't really hurt you during the day much if you're actively checking.
Well, then it's a good thing I have a second guard that's all the way invested that has an inventory boost and is gonna stay at level 31 forever.
Also, I can find actually a bigger thing. My Gardevoir can finally actually be, quote, what I refer to as the bare minimum investable. Because my Gardevoir is not great.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
Your
invested
Shiner at level 70.
Yeah, level 70. It gets Help Speed M, and then it'll finally have Skill Trigger M and Help Speed M at level 70. Which is what I've always, for the longest time, referred to as my bare minimum investable. That, like, the bar for where it's, if you need what it can offer immediately, then maybe you can invest it at that point, like early game stuff. At this point, bare minimum isn't really enough for me. But it's still what I'd broadly consider to be bare minimum for most people.
Well, and I think therein lies the principle of, if you're a new player, all of these Pokemon are great options. Mm-hmm. If you're a late game player, maybe you already have area coverage. You can be a lot pickier about your berry coverage.
Yeah.
You can be a lot pickier on all of these hunts, and that's really the benefit of having played so long and having options. And already you're just adding flexibility to your roster, but you don't like. I feel like in the early game there's a lot of like, should I be using this? Should I invest it? Should I, like, there's a lot of these questions. Once you get to the point where you have a lot of things invested, maybe some of them were mistakes. Oh well, there still might be your best thing because you stuck with it for a long time. But you can now afford to be a lot pickier on all of your hunts. 3 years in.
Yeah. Also,
I've been playing this game every day for 3 years. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Also, I'm going to address a couple questions in chat. Someone asked about Infernape mogging Blaziken. Technically, yes, but remember, which one do you catch
that sounds
first?
like a word I know.
Just owning. Also, Blaziken's more free-to-play friendly is also a very notable aspect of it. Especially in the early game, that's going to make it... Although, actually, never mind. I just checked the comparison, and even without skill seed investment, Infernape outperforms Blaziken. So, maybe not more free-to-play friendly, but more just whatever you catch first. That's really the situation, I think.
Right, agreed.
Yeah.
But Chimchar is going to be the fastest hunt if you're looking for fighting berries, because skill specialists are a lot easier to catch a viable one.
Yes, that is also true. However, I was running the comparison with a berry finding S focused one, so but there are theoretically multiple sub-skills that benefit it more than Blaziken. Like, Blaziken basically needs berry fighting S to be good. Meanwhile, you can go for like help speed M, skill trigger M on Chimchar. So, like, there are more viable sub-skill sets.
BFS.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it's going to be
even
easier to
just
catch
skill trigger M.
Yeah.
I think even just skill trigger M beats it.
Probably.
Could be my settings, but
let me see.
Also, I don't know if you've been switching screens or if you've been intentionally on this one of the list of everything. But
am I still on that one in the stream?
I think I messed up your screens when I joined.
Oh wait, my entire stream is frozen right now. Wait, maybe not.
I mean, your mouth is moving on my phone, and I still see the chats popping up. And while you figure that out, unless we need a relaunch, which I really hope we don't, because this is, I feel like YouTube is dumb about stuff. But
okay.
I think let me answer this Gardevoir question real quick. Why do I need a guard for running overnight? Is because I use a strategy that I'm gonna have to rename called the daycare strategy. Maybe I'll have to rename it. But basically, what I run overnight, I know a lot of people recommend like run berry specialists overnight and get the sneaky snacking and all that. I tend to actually run ingredient specialists overnight that are all self healers, and then I run when I'm in expert mode with off types, I run 2 healers with 3 self-healing ingredient mons that are getting me ingredients I need. In other modes, I typically run just guard overnight, and what that allows me to do is keeps the energy on those Pokemon high enough. Like, over time, the guard eventually does need to get some sleep to get its energy back up. But basically that means in the morning I can switch onto a team specifically for giving them the experience, or like right now I'm switching on a team that are all research experience bonus Pokemon. And so running the healer overnight is literally to get the heal triggers in the morning so that I don't have to worry about the rest of my team's energy. And I'll like overemphasize healing during the day. If my healer's having a bad day, I'll stick in a second healer specifically to try to get my team higher so that I don't have to use the team that I run during the day to get the nighttime energy. So that's why.
Oh, I think I just messed up my stream quite a bit with like the inputs. I'm just gonna go to camera only.
No.
I can't actually see what it looks like on my computer right now. That's the only thing that's still frozen from when my computer got all jacked up. So it looks like the Rain on X input has frozen completely though. So I was changing things around, but it wasn't visible to the chat or to everyone. Anyway, yeah, no, cool strategy. I could never pull it off. I'm not that in depth on like checking it and everything and managing energy that close. I'm much more just, especially these days, I'm much more relaxed in my playstyle with it, so make less habits out of it. And I don't have much time in the mornings, so.
I know you're lazy. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can afford to be lazier in the day, then you don't need to have as good quality sleep at night. So it works out.
Yeah. Anyway, I haven't put my Pokemon to sleep yet. I'm gonna start the Go++. I'm sleeping, guys. Can't you tell? Okay.
This is how we do it.
Just at 5 million Greengrass expert, no good camp tickets, so it's definitely possible. Yeah. I mean, remember though, I wasn't I really should actually like plan. Whenever I go there for a week or two or whatever, I need to like actually do proper planning to maximize strength.
Yeah.
Gold up player, y'all are lazy. Okay.
I'm 50k off of 5 million with no good camp ticket at expert mode. So
I've been.
If I can do it, anyone can do it.
I've been real behind lately, just because I really haven't been caring. I'll be completely honest. My numbers have not been looking good. Sleepers right now.
Hey, you've been on vacation. You've been doing stuff. You've been investing energy into a whole new world of gaming that you've always loved, of competitive.
Yeah.
I don't care about it. I didn't even know that competitive Pokemon was a thing until I was in college, and I was talking to my friend and I was like, oh yeah, I remember playing Silver version. I had this Ampharos and it had Fire Punch and Thunder Punch and it was so good. And my friend was like, what? Are you crazy? And I'm like, no, it was awesome.
I mean, hey, in the race games.
And he educated me.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, even people who play competitive Pokemon, you run into some funky stuff. I kid you not. Yesterday I was playing and I was in Ultra Ball rank. I was trying to make my climb to Master Ball. And I encountered someone who was running Eruption Torkoal. Or not Eruption. That's like a common spread. Someone was running Earthquake on Torkoal, which is a physical non-stab move. And I was like, what? Anyway. But that was also like 2 games after I encountered somebody who was running Draco Meteor Flamethrower Garchomp, which is special moves on Garchomp. And I was like, what is in the air today that I run into special Garchomp and physical Torkoal? I was like, what? Anyway.
I mean, there is something to be said of catching people off guard.
Yeah, and I learned actually that Torkoal actually has the same physical stat as its special stat. It's just, it has much better special fire stab moves that you'd probably never want to use a physical Torkoal, but they do have the same stats, so that wasn't completely unoptimal. But Draco Meteor's
Dude, this is the kids who carried around calculators in their pockets are now playing competitive Pokemon.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, some of us are just trying to sleep. Just kidding.
Fair enough. But also, somebody earlier, I want to go back to it because I've been wanting to talk about it since I saw it, but someone asked, what was it? Oh, how much is way better Quick Napkin Math? Like, because earlier I said, like, Sceptile's still way better than Infernape at Lapis. You guys can't see it because my Rain on X input died. But I have it on screen right now. Same comparison, Infernape to Sceptile with Berry Finding as help bonus. Now, different sub-skills are going to make a very big difference here, but if we just use that sub-skill spread of Berry Finding S, not help bonus, helping speed M, with my 85% Lapis area bonus and my background settings, came out to 227,000 on Sceptile, 203,000 on Infernape, roughly a 11% difference. So 11% better on Sceptile. That's pretty drastic. That's more than what Help Speed S is. Sceptile is just, I don't know what they were thinking with it. It is so much above everything else in the game. Other than Latios. Latios is an exception, but that makes sense because it's a legendary. Like, higher expense, higher reward. That actually makes sense. But, like...
But the Sceptile hunt is harder, though, to get that build, because to get the Berry Finding S...
That's true.
And the complementary things with it is not... Like, I was actually reflecting on this the other day when I was complaining about... like, this Torchic hunt is dragging on. I'm, like, almost to Friendship level 40. And then I was like, well, I did catch a great Sceptile, and actually 2 good Sceptiles. One that I'll probably just never infest. But, like, I caught a great Sceptile so fast comparatively to, and some players are still hunting Sceptile. Like, so good luck with the hunt, because it's worth it. And you probably are getting tons of candies, so you're going to be able to invest it.
Yeah.
Like, that's the reality, and so our bias on that is we both stumbled in very quickly to great Sceptiles. So
yeah, well, it's really a Berrymon hunt, but what's interesting about it is that it is a Berrymon hunt. Like, you really just want to hunt Berrymon sub skills if you want the really phenomenal one that's like going to break your game. However, it also has this added benefit. It also greatly appreciates skill trigger sub-skills in nature as well, which almost makes it easier in some capacity than regular berry specialists. It makes it harder than regular skill specialists, that's for sure, because it really does want the Berry Finding S. But it makes it almost easier than regular berry specialists, because it also has this added thing of, hey, if you have bonus things for skill trigger up, still great. Like, that's a nice added bonus.
Well, and that's the thing is, like, Sceptile is a great Pokemon in that sense too, because you can settle and still, like, without the BFS and still have something that's very strong.
Yes.
Right?
One of the most common questions that I've seen in the community is like, oh, it's Sceptile without Berry Finding S, and they show, like, full skill trigger sub-skills and, like, helping bonus and help speed M, and they're like, is it good? It doesn't have BFS. And I'm like, I've always said that in my comparisons, Berry Finding S is, like, slightly worse than Triple Trigger. Better than Double Trigger. So, like, I'd say if you want a quick comparison, you can equate Berry Finding S on Sceptile to Triple Trigger. It's not quite exact, because Triple Trigger is actually a little bit better, but that aside, if you think about it from that perspective, then Triple Trigger plus Helping Bonus, yes, that's still really, really good. That's the equivalent of Berry Finding S and Helping Bonus, one of the best combos in the game. So, go for it.
Definitely.
It's just most people won't find that, because the odds of landing Triple Trigger plus Help Bonus is significantly lower than Berry Finding S Help Bonus.
Definitely. Well, and my one that's never going to get invested, or unlikely to ever get invested, is Brave, so its experience gains down, but it has Berry Finding S, helping speed up, has helping speed at 50, and then at level 80, it's gonna get skill trigger. So, like, it would be better than the one that I'm raising, but not until level 80 with experience gains down. So it's like, gonna use the one that's killer now.
Also, somebody's asking about where we're going for the event. I'm probably going to go to Greengrass X for both weeks. I was originally toying around the idea of vanilla Greengrass for week 2, because I was like, oh, it'll be easier to counter the rarer sleep styles because they have lower sleep drowsy power requirements. Entirely forgetting the fact that 3-star styles do not exist at Greengrass for most Pokemon. And then after I was reminded of that, then I was like, oh, never mind, I'm just going to go expert mode.
Yeah. I don't want people to ask me questions that I don't know the answer to. So
Fair enough.
just kidding. I'm still undecided. As we've been like talking for my account personally, the best thing I can be hunting is Empoleon, and getting the friendship levels on the Piplup is probably the best use of my time and energy and biscuits. That said, I like keeping up on the sleep styles too. I feel like based on what's come out and how good they are/are not and how useful they are to me, I think I'm still more excited about stacking research experience and just trying to take care of that as soon as I can. So I've been able to get up to just to 66 so far by running that strategy I mentioned earlier. And I've been at expert mode because the research experience there is way higher than everywhere else. So that's probably my reason to just continue going back to expert mode. And then when all the Pokemon spawn, I will probably be choosing Piplup over the other options, but I don't think I am worried enough to like go to Cyan Beach and only see those, especially because I just get so biscuit poor.
Cyan Beach is also going to tank your research XP. Cyan Beach is the second earliest island, so...
Yeah, it would probably be better to go to Snowdrop for that reason, but...
Yeah.
I mean, if I go to Cyan Beach, I'm thinking I'll use a good camp ticket. If I went to Cyan Beach, I would just trash the place, because running Golduck, running Vaporeon, running... like, it would just be a Golduck is boosted week 1, right? I mean, everything's boosted. It's not just skill specialists. Everything's skill triggering higher, right? It would just be insane strength, but I'm just gonna hope for a good roll on expert mode. And even if I don't get it, I still have enough generalists to just... I mean, even this week, I don't even remember what my exact roll is. It's like bug, normal, what's the third one? Doesn't matter. Point is, I still got to 5 million strength. So, for all the talk I've ever said about I'm scared to go to expert mode, I shouldn't be that scared. I have good enough mons.
I've always been the one to say, just go there. Like, it's gonna be bad the first couple times you go there. There's no way around it.
I mean, but I'm also the guy who was like, I'm gonna run the week at Cyan Beach and then just transfer the area bonus to expert. So, like,
I mean, that's fair.
That was me too.
But also, I think of it as like having a lower sleep score. Yeah, or not sleep score, drowsy power or whatever. Yes, it does hurt productivity, but not so much. Especially if it's only 1 week, or even if it's just 5 weeks. In the grand scheme of things, it's like you're not losing. Like, yes, you are losing stuff, but not that much in the grand scheme of things.
Well, if you're going to say the grand scheme of things, then don't forget, we're talking about digital points of digital creatures.
Yep.
Just kidding. There's more to life than Pokemon Sleep. Mm-hmm. I'm going to say that as somebody who loves Pokemon Sleep and plays it all the time and thinks about it more than you.
Yep.
Not more than the VR, but more than you who is hearing that message and needs to remember.
Honestly, these days, probably more than me, honestly. I've been thinking more Pokemon Champions lately. So...
Oh, jeez.
That's been at the forefront of my mind.
I cannot inherit the mantle of person who thinks about this game the most. I'll have to think about it less.
Yeah. Actually, if we're honest, Raynon probably thinks about it the most, but, well, out of everyone.
That's fair.
Maintaining the site's got to be a pain. Or not pain, but a lot of work. So.
Yeah, definitely is. Definitely is.
Well, now it's like their full
It's a complex
business,
operation.
basically. They have... How many supporters do they have? We can see website stats. I know they show that. Not everyone. Or, not everyone. For me. Someone said good night, everyone in chat. Good night, T-Clock. Let's see.
Have a good 100 sleep score.
Yeah. Yep. Have a good 100 sleep score, that's for sure. I probably won't get 100 sleep score tonight. I'll have to get up early, but...
I'm gonna start saying that to people in real life, and then they look at me weird. I'll be like, "You're not playing Pokemon Sleep?"
And then you'll be able to tell them about Pokemon Sleep.
I was actually thinking, and tell me what you think about this. I feel like actually, more than making content to help the community, the best thing that I could do to actually grow my YouTube channel as a channel would be to get more people playing Pokemon Sleep, and then I'd have more people to watch my videos.
Honestly, I think that's a lot of where like my channel's at. Is I'm like, my channel is kind of stagnated a little bit, and I don't feel bad about that. I've never been in YouTube for YouTube. I'm in YouTube for Pokemon Sleep. So like,
Yeah.
if it stagnates and I don't see as much growth in the channel, that's all right with me, because that's never been my goal. To like have a massive YouTube channel.
Well, and we're here preaching to the choir because these are the people who watch our videos, and thank you all on that note for supporting both of us as much as you do. We appreciate it.
I agree with that statement. So yeah, as for what time it is here, for me it's 11:42. For you it's 10:42, right?
Yep.
Okay, there you go. PM on the 12th of July.
Yes, I have not time traveled.
Neither of us are in Kiribati. Although I thought about doing that one time. I considered it if I had like a time like this. Maybe one time when there's like a... If they ever release Haxorus in the game, I will stay up and I will be one of the people to catch one of the first. I swear. I will time travel to Kiribati and live stream my reaction to one of the first catches. Because that sounds amazing to me. If they ever had Axew, I'll hand calculate that frequency for you guys on stream. You heard it now. Watch it be on like the middle of a vacation for me.
See, like, I feel like I probably have posted enough videos that I could say like, okay, I guess technically I'm a YouTuber, even though I don't really think of it that way. But like, I always tell my wife, I'll know that I've made it in Pokemon Sleep when they have one of these live events in Japan. And they reach out and they're like, we'd like to fly you out to Japan to do this thing if you can make a video about it. And I'd be like, sure, sign me up for that. But no, we're like this tiny little community. Even when they posted this Twitter thing tonight, or sorry, X, even when they posted that tonight, it was like, the site is in Japanese and English. And I was like, why did they even bother doing it in English?
Yeah. The English content creators, we get a lot less views than there are actually some decent sized Japanese Pokemon Sleep channels. The one guy, I think his name's like Daifuku or something like that. He gets some
and
output.
To be fair, he does like all kinds of Pokemon content.
That's true. He does more than just Sleep,
right.
so
Yeah.
Kiribati doesn't work for me. Easiest time zone that functions for me is New Zealand. Oh, okay. Oh well. Oh, someone should. Who are you chatting with?
We're all going to New Zealand.
Oh, this is Ivan Brown. Oh, yeah, I just pointed at him like, but I remember he's not on screen anymore. He has another Pokemon Sleep YouTube channel. Ivan Brown plays Pokemon Sleep. Go check it out if you haven't heard of it.
Yeah, I've been Brown like as if I was an iPhone, but my name is Ben Brown, so
yep.
You'll find me.
Yep. But yeah, no, I've been...
Or just watch enough of VR's videos and I'll start getting recommended to you.
Yeah, that's basically how it works.
Go watch one of his tier list videos, and then the next suggestive video will be everything that Velociraptor got wrong.
Speaking of which, I probably will have another tier list video in the next like week or so. It's been about 6 months.
Oh, man.
Reminder, tier lists are just for fun. People inevitably take them way too seriously, though.
Yeah.
That was my most common.
Yeah, we're gonna. Do you think they're gonna shadow drop anything week 2 of the event?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But
I'd be surprised.
last year we got Plusle and Minun, you know, like
That wasn't shadow dropped though. They were announced in advance.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying,
We got
like this
more
year
ones.
you're gonna release a bunch of mid Pokemon and then not surprise us. I mean, here's what I'm expecting. I better see a lot of main skill seeds in the next 2 weeks because you're gonna release 2 new skill specialists. You gotta, I mean, granted, they're all gonna get 2 levels of evolution. Anyway, I don't know, but I'm like so far behind on investing gold seeds because even though I pay for the premium pass, I'm pretty cheap on a lot of other things. But like you're gonna release multiple skill specialists, especially after they just did the oh well, we just realized that if we release these legendaries back to back, we're gonna have to help you with main skill seeds. Like I basically have the skill seeds to invest 1 skill specialist right now, and I will probably by the end of the year have 1.5 more. So like,
Yeah, I think
just-
didn't they say something about they make it easier to get more main skill seeds soon? I think that was in one of the future.
Well, and we'll
feature adjustments.
they did say, yeah.
And
So-
I don't think we've seen
and
a
we'll
new
see what
feature
the-
since then. So
quote unquote daycare feature whenever you used whatever it may not be daycare, but whatever that thing is, like after your Pokemon is in for a time, you get items at the end. So that might be main skill seeds, it might be candies, it might be extra berries and ingredients. Like we don't really know. Like I can't see in the data mine like what that is. But also sorry for anyone who's spoiler. Rewind and unhear that if you're trying to avoid spoilers. I don't know. I feel like people who are on here are probably people who've watched this video.
they probably want to
But-
know. But it's spooky to invest in skill mons. I can see that. I'm sitting on I'm sitting on 12 skill seeds right now as a free to play, and yearly-ish $3 USD bundles. I mean, I'm not gonna say spend them right away, because that could be bad advice if you don't have anything worth investing into. But don't be too afraid to spend them because the worst thing you can do with them is let them sit in the bag, and because then they're never returning any value to you. If you just have them stored up.
Yeah.
Using them on something that's mid is probably going to yield you something better long term than holding them in. Well, I can guarantee you, if you never use them, genuinely never use them on anything, you could stick it in your worst mon that you still use, and that's still getting more value out of them than them sitting in the bag. Not saying do that,
Yeah.
but it's
The
about
main
picking the
skill
right investments.
seed is an insta buff to your Pokemon.
Yes.
Right.
Any Pokemon.
Like-
even ingredient mons who
Yeah.
don't like it as much. It's still technically a buff to them.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
I mean, I have a little bit different of an opinion on that, and it's just you're fine to hold them until you find something good.
Yeah.
But if you've not used any, then try to get a healer, try to get a charge strength mon, and get one of those invested. If you already have those covered, it's really way more nuanced after that, right?
Mhm.
As far as like what synergizes with what you have. And it's hard to consult without having a full picture of somebody's box
Yeah.
on like what's next.
Like if you have a absolutely jacked out Braviary with help bonus, berry finding S, skill trigger M's, skill ups, ingredients down.
Yeah.
You know what? That's
Don't
probably
sit
your
on
next
that.
one. But
Yeah, don't be sitting on something that's and I say this as a guy who recently caught a triple trigger Heracross, and it is probably my next best investment. But I'm also like, well, I caught a good Latios, and that thing could be really good with these skill seeds. And then I was also waiting to see what happened tonight because I was like, well, if they drop a new Sceptile, for example, I would be sad if I had just dropped all my skill seeds on a Heracross. But now I'm probably a lot more okay with that.
I'm a lot more liberal with my main seeds in general, I'll be honest, but I always have the mindset of like, yeah, spend money to make money. So like, if I need something right now, then I'm like, okay. And I got the seeds for it, I'm like, sure. I already put main skill seeds, and I think my Lottie Duo, I had a bunch stocked up that were sitting in the bag. And between like what I was able to buy this month, my Lottie Duo's already got maxed out main skill seeds. Both of them. So, and yet my poor Noivern, though, I ran out of seeds, and my Noivern's only at skill level 6. So there are downsides to it.
Well,
it
and see,
investments.
Because that's basically the other investment I made this year. I caught a great Noivern with the Giga combo and Skill Trigger M. So like that got a bunch of seeds, and it was great to use through the events, even though technically it would have gotten some main skill levels during the events. But I've been running it like I was running it at Amber Canyon a bunch. Like it's just been awesome, and it's gonna be a mint candidate because it has speed of health down. And so it's actually going to get decently better with a mint, and become, I think, my best generalist until Latios is a high level. But yeah, and then I have like 5 gold seeds in my bag, and it's like, well, basically I'm choosing what's my next skill Pokemon to put into the rotation and what's gonna add the most value to my next 6 months and the rest of my life versus what could I wait for. And part of my reason for holding off on Heracross, for example, is like, well, I do have a Vaporeon that's good enough, and obviously they perform kind of different roles, but typically I'm running those when I'm looking for just extra ingredients, not obviously Heracross adds a different dimension to my game.
Heracross is very weird in like what it does. It's very unique. Nothing else in the game is quite like it, in many ways. The only real comparable thing is Dedenne, but even that's not perfect because it's not providing any ingredients and Tasty Chance. It's just giving you Tasty Chance.
Right.
Anyway, how does Infernape compare to Sceptile? It's about 9/10 the value, but also it's different typing, so there is still value in its. It's good. Infernape's good, but is it a must-have? I'd say no. It's another viable option, though. Great option. Great option, yeah. Bell curve meme. Main skill seed Pokemon you like on the ends. No, you have to main skill seed Sceptile and E for Emons. In the middle.
I mean, that's the other thing I'm weighing out is like, you want a main skill seed Pokemon that you're using, and I happen to already use a lot of skill specialists, and so kind of makes sense. But
that's why I've always been like one to say, sure, go ahead, main skill seed berry specialists if it's one that you're using all the time. It's probably better than a skill specialist that's gonna hit the field once a month. Like
every time my Mawile triggers its skill, I'm like, I just wish it had a bunch of main skill seeds in it. But not enough that I've ever done it, because I feel like I'm not all running for oil all the time either.
What island's going to tomorrow? I'm planning on going Greengrass Expo both weeks. Ben's still contemplating.
Yeah, that's where I'm leaning though. Too.
Leaning expert mode apparently. Will Starter Trios exclusive of anniversaries so far? Aside from the ones that were released at launch, which I guess you could count that as the 0th anniversary. So I guess those ones are even released with the anniversary. They've never released a starter trio.
0th anniversary. Anniversary means the annual versary.
Whatever. Anyway,
you can't have a 0th anniversary.
Okay, well, but it's the first year that it was released at launch. There were 2 sets of starters released at
Like-
launch. Everyone added since then has always been with an anniversary. So, unless they break that trend, which they like to break trends, they like to subvert expectations. So, they could give us a starter trio outside of an anniversary, but I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I doubt they will.
Especially since realistically, they can probably only do that for, because let's see, they still need to add Gen 5, 6, 7, 8, and Gen 10's probably going to be released next year. They probably only got like 5 more years of more starters, maybe 6 if Gen 11's around in 5 years or 6 years. So they can only do that for like 6
So
years
that's the
maximum.
roadmap. And then they'll have to do those monkey Pokemon
The Gen
that are
5
the
monkeys.
starter type.
People would hate that.
Yeah.
Although, actually, I've seen
We're
a
out
lot
of
of
starter
people in
Pokemon,
sleep.
so
I've seen a lot of people like promote them in sleep. Like, I'd love to see them in sleep, and I'm like, they're like some of the most hated Pokemon in the franchise. But oh well.
well, we just got a new monkey, so it's probably not going to happen for a while.
That's true. We did just get a new monkey. There are other monkeys they could add.
Although, maybe this is
Oranguru.
Year of the Monkey.
Maybe we'll get Oranguru. What are some other monkey Pokemon? A Rillaboom? That'd be Gen 8. There's probably a
Yeah.
lot of monkey Pokemon.
There's some legendary monkey Pokemon, right? Monkey Dory, right? Is that legendary? I don't
That
know.
is a legendary, yes. Although I don't think we're going to see that anytime soon. But there's Zarude, that's a mythical monkey.
Year of the Monkey.
There's Passimian. That's another monkey. There's more monkeys than I thought there were. Ambipom. How do we forget Ambipom? Actually, it makes sense that you forget Ambipom.
When I just searched monkey Pokemon,
Mhm.
somebody put Metatite as a monkey Pokemon. Is
I see that. I wouldn't
for
think of
real?
that as a monkey. I can see where they're getting it from, but I don't agree.
We already have Mankey.
Yeah. Favorite not yet released Pokemon.
Maybe we'll see every monkey Pokemon.
Wait, Annihilate. How did I forget that? Anyway, favorite not yet released
Well, that's
Pokemon you would like to see in the game. I think both you and I know what my
I'd have
answer
to go with
is.
Haxorus. Oh, definitely Haxorus is my favorite Pokemon of all time. What about you, VR? Make sure you don't copy me.
I'll copy you, alright. Okay, fine. I'll say Axew. Not for any reason related to Haxorus. I love that guy. He's a cool dragon.
I don't think I have a good answer to this question. Honestly, I mean, I'm a sucker for Gen 1 and Gen 2. Anything except for Sandshrew, I guess. I'm very over that one. I'd love to see Machamp in the game. I think it's probably going to be an ingredient specialist to match. Oh, you know who I want to see? Poliwrath. That's the line that I want to see.
I think it'd be funny.
I
if
don't know why that feels right.
Pyrath would be kind of cool. And it would give a secondary usage for King's Rock if they included the whole split Evo.
Yeah.
Because right now King's Rock is just for Slowking, and that feels kind of lame. But again, we have multiple items that are like that, so I guess that's not the biggest of problems. But,
Snorlax would be cool.
I think it'd be funny if with Machamp... Now, they wouldn't do this, because they haven't done, like, a crazy gimmick like this, but if with Machamp... Do you know about No Guard?
Sounds like something from competitive that I haven't looked into.
So it's Machamp's ability is No Guard. It's a really kind of interesting ability that makes it that...
So Machamp would hunt Torterra. Is that what you're telling me?
Maybe. But, No Guard, what it does is it makes it that every attack that it uses has perfect accuracy. So, like, you can run the most ridiculous low accuracy moves on it. The only thing is, like, the only one that Machamp gets is Dynamic Punch. So like that's really all it is No Guard Dynamic Punch. But if that'd be funny to equate that to Pokemon Sleep, give it just like a stupid, completely useless main skill that like has barely any strength, but then make it that it has a 100% trigger rate. It'd be completely balanced. Make it the new Umbreon, or the new game launch Umbreon. Charge Energy S.
That'd be funny. I feel like it would ruin the dopamine though. They'd have to change the whole skill gate thing.
Could you imagine if Skillgate impacted that so that like at nighttime it would now have like a 95% or 95% skill trigger rate? Someone's like, wait, how did my Machamp not pro? Oh, that'd be funny. Stupid ideas. Somebody suggested Goomy for oil.
There?
Oil still,
oh yeah, that'd be fun.
Oil is still missing. I think the day we see Arboliva is the day we get oil. Like an actual oil ingredient mon. Umbreon was done dirty.
Is that the wait? Is that the one that you showed earlier?
I think I did, yeah.
It's like a palm tree looking guy?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, it's
like
an
olive
branch.
tree.
Yeah.
Okay. This is an example of a Pokemon that I didn't know existed until today. When you showed that, I was like, I've never seen that in my life.
I think it's the only grass normal Pokemon, if I'm right. Oh wait, no, there's also Deerling in that line. So it's the second grass normal Pokemon.
Wait. I have seen it before in the Pokemon trading card game Pocket. Because definitely I would have gotten the card at some point from this set, now that I'm looking it up. But there's a lot of Pokemon that play in that game. It's like the first time I ever saw or heard of them. And so I've probably at least experienced every Pokemon at least once now.
Someone said Umbreon was done dirty in this game for such a fan favorite mon. I can agree with that, but they've improved it. It's probably the most buffed Pokemon they have in the game, in the sense that like from its original state it has received the most buffs to try and make it viable.
Well, second to Kangaskhan, but sure.
Okay, I think Kangaskhan was actually decently viable at launch, though.
I think you're right.
It was just drastically outclassed by Tyranitar. That was the big thing.
Yeah.
It's between...
Well, they just keep buffing Kangaskhan every so often, and as a Kangaskhan user, I'm like, oh, again with the buffs, great. My Pokemon just keeps getting better, and I don't have to do anything.
Yeah, that's true. That'd be very... I wish they did that to more of my Pokemon. They did it to Arbok once. Well, I already invested mine. Because I want to say they gave an Arbok a buff right before Amber Canyon's release, and I was like, thank goodness. Because I have my cracked one with Berry Finding S, Help Speed M, Help Bonus, and I'm like, yeah, I'll take it. But no, if you think Umbreon in its current state is done dirty, Umbreon at launch was a meme of a Pokemon for being literally the worst Pokemon. Like, there was no reason. There were people that tried to make reasons for Umbreon, or like try to come up with a reason to use it, and it just was it was undefendable at launch. It was fundamentally flawed.
Yeah.
Because back then,
Umbreon
Moonlight could never heal. It could never crit.
Thing.
Yeah. Oh, and also someone asked, isn't Go-Go also grass normal? Go-Go is just grass. Anyway.
I know that we've, well, I'm gonna bring up the D word, Darkrai. I feel like Umbreon has good synergy with Darkrai because if you run Pokemon on that team that need extra healing because of Darkrai, so like theoretically you're running a mostly dark team with Darkrai, but whatever your Pokemon that isn't, Umbreon would be its best friend.
Yes.
Is my thinking. But I don't know that I'll ever get to the point where I'd be experimenting to find out if that's true.
Yeah. thoughts with that is that I almost feel like Umbreon. I feel like it'd just be better to like, because most likely the one team member who's not going to be Dark type is probably going to be a healer. Because like, what else is worth it running non-Dark type to take advantage of that? It's like there is no good Dark type healer, so it'd probably be a healer. So I guess keep your healer topped off with a secondary healer. Right. It's like running, I don't know, just seems kind of iffy to me.
I guess as far as team rotation goes, and this is just me spitballing, I feel like you could have Darkrai come on trigger and then switch in your healer, wait till everything heals, and then put Darkrai back on when stuff is overhealed.
Yeah, you could do that if you want to.
That's actually something I've never considered, but as somebody who overheals a lot, maybe I should be thinking about that more.
Yeah, back then people tried to make the case for Umbreon as a berry specialist. Yeah, and it really didn't work, especially because back then was when they had the energy glitch, where if you were sleeping, it just acted as if you were at full energy. The meta was so different back then.
Oh, yeah.
Because that was also before they added new meals. So people thought that the meals that we had were like the end game for meals. Which were significantly weaker than the meals we have now, let me tell you.
Well, and even that, like, the running the Pokemon overnight thing wasn't a glitch. It was, like, intended functionality until people started figuring out ways to abuse it, and then they changed it. If I understood it correctly.
I thought the news said that it was a glitch. It's just they deprioritized it because people weren't abusing it yet. And also, it was a glitch that worked in favor of the players rather than against them. So they're like, we're more worried about fixing all the other bugs. That's the way I interpret it, but it was so far back, I could be misremembering.
I believe you. I just remember.
Yeah, I could be misremembering.
The glitch that I remember is that there used to be a thing where you could switch your Pokemon into your... Oh, sorry.
You're good.
I think we got out of sync for a second. Yeah, the glitch that I remember was there was a thing where you could like switch your Pokemon into your box and get it to like just like switching it back and forth from onto the team. You could get it to like 150 energy. And so like at the end of the day, I was like doing that with a bunch of my Pokemon.
Yeah, I do remember something with that.
Heal them by switching them in and out of the box.
I remember also the first time that they added energy to meals, like how the meals recover a little bit of energy, which I've got to say, out of all the features they've added, that has got to be one of the biggest jokes of a feature, because like it hardly gives you anything. But anyway, tangents aside, I remember when they first released that feature, there was
I don't know. I would wait till my Pokemon are at 80 to feed the meal.
Fair enough. I remember when they first released that feature, though, it was like the way that it processed was if you sat on the meal screen, then it would save that as the number for like what your team's energy was, but your energy would keep depleting. So there are people that would like open the meal screen, sit on the meal screen for hours, then actually make the meal, and it would bring it back up to whatever it was when you started it +1. So like that's how people would get like massive energy recovery from it.
Oh man.
Because you just leave it sitting open on the meal screen.
I didn't know that. I would have done that if I had known that. I would have definitely been somebody doing that.
They fixed that one very quickly though. I want to say they fixed it within like days, because people discovered it almost right away, because they're like, why did that one get me more energy than it's supposed to? Because there are people that would like start it right, like they would start their meal like right as it was like the tick over, and they're like, wait, that gave one more energy than it's supposed to, why? And people asked why, and they figured it out very quickly. So then because it became abused, then people started, then they fixed it very early on.
I like watching players who are newer in Pokemon Sleep. There's a lot of YouTubers out there these days that are posts and stuff, but like just seeing players who are like at early Greengrass or Sand Beach, it just makes me so nostalgic for like the early game.
Now I'm like, man, I can never go
again.
enjoy Greengrass again, because like Greengrass is just, if I go there, I'm just gonna steamroll it. Like that's really the thing.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, if I throw together a team in team analysis, it was just like my strongest generalists, even with none of them having favored berry, I can hit like probably Master 10. Like,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
I could go. I don't even like think about Greengrass as an option anymore.
I briefly considered it tonight. But then realized
I know you were saying about the sleep styles.
Yeah. And then someone told me, wait, your logic's flawed. And I was like, oh, wait, yeah, never mind. I'm not going there.
Yeah, I feel like I could probably get close to Master 20 without even worry about favorite berries by just cooking plus generalists. Like, I'm sure I could hit that.
Oh, I don't even need cooking.
I'm not even gonna go check.
I just checked myself, and yeah, with no event bonuses, no good camp ticket, nothing. I would show you guys this, but like I said, my input for Rain on X is frozen right now, so I can't actually share this. But I have it on screen. I can hit about 4.2 million on Greengrass with just berry specialists. It'd be my Raichu, my Sceptile, my Ninetales, my Espeon, and my Cresselia. Running those 5 Pokemon, I can hit 4.2 million. Master 20 is like 3,245,795, I believe is the exact number. So I can exceed it by almost 1 million without any favored berry, without even trying to make a meal. That's absurd. In fact, I can almost do it with just 4 Pokemon. I could run a Swalot and still make it to Master 20.
I'm surprised that they made Master 18 the breakpoint for unlocking expert mode, because I feel like that sets a bad precedent for players.
Yeah. I think the idea was, and if you look at the numbers, Master 18 is roughly Master 3 at Greengrass Expert. It's not quite exact, but it's closer. If you round to the nearest rank, it's probably the same. But, and I think
here's a utility question.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. Finish your thought, because I'm going to take you in a different direction.
Okay. I was just going to say, I think the idea was they want you to be able to hit Master 3, because Master 3 feels like where you're actually doing okay at the island, because you get that incense, the last mission reward. So if you can reach Master 18... The bigger problem with that, though, is I feel like it makes Master 18 the stretch goal, and Master 3 shouldn't be the stretch goal at Expert Mode. It should be what you can consistently hit to just clear the goals. So, I don't know. Anyway, what were you going to ask?
Okay, so for some reason this triggered in my head as we were talking about this Greengrass stuff, and I think I was thinking about, just strength overall, but are you going to run a good camp ticket for this event?
Yeah, both weeks.
I was going to, and right now I'm thinking, maybe I don't actually care that much.
I mean,
because we're gonna get a guaranteed hungry.
If I was more on a budget, I probably, like, if I was just on Premium Pass and Premium Pass alone, I probably would maybe consider it. Honestly, I probably would pass. But also, because I don't really need any of the hunts. If I needed one of the hunts, then maybe I'd probably run it. But also, like, I spend a little bit more on the game than most people do. So, while I wouldn't consider myself, like, whale level, I would consider... You could maybe consider me like a beluga whale. I think that'd be a reasonable assessment. Like, a little bit in whale territory,
what
but
is a baby whale kill?
Not super far along. I'm not just a crazy whale. I'm not going to spend any money on whistles and stuff. I'm not buying every single pack that comes along, but I buy a pack here and there. if an event is if it's a cool event that I'm excited for, I'll buy a good camp ticket for it. So like, given that, I'll spend a good camp ticket. I don't recommend it as the play for everybody though. If you need these hunts, then yeah, good play. But I'm probably gonna do it just because I have more accessibility to them.
You see, I have one good camp ticket right now, and I'll get one on the 21st from my rewards. But also they have that cheapo bundle. I forget what it's called. Trial bundle.
Yeah.
Which I buy those, and that has a good camp ticket in it.
Yeah, I already
and
bought
so
it.
I'm like, oh, I could run it for 2 weeks. But I'm just like, it's the we're probably not gonna get another legendary event this year. Like, probably through the end of the year, it's like, oh, I'll need a good camp ticket for Christmas. I'll need a good camp ticket for Halloween, and say need, like,
you'll probably want
use
two
one
for the New
on
Year's
those
event.
events. Oh yeah, New Year's. Hey, I'm just trying to think of like, how many might get through the end of the year. Do I really want to use it on the anniversary based on what these mons are?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna stay up late in my bed, doubting myself. Like, do I go to Greengrass? Do I go to Cyan Beach? Like, should I just be hunting Piplup while it's here? Like, am I gonna regret this later when I can never find it?
Yeah.
But
That's always a good question. But yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
it might be better to hold out.
I mean, I don't expect you to win.
I mean, yeah, maybe for New Year's though, because remember, New Year's is usually a really solid one to use good camp tickets on. Like, that's probably one of the better events to use it on, just because that gets you an extra spawn, and that usually has an event shop, which gives event currency, and there aren't too many ways to increase event currency by very much, so that's like a bigger one in my mind. Also, Christmas you definitely want one for, because an extra spawn means extra triple dream shards, which is also huge. So
yeah. Well, and I'm thinking, even if I'm gonna use, well, I guess the pod expansion is nice too, though. I was thinking, if I'm gonna use one in one of these 2 weeks, I should do it during the first week, because there's a higher chance that an evolution will spawn in the other weeks versus the base forms.
yeah,
I don't know, it's just,
yeah, you'd want the
stupid and
base forms.
complicated.
If you're looking to hunt them, you'd want to use it week 1. Although if you're looking for strength, week 2 it's technically better, because that's the cooking boosted week.
Yeah. Anyway, just in case people, these are the thoughts in case people are also wondering and thinking about this.
I mean, it's a pretty in-depth event. They have a lot of different elements. But go do the X campaign and whatnot. If you have good camp tickets and you spend more money on the game, then probably use a good camp ticket, just because... Oh, that's another thing, though. Good camp ticket week 2 is probably a good idea because of Festive Flowers. You're going to get extra dream shards and candies off them by quite a bit. Festive Flowers are potent.
That's true.
So, like, that's another argument for it.
And the expanded pot to complement the cooking.
Yeah, the
bonuses.
cooking strength being boosted.
Not have to worry about. As I speak to a guy who puts C tier on the pot expanders.
Tier listing is for fun. I will go back to the pot expanders, and if you listen to my argument of it, I always say these are the worst things to rank, because it is genuinely the mons that I think changes the heaviest, depending upon your playstyle, by a long shot.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
There are some people where
I don't.
they're bottom of the barrel. There are other people where they're solid A tier. I don't think they're S tier for anyone, but they're A tier for some accounts.
Yeah, and obviously, I say this all in jest because you're entitled to your
I know.
your opinion there. But I just remember people being like, "What?"
No, I think my
And
most
then me included
controversial
being like,
takes.
at least put them in B tier.
I think my most controversial takes on those tier lists have always been the pot expanders and Skeledirge for some reason. Skeledirge.
Yeah, Skeledirge is.
Skeletor is an interesting one because it's
I
really good at what it does. I think it's all about Apple's place in the meta.
I'm just realizing, because like I think it was my second Skeletor was like perfect. It was triple apple, ingredient finding. It has berry finding S. Like it's just like everything you could want in a Skeletor. It's there, except for maybe switch berry finding for helping bonus. But like, I never actually run it, and it's level 60. It's like fully invested. I never use it because I just get enough apples from Gardevoir.
Other stuff, yeah.
That's all that it provides.
I think that's a lot of people's problem with Skeletor is just that so many things produce supplementary apples that a dedicated apple farmer isn't nearly as necessary for most people. But also, if
I'm reflecting now. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, but also, if your Raichu's ABB, if your Gardevoir is ABB, if every single Pokemon that has apples at base is ABB, then you're not gonna have that many supplemental apples. So it is also kind of account dependent, to be honest.
I'm gonna go do a quick check in my box. Because I'm realizing that with the previous anniversary events, I've always come away with one really good starter. It was Skeledirge on the first one. I caught this thing July 20th when it came out. And then the Meowscarada I invested July 25th. So you can definitely catch good stuff in these events.
Oh, yeah.
Quaxley definitely took me some time. Quaxley was like the first thing I ever caught on my channel. Can't believe we've been doing this for 2 years. But then the Trico I caught July 22nd, so that was during the event. And then I caught the Mudkip candidate quite a bit later, and still haven't caught a Torchic. But you just never know when you're going to stumble into that good thing. And so hopefully some people who are watching this get some amazing stuff in the next couple weeks. And hopefully my trend continues. And even though the last couple years went 2 good things, 1 good thing, I'm on track to not catch anything in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah. I had a similar thing. I had a really good Quaxley first week, and that kind of bothered me because I had a good one, I even say great one that I caught, and I was stupid and I pulled the trigger and invested almost right away. And then literally the day after I put a bunch of resources into this one, I caught a better one the next day, like a really, really good one. With like helping bonus.
Oh, man.
Like pretty much it was basically the same Quaxley, but had helping bonus instead of like inventory as one of the sub skills. But all the other sub skills were like almost the same. And I was like, are you kidding me? And I didn't even need a leak farmer at the time. I just got jumpy and was excited that I caught a really good Quaxley and jumped the gun and invested the good one that I caught. So I caught 2 great Quaxleys week 1 of the Paldean event, or Paldean starters release. And then for the last anniversary, I caught my really good Trico during the event, so yeah. Someone said
it can happen.
Great potato and great milk Meowscarada right away. I have less than 10 friendship with Sprigatito. Sometimes you get lucky. Yep, that is the case. I caught both my Tricos under friendship level 10, and both have berry finding as help bonus, and I was like, huh? Yeah.
I mean, on that note, I caught a one and done Minun too.
Yeah, that's right.
I caught that one during the event, July 27th. And I mean, it's 3 good things. It's main skill chance up with helping speed and skill trigger. So it's like bare minimum investable. It's not like, oh, it has helping bonus, so it has anything special. I mean, it's got Mono Honey, that's kind of cool. But, like, I definitely don't have a reason to keep catching mine after getting that one. That was also an event one. That's crazy.
Yeah. I feel like I feel like these days most of my good catches I feel like come during their event weeks though, when I'm really focusing them down, and like if I happen to catch something good later on, it's like kind of an afterthought.
Could really use a Caterpie event.
I could. I have not caught a good Butterfree, that's true. Although
well, you have a one that you invested in early game, right?
Yes.
Because you used your gold seed on it.
Yeah, my famous blunder of a... It's not even that good. That's the whole thing with that one, is that it was it was bad. It's not... It was good for the early game, not main skill seed level good, but for the early game, very solid. I'm looking at it right now. Help Speed S, Helping Speed M, Skill Level Up S, with the first 3 sub-skills. Adamant Nature. So, like, 3 forms of speed up. Early game, that's phenomenal.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. Not skill seed great, but great. Yeah. Nowadays, it's like I look at that. The only reason why it's still in my box is just because a reminder of, yeah, we can make some dumb mistakes. Also, back then we didn't know stuff, and it's more like it's one of those things like, here's why I'm doing YouTube. Here's why I'm doing these videos, so that people know not to make these mistakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone who watches my channel, if you have a Butterfree with those exact sub skills, don't invest the main skill seed into it. I promise you, not the right decision. Doesn't matter your account, not the right decision.
I made my channel because if you look at the date my channel was created, it's way before I started making videos, because I was conducting extra sleep research to try to understand the game, and I thought, I should share my findings, and maybe a video is the best way to do it, which then I never did. And then I watched some video from Bro Vinny or something that I just got so annoyed at what he said that I was like, okay, I gotta figure out how to get better content for players.
I think my story is basically that I was just so obsessed with the game, and there weren't enough people making content. And I was like, I want to watch more content. Like, I need to make it so that if there are other people like me, I need to start a channel so that they have access to more content. So it was basically my whole reasoning. But yeah.
Honestly, if you had started your channel any sooner, I probably would have never done this. Because I would have been like, oh, yeah, that's good.
Fair enough.
That's good enough.
Well, and a part of the reason why I started was because you started yours, and I liked what you were doing. But even with yours, it still wasn't enough for me to consume enough content. So, but I'll be honest, you starting your channel and being so chill with it was kind of what made me think, you know what, I can do this. So, I'll be honest, if you hadn't started your channel, I might not have started mine also, because you're part of the inspiration. Oh, someone just asked which Bro Vinny video was it? Yeah.
I don't remember.
We get both of us
around the time of when I started, but
yeah. I love what Bro Vinny's done. I love a lot of his content has a lot of good takeaways. There are a lot of things in his videos that sometimes irk me, though. I'll be completely honest, when I talk about it in the Discord all the time. There are certain statements that he makes sometimes that I think are like, I wouldn't have phrased it that way, or I wouldn't have made that comparison, but overall, I still think he's a positive influence for I wouldn't say he's bad. He's still a good resource, and I love that he's got such a bigger following.
It's healthy for people to hear the different perspectives, too.
Yes. So that's where I'm like, I love what he's doing. Even if I do sometimes, like, that irked me. There's still good videos. Still good content. I still watch them all, so... yeah.
Well, I think a lot of them is just... His opinions are very focused on, like, whaling the game.
Yeah.
And... Which is fine, because that's a valid play style, but... Sometimes I hear those takes and I'm going like, oh, there's some players who are going to hear that advice and follow it, and it's probably not the right choice for them.
Nova just said it was probably Golduck
that is what it is
for you.
Maybe.
Yeah, he has a lot of statements.
I feel like I got really lucky that definitely got lucky that I got a good gold deck. But the only reason I even invested gold deck was because we had such a long runway from the Entei event to the Suicune event, because we had an anniversary in the midst of that and everything.
Yeah, we did.
I was like, well, based on the electric event and the fire event, we're gonna have a water event, and so if I work on some water type Pokemon now, then by the time I get to the event, I'll be in a really good place. And then I still didn't hit Master 20 on Cyan Beach back then, which was my goal. And I even used helper whistles that last night. And there's videos you guys can go watch on that if you want. But it was like I invested a slacking, or no, is there a Slowking? Oh my gosh, I can't believe I biffed that one.
Yeah, Sloan, right?
My Slowking, yeah, Sloan it has helping bonus and Berry Fighting S. And helping speed, I think, which like isn't great, but because I knew what the boosts were gonna be, I was using Rain and X, and I was like, this is gonna work really well to have supplemental healing, and it's one of my strongest water Pokemon that I can run during this week, and so I like that, and that's actually where the overnight daycare thing kind of got invented, was because I was putting Golduck and Slowking on my sleep team every night, specifically to prepare for the Suicune event. And then it just so happened that Golduck ended up being a great Pokemon, and I didn't even know all the drama back then about how people felt about Golduck and stuff. So
it's funny was that was just after the first anniversary, right?
Yeah, and that's when I started my channel too, was during the second week of the Suicune event.
Yeah, and that's extra crazy because before that point, because the first anniversary is when they gave us double skill banking. Before that point, a lot of the community mindset on Golduck was good luck managing it, because before that point, it truly was like good luck. We still to this day say Golduck takes more management than other mons. I wouldn't say it's an extreme amount of management. Back then, it was like you genuinely had to be like obsessively checking the app if you wanted Golduck to be good, because it was before they added double banking. So you had to collect every trigger. Every trigger got wasted. Yeah.
What was crazy too is I hadn't invested Golduck. I didn't give it the skill seeds because I knew that it was going to get the buffs from the Suicune event. Mm-hmm. But then after running it through that event, I was like, this thing is so good.
Yeah. Well, that's also like the thing is actually Golduck might be the most buffed Pokemon in the game. We were talking about it earlier, just because of just the one change of skill banking and a weird change to its ingredient rate, but that's a whole different thing. But the change to skill banking, it was by the single biggest benefitor from that change. Because before that point, it wasn't really on anyone's radar because it just took so much management that it was absurd to try and use Golduck. But yeah.
One day we're gonna look back and reminisce on. Remember when Empoleon was added?
Yeah.
Man, that thing ended up just rocking the meta in a way we could have never imagined.
I don't think that's gonna be the discussion. My first reaction to it was, man, this thing is mid and sleepers legal. But then more numbers.
Yeah.
I still think it actually probably would be sleepers legal if Rain on X didn't value extra helpful so highly in the comparisons. But also then I feel like
I mean, when you were making that call earlier, it still was placeholdered at a 20% ingredient rate, which ended up being like It's like 14 something, right?
Yeah, much lower, 16
So
something. Because at first we saw 16.7% skill trigger rate because they had the numbers swapped. That was a funny moment.
oh really? I missed that.
Oh, you missed that? So apparently when they first entered the data, they messed up and they put in 16.7 for its skill trigger rate, and I probably just had this reaction of like, what? Like I got taken aback because I was like, 16.7% skill trigger rate. Hold up. I was like, that's gotta be an error.
You can be as slow as you want with a Golduck skill.
Yeah. Oh, dude, who's Ben? Discord's freaking out. I think we just lost Ben. Anyway, wait a minute. Oh wait, Ben's back.
Kicking me out, huh?
Hello? I wasn't kicking you out. That was my Discord just decided it was gonna freak out. Yeah, no, I saw 16.7% skill trigger rate and just was like, that's gotta be an error. But it was on stream. It was kind of funny. A funny moment for sure. But no, that's why I know it was 16.8 or 16.7% ingredient rate, because that was its ingredient rate. They put it in the wrong slot. Yeah. Also, someone said earlier...
That's crazy.
Referring to Brovini, yeah, he has a lot of statements which are very, like, fringe situation maxing. I guess...
Yeah.
That's a very good explanation of, like, most of the problems that I've had with some of his videos. Things like that.
Well, and I made the Farfetch'd commentary one exactly when he was like, stop hunting Quackleval, only hunt Farfetch'd now. And it's like, no, dude, you're out of touch with most of the people who are playing.
Yeah. My thoughts are always like, it's not like min-maxing this game is not necessarily using the best thing all the time. It's not like other Pokemon games. Like, competitive Pokemon, you are taking a hit by not using the best meta Pokemon in the world. There are reasons to use off-meta things, but it is very much so off-meta. Meanwhile, in this, using an off-meta Pokemon may still be the truly optimal decision because every account plays differently. Every account is going to have its own mini-meta. I think that's what gets missed sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's whatever you happen to get that's good, and that's what you should be investing. And then eventually, and this will never happen because they'll keep adding Pokemon and RNG will be RNG, but eventually you're just trying to have a lot of flexibility so that when they announce some random event, you can take advantage of it in some cool way because you did happen to get the Empoleon, even though you didn't really need it. That kind of stuff, right?
Who would have called Christmas last year having Steel-type berries boosted? Like...
Yeah, so, and on that note, probably Empoleon's not going to come in handy for another 5 years.
In fact, hey, Infernape, just going to say this. Last year, the reason why Steel-types were boosted for Christmas was because they gave us Togedemaru, a Pika clone, at Christmas. They've been giving us Pika clones for almost every Christmas now, I think, because they gave us Palmot the year prior. What was the year before that? I don't remember.
The year before that was Santa had Pikachu, which
Santa
is also
Pikachu.
a Pika clone.
That's technically a Pika clone.
In the truest sense.
So then, yeah, they gave us Palmot and then Togedemaru. It seems like they are on a trend of giving us Pika clones for Christmas. Which, if we look at other Pika clones, there is one notably... Wait, what are some of the Pika clones? Okay. The only other ones that are dual typing that aren't already in the game are Morpeko and Emolga. So that'd be flying types or dark types.
Dark Christmas.
Dark Christmas. I think more... I could see Emolga in sleep. Little flying squirrel. Braviary.
Definitely.
Stocks will go up, that's for sure, for that 1 week.
Now... So every year for Halloween, people say annihilate, right?
Annihilate.
But hear me out, because we now have 2 different Pokemon that were both released within a year of each other that can cover fighting berries. So if there was ever a year to be even higher on the annihilate pipe train, it's right now, because Primeape has has 2 replacements in the game that people are always going to pick over primate. So just throwing that out there.
Could see it. Although I've also been like the one person that has said I don't want to see Annihilate's type change. I'd rather see him be a fighting type. Cause like, I don't know, I don't think we need more stuff at Old Gold Power Plant. Old Gold Power Plant is loaded with enough good berry mons. Mimikyu, Raichu, Steelix, now Empoleon. It's like,
also the argument before has always been Shuppet is kind of a low tier berry mon. I mean, Shuppet's Sleeper's legal, right? Or it's on the edge,
barely.
Probably, if it's not.
It has recently. Also, I don't know if you heard earlier, but Cantonian Ninetales is now Sleeper's legal because of Empoleon.
Wow.
That's one that I was not expecting to happen anytime soon. Yeah. Cantonian Ninetales technically meets the numerical definition now, so...
I mean, everything eventually will meet it if we...
Well, there'll always
I mean, not everything.
I say, there'll always be half the mons not.
Yeah,
if power creep continues, though, then theoretically, everything already in the game should one day be Sleeper's legal. By the way, I have it defined.
It's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine that they're going to add berry specialists that are going to be at the bottom tier of. That it's going to be added. And it's going to be like, oh, this is Sleeper's legal for sure.
They did.
I mean, Muna was that, but
yeah. Musharna. What are some of the other berry mons we've gotten? I think there was another one that was notably bad on the berry mons, but I'm forgetting off the top of my head. Berry specialist. Let's see.
I don't have time to grill you on this tonight.
Yeah.
Because I should go to bed soon.
Same,
but
honestly,
I still want to know what is the end game for the sleepers like. Because you haven't. Did you do Snowdrop Master 20, right?
Yeah, Snowdrop is the only one I've mastered 20 so far. I could probably master
because
20. Wait,
I
might have mastered 20 Greengrass. I might have. I don't remember at the top right now. I think I did for some other event though. I mean, ideally master 20ing every island eventually. That's just a long ways because I need more coverage. I need more ingredients. Well, more meals really to cover. Old Gold Power Plant and Amber Canyon are going to be hassles. I don't know how Expert Mode's going to look, just because Expert Mode is its own different beast, and the way that the Sleepers is set up, that's going to be difficult to do because I'm hard cut off of certain berry coverage. At least right now. Yeah. Although fire berries are now accessible to me, theoretically, as long as they don't add another thing on the bottom.
And supplementary healing, which you can always benefit from since you don't get any E-berries.
Yeah, because it does give a little bit of healing. So, like... But the sleepers... The challenge of the sleepers becomes exponentially compounded in the expert mode ideal. So, the end goal ideally is to master 20 every base island, eventually, but...
See, I still... I think I've pitched this to you before, but I'm going to do it in front of a crowd in case anyone wants to roast me later. I still think that on the sleepers, once you master 20 an area, you should be allowed to use any Pokemon you want there for the purpose of grinding to set up for the other areas. So, like, basically, like, oh, you did master 20 on Snowdrop. Now, go ahead and get your Alolan Ninetales. I don't know how much you want to be hunting those, but I feel like a lot of times you're like, oh, there's nothing here we can even catch, and you end up dumping a Viscip, and it's like, well, maybe there's a clause here where it's like, you've already achieved the goal here. Now we can benefit from that to try to catch things that are gonna be sleepers legal, but for the purpose of getting more strength or more dream shards to just help you reach the goal in other places, if that makes sense. But
yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I remember just talking about
follow your heart.
Also, I remembered the other one. I checked the berry specialists, and I remember the other one that's more, the other ones that are more mid, and those were Xatu and Tyrantrum. Both were kind of, they weren't low tier like Musharna was, but they weren't even close to the top of the top.
Maybe they made all these psychic Pokemon bad because of Cresselia being so good.
Poor Xatu. Well, Xatu is actually decent. I was running more comparisons on it earlier tonight. It was better than I thought it was.
But isn't... Well, and I don't know, but berry strength-wise, I would think that they're pretty close, but it's just that the main skill drags the total strength down on Sharna hardcore.
Oh, yeah.
But I could be wrong.
Zatu's a little bit better. I know it was a little bit faster, so it's a little bit better, but not by much. Base frequency difference. Let's see. I have to check my notes. It is Musharna's 2800. Xatu is... Where is Xatu on here? Oh, 2500. So that's a significant jump in base frequency. Zatu's 12% faster, so it's like it has... It's almost like it has Help Speed M. It's a little bit less than that. Yeah. Someone said at some point I'll be using Sceptile on the sleepers if power creep keeps going. If that ever becomes... That'd be really far down the road. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, we're gonna see some crazy good mons when Sceptile's sleepers legal.
If Sceptile's ever sleepers legal,
I'm gonna have grandchildren.
You know, I'll just say this: if Sceptile's ever sleepers legal, buy the. Actually, no, Sceptile can never be sleepers legal because of the way that I've defined what skill specialists are banned. It's not actually a berry specialist, so that one won't be.
Oh, Berry Burst is banned.
Yeah, because Berry Burst is just outright banned on skills mons. But Salamence, which is comparable to Sceptile for strength, despite being very mono instead of very burst. If Salamence is ever sleepers legal by the numerical definition for the sleepers, that'll be the day I'll make live Zingzap and drink it on camera. There we go. I don't think it's actually going to happen. I think they'll add more lower tiers to kind of keep things balanced out, that those current top tiers are going to at least not become bottom 50th percentile.
When you say that, I feel like you're talking more about tiers of things that would make you drink Zingzap. More so than Pokemon. I feel like you could interpret what you just said both ways.
No, I don't know what to say, but either way, I always make jokes about drinking. One of these days is going to bite me in the butt because it'll actually happen and I will have to drink Zingzap and I'll be like, wow, that's disgusting. I don't want to ever drink real life Zingzap.
When I think of the homemade version of Zingzap, I'm like, just get a Coke and put a stick of celery in it. Use it as a straw.
No, I'm gonna, like, if I was to do it, I'd be like, I'm saying I'm making it, like, I'll actually make it. If there's that many Pokemon added to the game that power creep Salamence in that way, then sure, I'll run leeks through a juicer, some apples through a juicer, add some ginger and coffee. That'd be so disgusting. The real Pokemon sleep boss. Anyway, you said you're getting tired, or that you should probably get some sleep. I should probably get some sleep as well because I have to actually be at tomorrow. So, very late.
Thanks, everybody.
Spain. Which island should I go to? TLDR, they're all decent. If you need a fighting berry specialist, go for Infernape. If you need an Ephraimon, go for Torterra. If you need steel berries, go for Empoleon. Anyway, that's what I'd say. Bye-bye. Have a good night.